Actually,
Yeah, I'm
a
gonna
million
play some
children a
Schedule
year
One.
are murdered on the
Just gonna be
abortion
chill,
operating table. Why do we care, guys?
relax.
That's just the left doing classic leftist shit.
And look, this administration lost over 340,000 children that were smuggled in this country, released unvetted sponsors. Now they can't find them.
It became a huge issue in Texas.
So one of the biggest problems that we were facing in Texas was when we would come across these large groups of families and unaccompanied children, we never really knew 100% for certain that these were actually families that actually belonged together.
And then over in San Diego, California.
And the cartels know that now, that we're not going to be checking. We're not going to be testing to see if those children belong to the adult that's trying to bring them across.
Where reportedly, at least 1 in 10, up to 30% of these kids were not related to the adults that brought them over the border. And horrifically, 60% of them being forced into trafficking drugs or being sold themselves.
Cálmate, Antonio, cálmate. Well, I'll tell you what it had to do.
But Sarah would like you to about it. Or better yet, journalists shouldn't even be allowed to ask about it. Trying to have a point. Why would we worry about the kids he's already lost in the most horrifying story imaginable, when we should be more worried about the future kids he's willing to lose? As everything is pointing to, kids went missing under his watch, and any response other than, "This was a tragedy. Sleepy Biden was mainly to blame, and this is how we fix it." And anything other than that just means he got away with it the first time. Why not do it again, as the standard for Democrats has never been lower? All he has to do...
Such a nightmare. I'm literally in shock. I'm literally in shock. Actual nightmare shit. And then they be like, I can't believe Trump he went into like a beauty pageant behind Did you not hear? A beauty pageant that he owned, by the way. He went into the changing room like 40 years ago. Oh my god! This is literally leftist talking points. And we just have to sit back and make believe that the child holocaust that these retards have been facilitating is just like actually just cool or whatever.
Who has beat the disgraced congressman that dated Fang Fang, and an insane raging Karen that everybody hates. Even though this is California, I honestly believe the Republicans are the front runners for governor, with Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco and Steve Hilton being the only real option to save the state, and more importantly, save the kids. So if you appreciate my concise...
Holy shit, that was insane. I didn't realize it was actually that bad. Like, I knew it was bad, but when you just hear abstract numbers without details, you know, it makes you feel very disconnected for it. But when you actually understand the level of evil that needs to actually happen to facilitate this shit, it's completely unforgivable. And that's why I always say that if you're elected a psychopath or a retard, and there really isn't another option, I have never met one, I don't expect to meet one, and if you just look at their policies, you shouldn't expect to meet one either. People are mad that I go hard as fuck on this shit, but like, what am I supposed to say? It's like, you look at their policy, and it literally is Satan's handbook. Chewon Head called me out for, like, going too hard on, like, all libtards. Because they're all evil! Or retarded. But they're all evil, man! What do you want from me? I do have to say, though, I very much appreciate the shout-out in your description. I saw that. Tags, and then I don't know who else reacts to this stuff. Asmongold, Asmon, Nuxtaku, Nuxanor. So, yeah, no, I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Thank you for watching the content. I know the content's great, because all leftists are either evil or psychopaths. Keep staying tuned in. I'm not gonna back down, okay?
I want you to take a good hard look around you right now. Are you surrounded by concrete walls and bars? If the answer to that question is no, it means that you're not in jail. Congratulations. Good job, bucko. Do you enjoy that fresh air? That freedom? Would you be willing to trade it for a couple of views on TikTok? I imagine most of you politely decline that offer. However, there is a handful of fungal parasites called TikTok pranksters that enthusiastically pump their fist and say, yes, absolutely, I will make that trade. A trade that's worse than the fucking Mavericks getting rid of Luka. There are TikTok pranksters who are totally remorseless and willing to trade their freedom for a couple of views on TikTok. And today I just learned about the most egregious example of this. Alexis Martinez Arizala. You don't know his name, you'll never know his name, but you do know, most likely, what he did recently. Alexis was that brain-dead goober, that bumbling, drooling idiot that did the AI prank on the officer, where he showed him an AI-generated video of that officer's patrol car being broken into, and then got arrested for it. This video kind of popped off because everyone was clowning on this guy for a dog shit AI prank. I talked about it a little bit, but I didn't really follow it because I just assumed this would be business as usual. These parasites slap on the wrist, thrown back into society for them to just continue to be this miasma of cringe that haunts every fucking facet of civilized society for their TikTok clout. But it turns out I was actually wrong. You see, this dumb asshole actually went above and beyond the Call of Duty here for garbage pranks. He did this AI prank multiple times to such an extreme degree that he has been extradited from Puerto Rico and is facing serious charges here in Florida, and according to Atozi's video, could carry up to 12 years in prison. So let's go ahead and show you the most viral stunt that he did here, his AI prank on the officer.
We are told he's a South Florida native, but U.S. Marshals actually caught up with him in San Juan, Puerto Rico.
Oh crap, I forgot about the extra person.
On social media that shows 4 men in suits entering a Seminole County deputy's patrol vehicle.
They were going inside your car, in and out.
An online prankster recording the moments he walks into Academy and shows it to the deputy. The deputy, clearly convinced, runs out to the parking lot, hand on his weapon.
So you probably just left it unlocked.
It should have been unlocked. I hit the button.
But this video is fake. It's a deep fake, to be exact.
What a classic gut buster there. Haha! Gotcha. You thought your car was being broken into. And he doesn't just do it to officers, by the way. He actually does this to normal civilians as well, terrorizing them with these same kind of AI fakes that he makes of them and doing like crazy shit or having their things stolen or even their spouse cheating on them. But this officer one did get him arrested. And something that got pointed out in the reports is that the officer was on edge approaching the vehicle thinking that it had been broken into, so he did have his hand on his weapon. If there was just a completely innocent civilian that happened to be near that police car with the officer approaching it, there is no doubt in my mind, and also other officers chimed in and also echoed the sentiment, that that would have been a situation where the officer would have probably ended up detaining that completely innocent person solely based off of this AI video that this fucking loser made. So, and that could have, who knows what could have happened.
Come
it's
on.
extremely dangerous.
James Copenhaver agrees. The former detective says this deputy did everything correctly, but things could have ended differently.
What would have happened if some bystander would have been stopped at this patrol car?
Damn it, I thought I could smash through the fence.
Deputy approached. Pretty good chance that is going to probably be put on the ground at gunpoint because the deputy doesn't know what's going on.
That guy is totally right. The entire basis of this prank, like the punchline, is making the person you're harassing fearful. In this case, it was the officer. Like I said, he does it to normal civilians as well in similar fashion with their shit being stolen. But he's making the officer afraid that there's now people breaking into his car, fucking playing musical chairs in there, patty cake. You got Mike and the Dirty Boys maybe having an orgy in there, who really knows? He's just showing him this video that is convincing enough to make the officer believe that his car is being broken into. So if there is just some person out there, for whatever reason, near his vehicle, maybe stopped, tying their shoe like he mentions in that example, there's a chance that person gets, you know, held at gunpoint or something, and maybe even taken to the ground based off of this TikTok prankster's garbage. It is just dangerous, no matter how you spin it.
Deputies say 22-year-old Alexis Martinez Arizala posted the video on his social media accounts to gain attention and create viral content. He was arrested Friday in Puerto Rico and is now facing 4 charges, 2 of which are felonies.
It needs to be bumped up to a felony. That would help curtail some of the stuff and start putting people in jail for it. It's not fun and games, it's serious business.
I couldn't agree more. There needs to be real serious consequences for this type of shit. It's not pranking, it is harassment, and in some cases, in other pranksters, just assaulting people as well. Like, there needs to be legitimate punishment there, otherwise it's going to continue to snowball as it currently is and has for years. They just, for some reason, play softball with all this shit, just giving him like a light little spank on the tuchus, a little tush slap there saying, all right, now don't do it again, mister. Here's a stern talking to, we expect better. And then, of course, it doesn't do anything. So they don't get punished. Other people see that there's no repercussions for it, and they want the TikTok attention too, so they start emulating it. This guy didn't invent AI pranks, by the way. That prank he's doing on the officer is an AI prank that's been around for over a year now. I made a video on it like, I think 5 months ago now from someone else doing the exact same shit to civilians. This is just the first guy that was dumb enough to do it to officers and get himself arrested. So they are just emulating what they see got others' attention because that is what they so desperately crave. They need it more than oxygen, so they'll do anything for it, and they see those pranksters didn't get in trouble, so they do it themselves. But if Alexis Martinez Arizala does spend 12
for
years
fuck's
in jail,
sake.
and the rest of the pranking community sees that there are actual repercussions for this kind of shit, they'll stop. They will stop. So yes, I do think they need to be going to jail. I 1000% think that Alexis deserves some time in the slammer here as a great deterrent from other people trying to do similar shit or worse shit to keep one-upping and elevating, because that's how it goes. Someone might see this, and if he gets let off easy, they'll be like, okay, I'll take it a step further.
Get up, come on.
That's how you keep ending up with pranks like this.
Officials say he's now facing multiple charges, including fabricating physical evidence, making a false report to law enforcement, unlawful use of a two-way communication device, and knowingly giving false information to a law enforcement officer. And a whole stack of charges. On top of the charges I mentioned earlier, he's also facing a felony tied to tampering with evidence, along with additional misdemeanor charges. But based on Florida law, one of the biggest charges he's currently facing is tampering with or fabricating physical evidence, which is a third-degree felony. And that alone can carry up to 5 years in prison, along with probation and fines.
Pretty serious charges that he's facing here. He's looking down the pipe of quite a few years in the big house. So how's he taking it, you might be asking yourself? Like a champ. Like a true hero.
I don't regret anything. It's been 2 days.
This is video of 22-year-old Alexis Martinez Arizala shortly after his arrest. Charged with providing false information after San Juan investigators say he showed an officer a hyper-realistic AI video depicting someone stealing the officer's cruiser.
But hey, I don't regret nothing.
His arrest came 2 weeks after deputies in Seminole County say he pulled a similar stunt.
He reiterates that he regrets nothing. All of this is worth it to him. Potentially many years in jail is worth it because he got some TikTok views. Fucking insanity. This should be making the job easy for the justice system. You have someone who has serious charges. He is outright telling you he doesn't regret it. He is making it clear he'll probably do it again. So why the fuck would you be taking it easy on someone who is giving all signs, all indications with his whole chest that he is going to reoffend?
He's now facing 4 charges in Seminole County, 2 of them felonies.
In 1 month, I hit 50,000 followers on TikTok.
That's body camera footage of Arizala months earlier at the Home Depot of Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, where West Palm Beach police say he's pulled similar pranks twice before.
Yeah, it was wild.
Police say Arizala first showed Melanie Valentine an AI video of her truck being stolen, then tried to get her into his car.
But it was really scary, like thinking about it after the fact.
Here's a little montage of just the normal civilians he also does this kind of shit to. So this lady was apparently shown an AI video that he made of her vehicle being stolen, and then I guess tried to get her into his car with him. That's some super creepy psychopath shit right there. So he didn't just stop at like, your car got stolen. I'm getting it in, it's AI. He didn't even stop there. He's like, no, you gotta get in my vehicle now. Come on in. Get in my car. We gotta chase it down, don't we? Come on, get in. What a fucking weirdo.
In a second, the content creator admitted on this body camera to using another customer's likeness to create an AI image of him kissing another woman, then showed it to his wife.
That's not his wife. That's a fake one.
Oh yeah, you love to see that. A normal couple minding their own business in Home Depot, only to be interrupted and harassed, trapped in an unskippable cutscene with this shameful piss stain. That's AI generated a video of the husband kissing another woman in the store. Now I can't tell from this footage since it's blurred, but they do seem to be on the older side of things, so maybe there's a chance that they didn't recognize this as AI, and now the wife thinks that the husband is unfaithful to her. Like, it's just, this isn't even like entertaining. It's just fucking sad.
In a third stunt, police say he startled a West Palm Beach gas station clerk.
I just showed him an AI video of like a body just getting into like a fake body.
He was arrested that night for resisting an officer.
Are you
For any crimes related to his AI use.
This one sounds fucking insane to me. I can't piece it all together and can't find the original, but from what I can gather from this, he AI generated a video at that gas station of a body, presumably a dead body is my guess, that scared the gas station clerk and was designed to scare him, which is what led to all of this here. What's even the prank there? Aha, I made this gas station worker think someone was fucking dead. Haha, I can't even fathom the type of unlovable, greasy loser that actually likes these kind of pranks, just sitting there clapping, giggling, haha, that's so naughty, that's so savage. Anyway, I won't bother torturing you with more of this guy's trash. He is facing some serious charges, and I can only sit here, fingers crossed, hoping that they don't play softball with him. He is literally said, puffed out his chest like a real tough guy, and said he has no regrets. As if he did anything worthwhile here. He did AI pranks. And now there's a chance he just threw his whole life away for it. And I really hope that they do seriously punish him to serve as a nice deterrent from other losers like this guy trying to do the same shit. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah.
Her to be seen again. It would be reported later that one of Gotti's henchmen took Favre out. Not only did they whack the poor guy, but also pulled a Walter White on him, allegedly dissolving Favre in a vat of acid. Yikes.
She give me a guitar for? Because I like the way you sing. He dragged her from radio station to record shop.
Don't even know where I am half the time.
From honky-tonk bars to the Grand Ole Opry. Sissy Spacek, Tommy Lee Jones.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you.
Coal miner's daughter.
Now playing at a theater near you.
80s TV loved their season-ending cliffhangers, and none were as big as the episode of Dallas entitled A House Divided, where America's favorite jerk, J.R. Ewing, was shot by a mysterious assailant. The country would have to wait to find out who shot J.R. until 8 months later, on November 21st, 83 million people watched the episode Whodunit.
JR had a lot of enemies.
We found out it was, spoiler alert, dastardly Crispin who had done it.
Had been police.
I knew it. This episode of Dallas was the most watched regular season TV episode ever. Switching to the radio dial, April 21st, Howard Stern's voice first makes itself heard, hitting the airwaves on station WWWW in Detroit, Michigan.
Give me a break. My wife, we want to have a baby. All I'm asking for is a gig. You stop listening, I'm in big trouble. Big trouble.
We go on the same day to Boston. And hey, congratulations, and cool that Rosie Ruiz won the 83rd running of the Boston Marathon. All is fine and dandy until Rosie is later disqualified when it's discovered that she only ran the very last mile out of the 26-mile race.
It's not fair.
Not cool, Rosie. Not cool. 3 days later, on April 24th, we go to the Middle East. During military Operation Eagle Claw, a rescue mission intended on freeing American hostages held in Iran, 3 of the 8 rescue helicopters had mechanical problems, and the mission was aborted. During the withdrawal, 1 helicopter collided with a plane, killing 8 American soldiers. With the help of Dr. Lottery Balls, Nick Perry, the host of the Pennsylvania lottery scandal, helped rig the TV drawing. The numbers 666 were picked, giving a record payout of $3.5 million, of which $1.2 million went to those in on the scam. April showers not only bring May flowers, but also some new weird historic slang. Chicago Magazine would be the first to introduce the word yuppie into our culture, which appeared in print in their May publication.
Hello? Friday, the 13th. You may only see it once.
We all remember this part in Goodfellas.
Why not?
Don't you move, you motherfucker! I'll blow your brains out!
That's because on May 11th, the real Henry Hill was arrested for trafficking narcotics. This arrest would prove to be pivotal because Hill would turn rat, becoming an FBI informant and narking out his mob buddies and, well, eventually end up with a movie about it. Thank God, too, because Goodfellas is a really good movie.
It's been a learning experience, but I enjoy challenges, and it's a challenge tonight to see what I can do.
It's mid-May. Los Angeles Laker rookie point guard Irvin Magic Johnson stepped in to play center when starting center Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was too banged up to play in Game 6 of the NBA Finals. The 6'9" Magic would eventually play every position in that game, all while scoring 42 points, grabbing 15 boards, and dishing out 7 assists, helping the Lakers win the NBA championship 4-2 over the Philadelphia 76ers.
What do you have that makes you perform like this in these championship games?
Well, I don't know, just I love to win.
The city of Philadelphia would get some redemption later in the year. As far as Kareem goes, we'll see him in a minute. Them Duke boys were about as popular as Cat's Tail in a room full of rocking chairs. Their show was the second highest rated show on television in 1980. Yep.
Oh my
Next
God,
land
shut
in the
up.
Northwest, in Skamania County, Washington, some 70 miles north of Portland, where on May 18th, Mount St. Helens erupted, making it the most disastrous volcanic...
But now I want to take some time and examine what's going on with Rachel Zegler. Yes, Rachel Zegler is still a thing in Hollywood, and her cringe levels really can't be matched, okay? We've already had her shoved in her face for many different reasons, for many different projects, but the cringe and the forced nature of her existence in Hollywood is continuing here, and we're going to watch this Ryan Kinnell video talking about one of the most recent appearances by Rachel Zegler, and her appearance at the Met Gala is, well, it'll speak for itself.
Rachel Zegler's career, which a lot of people thought was going to be on this incredible trajectory after Steven Spielberg discovered her and cast her in West Side Story, and she started getting all these jobs everywhere. She's going to be Snow White for Disney. She's going to be in the Hunger Games movie. She's going to be in Shazam, all these things. But came crashing down rather quickly when so many of the projects she was involved in crashed and burned. And when she was the cause of some of those projects crashing and burning, and none was a better example than Snow White.
It's almost done.
Now, Snow White, I don't think it would have been successful even if Rachel Zegler had kept her mouth shut. But there is no doubt from the moment this movie was announced and the comments that she made on the red carpet, the comments that she made in interviews, the political talking points she kept spewing out on social media, attacking other people, she sank this thing from the very beginning. She
absolutely had a major impact on the downfall of this live-action adaptation. It was definitely cooked because of her. Like, let's be real. It wasn't going to be some box office breaker at any point, but the second she opened up her mouth, yeah, it got really, really bad and instantly bad, right? And the other thing, too, a lot of people are comparing right now Snow White to The Odyssey and some of the casting and race swaps there. And journalists from Variety are saying the people mad about the Odyssey's race swaps, they're the same people who are mad about Rachel Zegler playing Snow White. As if it's proof that they're wrong. In fact, it proves the opposite. Look how that went. Not very good. And just like with
I think if she would have kept her mouth shut,
right? Described as
that show would have turned, or that movie would have turned a profit. It wouldn't have been a blockbuster, but it would have turned a profit.
Played by
But she started running her mouth.
And
yeah, and fucking blew it, man.
As white as snow. It's an odd comparison and just kind of proves what people are saying, but let's continue on here.
Destroyed any chance this movie ever had, and it was a massive financial disaster for Disney. And recently, Rachel Zegler's tried to put that behind her by coming out and, guess what, attacking fans again and doing an interview trying to play the victim and all this shit. But recently, we saw Rachel Zegler make an appearance on the red carpet at the Met Gala, and just like so many people that go to the Met Gala, she looked fucking weird.
Look at this. What are you doing? Is it like a requirement in Hollywood? Do you have to have a concussion before you make your fashion choices or your public appearances? Do you have to do the most pretentious and simultaneously cringe and stupid thing imaginable? What is this? She comes in with the meth tweaker jaw, and this is supposed to be art or something. Let's keep going.
She looked fucked up because all these people are trying to make these fashion statements. Now, her dress was less weird than a lot of other people's, but she went blindfolded.
Her dress is fine. The dress is totally fine, especially with Hollywood standards. I mean, just having a normal dress, that's an A+, but she had to ruin it. She had to ruin it. She had to do it and make a bunch of faces.
Meant to represent this piece of art, basically a way to say, oh, this poor woman was done so dirty by all those people around her because she was misunderstood. Yeah, it's weird, huh? Weird how that works. But it was Rachel Zegler's jaw that had people questioning things after this very fucking bizarre set of circumstances.
Is she okay? No, seriously, is she okay? Imagine selling your soul to Hollywood to be this. This is the end game. This is what it all amounts to. Amazing stuff.
And there you have it. I don't know. A lot of people say maybe she's on drugs, or maybe it's for a fashion thing, or maybe she's got some kind of twitch that makes her do that.
The crazy part is I don't think it has anything to do with drugs. I don't think it's any like involuntary movements that she can't control. I think this is 100% her choice. And that's what makes it this insane.
I don't fucking know. But it brought on a whole nother level of Rachel Zegler mockery, basically. Rachel Zegler has been memed to death over the past year or two because of Snow White, because of all these things, and this just gave people another opportunity. But people in the access media, they are the ones that are still desperate to shill for Rachel Zegler by telling you that you're wrong. Rachel Zegler is one of the best actors in Hollywood.
Press X to doubt. I mean, seriously. You could at least start with a low ball, right? Just start by saying, she's a better actress than people give her credit for. I mean, I'd still probably disagree with that. But at least start with something and then negotiate, right? We got to start the negotiations at a reasonable plane, right? This is crazy. One of the best actors in all of Hollywood, please.
That,
and it's about
I
time
find that as a stretch, man.
Began giving her the attention that she deserves. Read the opinion here. Here's the headline. Rachel Zegler keeps proving audiences wrong.
By doing what? Moving her jaw around? Is that proving? Nobody came out and said Rachel Zegler cannot move her jaw in weird ways. No one said that. She wasn't breaking any barriers with that set of moves.
And this is just something so typical from Access Media. This actress, who has had a multitude of bombs and is mocked and ridiculed by so many people, she's right, you're wrong. She's good, you're bad, audience members.
And
it's
bigoted.
about time you realize that. You know, the customer, apparently, for the woke access show media, the customer is always wrong.
Yeah, you're right. Weird. Yo, and Kaze, thank you for the 2-month membership, saying I just woke up from a nap, and that bridge troll is on my screen. Why, Rev, why? Or am I still napping and seeing her in my nightmare? Hope your day is good. I hope your day is better. You're awake, but the nightmare is real. Okay, just understand that.
Next.
And her forced position
Next.
in our entertainment
It's old
industry.
Jimmy. That's this guy's name. The other guy's Shaggy. This is Jimmy.
This is all based on her
Jimmy the drug dealer.
for the play that she was in. For her winning an
Everybody
award
knows Jimmy. Everybody likes Jimmy. Jimmy's a nice
based
guy.
on a play. So that's
Jimmy's
like
the kind of
saying,
guy
hey,
that
because
doesn't
somebody
mind
won
if
an
you puke in
Academy
his car.
Award, even though the audience hates it, even though it keeps losing money, but they're recognized by their peers. You're wrong, audience members. Millions and millions and millions and millions of people out there. You're all wrong. Hollywood is right. How fucking cringe can you get? Congratulations, Rachel Zegler, on winning a nomination from your peers. or winning an award nominated by your peers.
That matters so much to them. I don't think anyone can really comprehend that winning awards in Hollywood for all the people in Hollywood is the biggest thing ever. Right, we see how they move mountains just to qualify for some of these awards, like changing up casting, trying to race swap characters just so they can meet the requirements for Best Picture, like we're seeing with The Odyssey. We're seeing so many examples of this. It is exhausting, ladies and gentlemen. It is basically a giant circle jerk. They care more about getting pats on the back from other people in Hollywood than actually providing good entertainment. And that's why we're in the state that we're in when it comes to movies.
For your performance in a play, I have actually always said it's ironic they're saying that she keeps proving audiences wrong, right? Because here's the article in question.
All right, before I get the money.
This is what I've said. I can't speak for every single person that doesn't like Rachel Zegler's movies. What I can say is that I actually thought Rachel Zegler would do great on Broadway or great on the West End. She's a theater kid. That's the type of actress that she is when it comes to over-emoting. And I do think that she has a good singing voice. And I certainly think that that's where her talents lie. The problem is what they're trying to do is make her a fucking movie star. And that's not what she is. She's not ever going to be a movie star because she is so fucking unlikable. And the thing about the theater world, Rachel Zegler's political talking points, her need to be an activist and all this stuff, that's much more well received in theater stuff. People aren't going to get nearly as upset about that.
You want to get off me?
Broadway, for example.
Bust you right in the eye.
Like, she is just kind of the adult theater kid. And that's it. The adult theater kid. All of her politics would align much more with that. She wouldn't even have to hide it anymore. But she wants to be the movie star, and so does the mainstream media, Hollywood, all of them. They're propping her up no matter what.
Fans of the theater. As they are for things that are meant to be for a broad audience, like, I don't know, $300 million budget Hollywood movies by Disney that's meant for their core fan base. Right? But the incessant need from the mainstream access media to constantly attack the fans or say that the fans are wrong, you guys don't know any better. Rachel Zegler's the best, actually. In the immediate aftermath of something where she is getting mocked and ridiculed once again, they feel they need to come out and defend her and say that all the audience members
Let me go make sure the weed is growing, because I'm going to need that weed.
Hundreds of millions of you out there, because we here at Screen Rant and we here in the access media, well, we think that Rachel's just great. Unfortunately, the rest of the world, and the people that matter, by the way, the paying customer, they don't agree with you.
Wrong. Have you considered what Hollywood thinks? No, but like with Rachel Zegler, I mean, the second she came out and basically told half of America that she hates their guts, yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. SNL possibly? Well, you know what? SNL's trying to pivot a little bit, at least. I think they're seeing the writing on the walls that their sort of humor they've been using the last bunch of years isn't really working, and it's not getting ratings, that's for sure. So they are trying to pivot. So I don't know if they would want a Rachel Zegler right now, but yeah, best actor out there? One of the best? I don't think so, but her appearance here at the Met Gala, absolute banger. You know, I think it's very stunning and brave. Everyone doubted her. Nobody thought she would hit the Met Gala wearing a blindfold and twisting her jaw around like she has some sort of disorder. No one thought she could do it, but she proved everyone wrong. And I gotta say, we're eating our words right now. Everyone, me, you, everyone watching this, we were wrong about Rachel Zegler. That's right.
You know, people are really waking up to all of this. People are waking up to the Indian invasion of Texas, for example, now that you have cities that are over 33% Indian. It changes the actual dynamic and culture of our society. I'm not saying I hate Indian people or anything like that. Of course not, obviously. But they have a very different value system and culture than we do. And when we import them en masse, they have no need to assimilate. And, well, let's just say it turns little cities in Texas into India. An easy way to understand this would be, imagine if 33% of the United States population was Hassan Piker. Yes, it would survive a nuclear apocalypse, as roaches tend to do, but we'd be cooked. That's happening in Texas right now, with Indians.
As long as
I apologize in advance if I radicalize you on India.
governor of this great state, Texas will be a land for the Indian community.
Yeah, so this guy, by the way, Greg Abbott, is...
It stole my seeds. I had seeds and now I don't. Damn it.
His number one donor is a Pakistani millionaire or billionaire that donated $14 million to him.
We will continue to celebrate the wallet here in the great state of Texas.
That is right. They are now celebrating pagan holidays on a state level in Texas. Yep, sound normal to me.
Time to vote this guy out because I can certainly
Now,
type
again, this is going to be probably a hot take because I know a lot of people don't actually like when I have these opinions, but I say them anyway because I don't lie about my opinions, unlike every other political commentator that makes believe that Tucker Carlson isn't some paid-off operative. Like, I see a lot of people focusing on, you know, the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not steal, and I totally agree. I think that's super important. But thou shalt not worship false gods is also up there. I'm not sitting here to criticize what Indian people do with their culture, but I don't think on a state level we should be doing that in a Christian nation.
you that Texans are not happy about the recent cultural shift that's been going on.
I'd like to purchase 14 of these.
A tripling of the Indian population since 2010.
I love how it says 33% of them are
Right?
Asian.
Yeah, why can't I?
Asian. Asian means Indian, by the way.
It says Asian, but they mean Indian.
Yeah.
If you've been to Frisco, you can easily see it's not flooded with Japanese people or Koreans.
That's
By
true.
the way, that was Governor Greg Abbott, who seems to be intent on selling out Texas to
That's all I needed.
a completely different culture.
All for a cost of $14 million from a Pakistani billionaire.
And as I said, the native Texas population is not too happy about the Americans' last ideology that's been coming from our political representatives.
Even Republicans, by the way. All right, these people are traitors, and we need to obliterate this entire system.
Frisco.
And that will not happen by voting Democrats, but it will happen by actually holding these people accountable in their primaries.
It's full of Indian people on visas whose allegiance is to motherland India instead of America.
That doesn't sound
There
good.
is massive H-1B abuse and fraud in Frisco, Texas, and none of you care. And it's not just you, it's every elected official in Texas. And who gets screwed over? The Texas residents. Literally nothing has gotten better in our state over the last 5 years. Our cities are unrecognizable and filled with foreigners on visas. Our property taxes are the highest they've ever been. Every single one of you is an embarrassment to our country.
I would also like to note that contrary to popular belief, Indians do not...
I'm telling you, man, the strong men in society are going to need to wake up, get the fuck out of bed, put on their big boy pants, and obliterate these motherfuckers. And it's happening. It's happening. We are actually fighting back.
I'll stretch
People
here.
are facing absolute devastating losses simply put, because they are supporting this America Last proposition where they seemingly are paid off by foreigners in order to import the third world. And it's both parties, honestly.
Speak English.
And that's because the mainstream Republican right now is like a 90s liberal, and we're gonna need to get some radical fucking people in office. Right, and I mean some real ass racists. We're gonna need to bring him in.
I find that this point is often missing from this discourse, and while a few of them have good English, in general, the language proficiency of the average newcomer tends to be very low. God forbid you have problems with your internet and you have to explain technical issues to a guy with an accent.
Did you try turning it up and turning it back up? That's my Canadian accent, by the way.
Who clearly doesn't understand you. And if you don't believe me, then listen to this political ad.
लेकिन बहुत सालों से हमारी देसी voices politics में fully represent नहीं हुई हैं। मेरा नाम जय वांगनकर है और मैं जून 2 को कांग्रेस के लिए
full ass Indian ads, bro.
election लड़ रहा हूँ।
What in the hell? How are you allowed to vote in America if you don't speak English? If this guy wants to run for office while speaking Indian, then he can do that in India. Oh, and of course, almost all of his endorsements are Indian, and also, what a shock. He wants to get rid of immigration enforcement.
They all do that. It's every single one of them. Every single time you have a foreigner, they all run on whatever the fuck they say. They make believe they're fighting for your country, and every single one of them wants to abolish ICE and bring in more people. You know, my priorities: gun control, immigration. You know, a fear-based immigration policy tears community apart. Oh my fucking god! Why do we have foreigners in our government, man?
This is not a politician. This is a foreign invader catering to other foreigners, not Americans. And I think it's about time that Americans have really had enough of this shit. It's been nearly 40 years of everyone, left and right politically, saying that we don't want endless newcomers coming into our country. And well, speaking of legal issues, recently a jury ordered Meta and YouTube to pay millions for their role in designing and promoting addictive platforms.
That's pretty crazy. They are pretty addictive, actually.
Alright, so of course this is not to say that every immigrant or every Indian disrespects American culture or is a burden on the system.
Of course not.
A lot of immigrants are very respectful contributors to America.
Very true. That's why whenever someone makes this a race issue immediately, you know that they're literally playing an unfair game. Right? No one's out here fighting against every single person from every single ethnic
You
group.
know,
Right?
that's
that
good.
Is not the argument. The argument is if you bring in an entire community to the point that they have absolutely no way to assimilate, they don't even need to learn the language of our country, obviously that's not going to happen. And obviously they are going to prioritize their people. And it ends up getting actual Americans completely on the street. Good luck getting a job in Fresno, Texas.
As I've said in multiple videos, I am a fan of experiencing different cultures and learning how other groups of people operate.
Especially over there. Man, I love Indians, especially when they're in India. Those guys are great.
However, what I'm not a fan of is being forced to uptake a culture that's not my own, because born and raised Americans are quickly becoming a minority in my local environment. Personally, when it comes to all the newcomers flooding into America, legal or not, I really don't see any difference between an army invading the US and forcing their values on us while they take our resources, and tons of people crossing the border replacing American values as they wave the flag of their country of origin and consume welfare.
It's actually very simple. There is a very major difference between people just conquering us without us fighting back and people conquering us with us fighting back. The difference is whether we're ruled by
Alright, well, I guess I can set up the hotel room and take a nap.
They conquer us without a fight.
One morning.
And when men rule us, we do put up a fight. It's pretty simple, actually.
Motherland India or Texas, USA?
No, obviously Motherland India.
Obviously, I fucking hate this place. I'm just here to get the free shit that you're willing to give me.
Obviously Motherland India.
Hyderabad or Frisco, Texas more?
Hyderabad, of course.
Hyderabad, of course.
To clarify, 70% of H-1B visas are granted to Indians. H-1Bs are temporary work visas. They're supposed to be guests who work here for a little bit and then they go back to India. But because of fraud and stupid birthright citizenship, they can have kids while they're on their guest visas, and now those kids are American citizens.
It's such a fucking scam, it's crazy.
Like
we are the raped.
This is one of the many reasons why birthright citizenship to children of non-citizens should be abolished immediately. Anchor babies aren't culturally American because they aren't raised by parents with American values, which is causing a cultural
Oh my god,
shift.
it's the roach!
And reasons like this one in the next clip are why I don't want the culture of Texas or America as a whole to be switched to India.
Jugad, translated as hack or workaround. Effectively, the principle that being able to get around the rules and take advantage of the system is virtuous. A famous parable of
Yeah, I don't want to import people that have that opinion. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, I don't. Following the rules is a very basic doctrine of biblical civilization. All right, a society based on a value system where you actually have to follow the rules. Not just because of the outcomes of whatever you do, but because God said so. Thou shalt not steal is not just because it might affect you, God, but because it is inherently wrong to steal. I do not want to bring a culture in that doesn't believe this, especially if they're large enough swaths of people that, that they'll just take over.
Jugad was when the British Raj attempted to solve a cobra problem in Indian settlements. In short, Indians were being killed en masse by a massive infestation of cobras.
That's bad.
So the British created a program. Anyone who killed a cobra and brought the officials their heads would be rewarded. But those who possessed Jugad saw an opportunity. They began to breed cobras, raise them, and then kill them for a reward.
I didn't know this story. You gotta be kidding
When
me.
the British saw how the system was being exploited, they ended the rewards. By the time the program ended, the cobra population had greatly increased.
325, so that's I'd say about $1.60.
This is just one of the
at least.
So you got scamming basically in the culture. That's fucking crazy.
Dude,
why mass
you
immigration
gotta.
from India and much of the third world, by the way.
All right,
is a bad
that's
idea.
more like it.
Basically, what this
Gotta
means
give me
is
at
that
least
people
fucking
who
half,
have this
dude.
mentality cannot be trusted with honor systems or be allowed into polite society because they will steal from the group to benefit themselves.
This is how I save hundreds of bucks every month in food and groceries. All these groceries for this week I got free. Most of the universities and colleges में food banks होते हैं, which are run by trust, churches या फिर non-profit organizations. You can take as much as you want. सारे basic fruits and vegetables.
Bro, they go to churches and with like bags and just fill it up with food just because they want free food. Like, this is crazy. You know, like, this is something that I wouldn't even consider something like this. I wouldn't even enter my mind to consider it. All right, like, you know? But like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Oh my God.
Pastas and canned vegetables.
You hear that? It's not even supplementary. He gets all of his food from the food bank. So, cool. We have a foreigner here who we've allowed into our country on a student visa, who is teaching other foreigners the money-saving life hack of taking food that was donated to help needy Americans.
Wow.
This future highly skilled engineer at Tesla is trying to teach other future H-1B Tesla engineers to become welfare flunkies. How does this not result in instant deportation? It's simple. If you can't support yourself, we deport you.
I totally
so my
agree.
big problem with the Indian culture.
The thing is, these people could support themselves. In fact, this guy probably does. You know, a lot of Indian people actually do work very hard, but they still want to game the system, it seems. Like, that's the craziest part. It's like, it's not even about supporting yourself. See, I think there should be zero, my opinion is, there should be absolutely zero welfare or government funding whatsoever for foreigners at all. None. Zero. All right? And if you can't make it, you gotta go. All right? If you can't make it here, you have to leave. All right? In my opinion, that's very simple, and I think that's very obvious. There's no reason why we should have a system, a free lunch system, where the entire world wants to immigrate here, literally to rape us. Right? That's their stated goal.
It's being imported into America against the wishes of Americans is the culture of extreme self-enrichment at the sacrifice of the group, and their belief that it's virtuous to game the system, which is why they can't figure out simple problems like sanitation because everyone just dumps their trash everywhere.
Oh my God, dude, I didn't even think of that. But yes, it's the same mentality. The same mentality is white people need to use paper straws to save the environment while an entire country creates landfills of shit and garbage. All right, and we just have to accept it.
Where?
They say India is a very polarizing place. Some people love it, some people hate it. I think I'm leaning towards hating it right now.
Oh, no.
This is
Probably a white supremacist.
disgusting.
Probably a racist
It's
or
the
something.
most polluted country
Oh, you don't like shit being in your food, you racist?
I've ever been in, hands down, not even close. This makes me want to hug a tree and become an environmentalist and hire Greta Thunberg or whatever the fuck her name is.
It's not that difficult. They don't even have to invent anything new. They just have to do what smart countries are already doing, but they can't do that because their cultural values
What the fuck is this video?
don't encourage it. Americans don't
They clean trains by just shoveling garbage into the street?
want those values here. Stuff like this reminds me that PewDiePie's most popular video is him making fun of India. So it's not just me and people on Twitter saying this stuff. The rate that India randomly catches strays is insane.
I feel the same with India though. Like I have to destroy the toilets after I get Indian, so I kind of get it.
I've always accepted that Indian does that.
India's never beating the contaminated food allegations. Remember when Sam Pepper drank something from an Indian guy and almost died? But these sweats even go across cultures. Westerners aren't the only ones saying these things. If you ask Japanese people, they've noticed too. Here's a video from interviewing
It's another white supremacist.
and asking Japanese people what their impressions are of men from certain countries. Here's what these women say about India.
国の名前を読み上げると、その国に対してイケメンが多いというイメージがあれば、イケメンでお答えください。そういうイメージがない国なら、なしでお答えください。インド。
Bro! That's even worse than just saying no. That's even worse.
インドに対してどういうイメージありますか？
Cool.
See, it's not just Americans talking about the smell. Oh, and as much as Indians are culturally disrespectful in America, they also disrespect Japan's culture by having a dance party on the bullet train. For those of you...
When this guy, this is Think Before You Sleep that's making this video, when he made this video, he told me he was making it. And I was like, listen, man, I got something really good to say about Indians. And he was like, oh, yeah, what? They're not Pakistani. He's like, I have not yet to reach that level of advanced racism.
Who have not been to
Because,
Japan.
like, yeah, sure, they'll dance in a bullet train, but they're not gonna fucking blow themselves. This is why you should subscribe to my channel for more truth bombs.
And this is incredibly disrespectful. They literally tell you on every train in multiple languages to be quiet so people can work or go to sleep. You can actually see people through the door turning their heads in a what the fuck gesture. So personally, I see disrespect from newcomers as a consistent problem that multiple countries are having, and in my experience, the vast majority of the modern newcomers have zero intent on assimilating to American values.
True.
Tons of them take...
And I think largely because we're a welfare state. Everyone knows that you come here to get free shit. So we're literally importing the laziest people that want to rape our country in the most entertaining and intriguing ways possible. I think we have to stop giving free shit to foreigners. Like, we literally do. It's insane.
Our welfare system, in fact, according to this graph, immigrants by percentage use more welfare than natural-born Americans.
Sam,
This, of
I don't know,
course,
is this
ignoring
Sam?
the hundreds
You look
of
like
millions
Sam.
of
Hey,
dollars
Sam, what's
being
up?
stolen by immigrants that's been reported by Nick Shirley so far.
Oh yeah, Sam's a cheapskate. I forgot about that. He only buys like one or two at a time.
Saying, yeah, we want to do India, but with all of America's resources.
Why are you here in Frisco?
I had to. It feels like I'm still in my hometown.
Really?
Everybody from my hometown here.
Wow. So you moved all the way from Hyderabad, thousands of miles away,
To Hyderabad.
to Hyderabad in Texas.
Again, I see no difference between shit like this and an invading army stealing resources and changing the culture by force.
This is Savannah Hernandez in Frisco, Texas, and I have been hearing from quite a few Texans about the changing culture and demographic up in North Texas, so I wanted to come and check it out myself. And behind me is the Hanuman Temple, which was created here in Frisco surrounding the deity Hanuman. Now, I wanted to come to this area because, as you guys can see behind me, this is a residential area, and you have this very large, very intricate temple that is in this location where you, quite frankly, would not expect it.
I've actually read some of the Indian mythology, so I know who Hanuman is. The reason I know that character is because I'm interested in other cultures. So when I say this, let me be clear. I don't think that people should be legally punished for practicing a certain religion. That's why we have
it's a very similar take to me, it seems. All
First Amendment in America. However, I think it would be incredibly stupid to legally import so many people that it changes the religious foundation of the country. Well, legally it might be a stretch considering all the fraud.
Honestly, what makes America the greatest country on the planet is the fact that it's built off of biblical values and doctrine. And
crazy
some people,
jump scare.
wherever they come from, do not uphold that same cultural value system.
Right, let's
Based? I don't know who that guy was, but he was literally so fucking right.
not forget that tons of the cool things that you see today, like the abolishment of slavery, were done and created by predominantly white Christian nations.
Yeah.
By the way, all of this is not to say that an Indian can never immigrate legally to America or practice their faith here, but let's not forget the types of people who made America what it is. We should not be importing so many people that it changes the culture of America, especially when these days it seems like most of the newcomers are just here to take for themselves and give nothing back.
America is becoming more diverse. America is, celebrating our diversity. And our diversity is our strength. It is really important that we celebrate our diversity because it is the diversity that has made this America as great a country as it is.
How would this guy know? He's a foreigner who was born and raised in India. What a shock. He also wants to get rid of immigration enforcement. Diversity is a weakness.
Every single one of them. Every single one of them. We bring in an entire community of dipshits. The dipshit community elects super dipshit to be in charge of the other dipshits, and then super dipshit, in charge of the other dipshits, has some sort of voting ability, some sort of power in our nation over the natives. All right, which by the way, of course, are obviously the Americans. Obviously, we're the new Native Americans. I don't know if you got the memo. And they want to bring in more dipshits to have more
Jesus
power.
Christ, will you leave me alone?
It's literally every single one of them. It's all of them, right? And I see a lot of people being like, "Stop generalizing. Show me one. Show me one foreigner in our government that's not anti-ICE, pro-immigration. Show me one. You can't. You literally can't. It doesn't exist.
well, they're
And
definitely...
even the ones that are like claiming to be like pro-ICE, we just need to reform it in a way to give naturalization to like infinite retards. Like, oh my god.
of diversity is, diversity did not make America great.
Also, that guy tortures his dogs.
Christian Europeans, or culturally Christian Europeans, did. Christian Europeans ended slavery. Christian Europeans died for the right to free speech. Christian Europeans are the reason why you have things like voting rights and economic mobility. I'm saying this because when dipshit politicians like this guy say diversity, it's actually a dog whistle for racism and prejudice towards white people and Christians.
Absolutely, 100%.
And also, diversity is a dog whistle for multiculturalism.
Diversity is a dog whistle for let us rape you, and if you don't like that we're raping you, you're actually racist.
Which is a system designed to bleed out the values that made America great. Multiculturalism is cancer, and no country should accept it. You cannot have a thriving country by having like 18 different cultures operating within it. Though really, these days, it just means third world migrants. Look how multicultural Canada is now. Everyone's just Indian and Muslim.
Actually, an embarrassing country, I'm not gonna lie.
Diversity of cultures within a country is trash. You either assimilate to the dominant culture and learn the language, or you get deported. And let me be clear on this as well. People should be allowed to speak foreign languages in America. We have free speech here.
Of course. You should just also speak the actual language of America.
However, if Americans have to start becoming bilingual just to get a job here because there are so many foreigners who don't speak English or refuse to learn it, then it's time to close the borders and start sending people home. If this guy wants to say diversity is our strength so he can help infinite foreigners illegally migrate to America by getting rid of border security, then again, I must say that this is why people who are foreign-born should not be allowed to hold office, because they have a great track record of prioritizing their homeland over America.
It's all of them, man. It's every single one of them. That's why I'm against dual citizens in Congress and in government, of course, obviously. But dude, we have foreigners that come in and they preach value systems for their ethnic enclaves or their countries of where they come from. Obviously, and it's natural. And you know what? I'm not even blaming them. I'm blaming us. I'm blaming us for having this system that's so easily fucking exploitable because for some reason
probably shouldn't be hanging out around in the dark, huh? Sorry about that. I had to check.
Tendencies of Christian civilization, just expecting them to be tolerant and accept literally everything that fucking happens in the universe. Love thy neighbor, it says. Yeah, but it also says a heck of a lot of things about destroying evil, making no peace with evil. You know. Deuteronomy, don't let the foreigner come into your country and rule over you. There's a heck of a lot more things than love thy neighbor in the Bible. And I think with this hyper-feminized society, we have enough retards that have been emotionally manipulated into thinking that no, actually, I'm super wholesome by giving foreigners power over us.
And when it comes to Texas, there shouldn't be political signs everywhere advertising campaigns of people who are born and grew up in foreign countries.
You see people worshiping multiple deities, and the one that did stick out.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I'm really not. I'm not saying it should be illegal because we have freedom of religion in the United States, but I'm not a fan of it. I'm not supposed to sit here and make believe I'm a fan of people worshiping false gods and basically making it some sort of public state-sponsored ceremony, you know, supporting pagan rituals. I'm not a fan of idol worship, you know, to be sanctioned by the state.
Was the area where people were going to pray.
They obviously have a different value system than we do. Obviously, you can see it. That's not a bad thing. If it was in India, at all. I like Indian people in India. Those guys are awesome. They're amazing. But like, what are we doing? Like, what are we actually doing? We cannot expect this to happen. All of culture is downstream from religion. I know that this is a controversial thing. All of culture is downstream from religion. It all starts at religion and it moves into culture. And yes, communism, I guess, could be some sort of religion or religious doctrine as well. I don't literally mean religion, even though I very much mean that too. So therefore, different people with different religions and different value systems will have different cultures, and these cultures do not mix. They don't. So when we import people with cultures that are not possible or able to assimilate or integrate into our societies whatsoever, the only result is us becoming the Rekt.
Blessings of health and also for work visas.
Great, you can ask Shiva or Ganesha for a work visa.
That's crazy.
I like how their gods are welfare gods. And speaking of H-1B visas,
the trains are crazy.
Everyone knows what's going on here. We aren't seeking high-quality doctors and engineers from India because America just doesn't have enough talent and because Indians are so much smarter. Anyone who's been on Twitter and seen the numerous videos
cheap labor
there are preventable Indian deaths knows this isn't true. I'm not sure if I want my engineers coming from a place where their biggest predator is modern infrastructure.
Whoa, what the actual fuck, dude?
imagine the wits of the guy who steps on the track after the train honks its horn.
Bro, what the fuck, man?
So we all know.
I am becoming more racist every day. I didn't think I could reach more radicalized levels, but here I am.
Why the H-1B work visa stuff is going on. It's because much like big farms and construction companies want to use cheap and low-quality labor from foreign illegals, big tech companies also want to use cheap labor from India. Is it a mystery why the Microsoft CEO becomes Indian and then suddenly tons of Americans get laid off?
It's a coincidence and you're racist for noticing.
Indians are hired to replace them?
You know, the current YouTube CEO is Indian too.
I mean, you want to call us racist?
Hi, my name is Ankita. I'm here to address
Indian individual.
The hateful and racist folks who feel confident and protected enough to come up here on the mic consistently across multiple meetings in Frisco, Plano, and Irving to disparage immigrants. People.
I absolutely hate the fact that this is happening. You know, God was right, actually, when he said in Deuteronomy that foreigners come into your country and then try to take control over you. He was actually totally right, actually. God W, I guess. Bro's so right. So consistently, it's insane. This is crazy. All right, we should not have a society where we have foreigners that were done the unbelievable honor of moving to the greatest country on the planet, and they're going to come here and virtue signal and dance on our graves, talking about how actually...
I started a new game. I'm just kind of starting out, but I'm doing all right because I started out really good.
People are watching these meetings from all
So
over the world, and these racist remarks are going viral on social media.
I suggest you cry about it.
People are also observing the absence of an intervention. People come up here and disparage Indian immigrants with no consequences. I'm calling on
consequences to speech? Excuse me?
City council members to make it known that racism isn't tolerated in this room or outside of this room.
Yeah, why not? Why isn't racism tolerated? Racism is constitutional.
I mean, if she wants free speech restrictions and preferential treatment for Indians, then she should go back to India. But since we're getting competitive here, what's more racist? Texans saying, hey, maybe we should put a halt on immigration so people have time to assimilate, or an Indian CEO firing a bunch of Microsoft employees to hire his own in-group. Because
oh my god.
Because that seems to be pretty damn racist to me, and that's exactly why we don't want these types of people in our country. They're incredibly racist and ethnocentric, and also, American workers should not have to compete with the...
Of course they are. And to an extent, it's natural. You know, to an extent, it's the natural, normal order of things. But like, we don't have to be the raped because we don't want to be... Oh, we don't want to be called racist.
Entire world in the job market. Americans should not be cheated out of a house because some guy in India who is used to sleeping in a mud hut will pretend to be an engineer for a fraction of the money.
Fraud has ballooned, so then you have like religious workers being invited on an H-1B, you have accountants being invited on an H-1B. These are not specialized skills. Colleges and universities create these wonderful, best and brightest computer scientists and computer programmers and engineers. After a 4-year college degree, we go through rigorous training. That training that happens in the United States.
Just kind of hanging out until my weed grows, waiting for customers. Oh, I had a customer, 2 customers.
It's a coincidence.
Yeah, dude.
And where are all the leftist
Relax,
workers'
guy.
rights living wage advocates on this?
They don't want jobs. That's the thing. They don't want jobs. They want communism to take money from the people that actually do work.
Curious how they're either silent or defending the H-1Bs. Why must we
Here,
constantly lower the American standard?
buy my garbage can. I don't even care how much you're gonna give me for it.
Because tons of these H-1B visas are fraudulent.
So we got a tip in our email inbox about a man here on an H-1B visa, supposed to be working some IT tech job, who is actually running a food truck company.
Kyle, you got a problem. You should seek help.
Like the basic H-1B, H-4 visa scam. The
Deport?
worker comes in, he brings his H-4 dependent, his wife. These dependents who are here on H-4 visas are getting employment authorization. So the wife typically is getting authorization to work, opening up a bunch of businesses, and then the husband secretly runs them, even though
pretty decent.
That is an insane scam.
Right now, I'm just about to sneak around looking for new customers.
Anywhere other than the place that is sponsoring them.
I'll go talk to Home Slice over here. He's probably hiding in this shed. That's usually, I think that's where they told me he was.
She's at home? Well, what does she do for the business if you're working here and she's at home?
Hi. Just in the neighborhood giving out big sticks.
Why don't you take someone's order?
This is so obvious, and they all know what they're doing, man.
There are many people like this guy, and Twitter has been exposing them constantly. Also,
citizen journalists saving America.
This.
And out of all the 50,000 plus visa applications, how many of those were legitimate?
There were.
All right, Chloe works at the convenience store, so she's probably chilling there right now.
Numerous work sites that he went to that were either people's houses or empty buildings, just like the Nick Shirley video on people scamming hospice care in California out of hundreds of millions of dollars. Meanwhile, Americans can't afford a place to live or food or medical insurance because insurance doubled in the past year.
I wonder why. You think it has anything to do with us literally paying for healthcare from illegal aliens?
I wonder if that's related to the hospice scams. But you guys do realize that stuff like this is
goddamn called my stuff crap.
TikTok videos of people in their cars talking about how they can't get jobs or afford anything. Stuff like this
I'm insulted.
on Twitter should be infuriating. We're all tired of politicians choosing other people over
Hey,
Americans.
sugar.
What we need is we need leaders willing to fight for the American
We can always talk to Donna.
Not
hey, how's it going, Donna?
not for the idea of America, but
Try a
for
free
the
sample here?
American people. You have to fight not for Ben Shapiro's idea of the country of America. The notion
Alright, well
of
you should
America
talk to your
as a
friend
collection
Chloe.
of
She's
ideas.
a fucking
That's not what it
bitch.
is. It's Americans. We're
Let's
not
see if
fighting for a paragraph.
there's
We're
any
not
other
fighting
more.
for a set of ideas,
Who's
man.
this?
It's the American
Pete.
people who need your help.
Right, Japan is for the Japanese, Italy is for Italians, and America.
And America is for literally everyone. Welcome everyone.
Hey,
oh
Pete.
My God. Oh
What
my
are
God.
you-
have papers
what are you
that say you're
doing?
American? That makes you just as American as me. Literally, who falls for this shit?
For Americans. An American is a person who was born and raised here by other American citizens.
What do you think, dude?
It is not
What do
an
you think?
H-1B work
Pretty
visa,
good, huh?
and we should
Alright.
stop prioritizing
I need
foreigners
one
over
more.
the native population of this country.
We live on stolen land.
She's back.
And that
Oh
land
my
was
God,
stolen
dude. You
from-
are literally
Old Peggy.
immigrants. This isn't
Where's
your
Peggy
land
at?
either. It's so tiring.
Are you
We
Peggy?
bringing
Hi,
people
Peggy.
in from the third world that come
How would
to
you like a
lecture
free
us how we're on
sample?
stolen land. Get the fuck out, dude. Why go to India? That's not stolen, I guess. Oh my God. Also, it's not stolen land, it's conquered land, and it's fucking awesome.
I don't know why
actually.
you're all
And
bent
now
about
it's
it.
the greatest civilization of all time, and it wouldn't be if not for
Who's
the
this
settlers
guy?
that came from Europe. That's right.
Old
So
Ludwig.
the greatest nation on the planet.
He's a good
because of
guy.
one
I
thing.
think he's
I
gonna
know that
like what I
must suck
got,
to hear,
man.
But it's true.
Indigenous people. That is the legacy of this
Little
country.
nerdy, but still, he's a pretty cool dude.
Leave this country because you don't want to be the benefactor of thieves, do you?
He works down
don't
here,
think that she cares.
pizza joint.
Again, words are used by leftists.
I'll make sure the
to
fuzz
manipulate.
ain't
They don't
watching.
actually care about their values.
Hey, Ludwig, what's up, dude?
Oh,
I want a free sample.
Moral consistency doesn't matter here because this is just a tactic to silence people who want to protect America's borders.
That's right.
Alright, see, I told you. Dude's pretty solid, man.
Indians into the country. No, we need borders. Oh, but this is literally stolen land. But they don't care. They don't care. They don't care at all. They just want their thorough through line of bringing in infinite Indians.
Illegal on stolen land. Canada belongs to native people.
Literally fucking.
Buddy's sleeping next. Oh, and
Oh, so they play this same bullshit game in Canada.
Play this game
Shoujo's got a little spot. She's sleeping in a new spot.
Voting for leftists because they don't believe in the leftist policies or the leftist values, but they do very much believe that they want to bring in infinite people of their own ethnic group or culture into the country. So that's why they fall into this trap, and that's why they'll use these talking points.
Island Range
not even
next to the
necessarily
barber
'cause they
shop.
believe them, but because they want to bring in infinite retards.
Canada too. It's like word for word the same doctrine. It's like they're admitting it's an invasion. That being the case, I'm not choosing foreign invaders who don't respect me over my own country's people. You can take that foreign accent right back to where you came from.
Reality is the hundreds of thousands of kids who are graduating. with
Oh, you
massive
cheap
college
bastard.
debt,
One.
Hundreds of job
You got me out of bed for one.
For people who are not us. Apple and Google might win, but America will be worse.
Right. Why are these jobs not going to people who live here? Again, their excuse is, well, we just don't have enough talent.
Bullshit, dude.
Don't have enough talent?
There are so many people that want to get a job but can't because they're just hiring people from the third
Back
world.
already, huh?
People
Two
like
more.
Indentured servants that will work
Ludwig's the man. I tell you.
Training Indians here on F1 student visas and then transitioning them to H-1B work visas.
I think you're an
I think he's one of the guys I'm going to keep as a customer, man. Just sell him the flame.
to learn here how to become engineers, and then they convert to be foreign workers.
So you came on F1 and then graduated to H1?
Yeah.
How hard was that process?
It was cool actually.
Most people who come here on an F1 have the intention to get an H1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do you think that's fraudulent?
No.
No.
Because it is valid that you can convert from H1 to H1. That is the reason most of the people come here.
But isn't F1
Who is
just
it?
for people who are coming
Kathy?
here to study and not to work?
Yes.
Do you think it's a bit of a fraud to come here to study and then end up?
Where Kathy's at?
Oh, did you go back before you got the H1?
There she is.
Instead of training foreigners,
Sneaking up behind me, huh?
Oh. Cancel the vast majority of these dumbass liberal arts programs like gender studies that just put people in debt. And make college only about
Kathy's pretty cool. Her sister's hot.
Actually save a generation of women.
What happened to company apprenticeships? Companies like Northrop used to train you to be an engineer.
We built the jobs. You're telling the people who built the jobs we can't do the job. So it almost sounds like scam.
And also, if you're going to claim that we need workers from India because there aren't enough Americans, which is a lie, but pretending that it's not a lie, you get this loop where the solution creates more of the problem, because if I have to worry about Microsoft replacing me with an Indian, then I'm not going to train for years to become an engineer. So why aren't they doing obvious stuff like training? Well, that's easy. It's because they want cheap labor.
The idea that these tech guys want to bring in exceptional people is just not true. They're looking to hire basically slaves who can't leave their company without leaving the country. Who will work for 50%.
This is basically indentured servitude that puts employees at a massive power disadvantage, because if you ask for things like raises, they can just support you. They also are a lot less likely to job hop, which is often how engineers and programmers actually get paid with their work. Wait, are H-1Bs even allowed to change jobs? And again, with this in mind, it is really shocking to see the woke left taping for mass immigration when they have done nothing but scream about living wages and employers paying their...
But they don't care though. It's all a weapon. Their words are weapons. Understand. They don't care about the things they're fighting for. You think they care about Palestine? Bro, they don't give a shit about Palestine. They support the Hamas terrorists that started the war, and that use these Palestinians as human shields, that starve them and rape them, all right, on a daily basis. But they support those guys. They don't care about Palestine. But Palestine is a really good weapon to attack evil Western culture, right? And that is exactly what they do with all of these things. They don't care about the things that they actually fight for. They want to tear down Western civilization because they've been groomed into the ideology that it's evil.
Or share. Wait to continuously stand in the way of employee bargaining power so you can virtue signal with your stupid luxury beliefs on immigration. But like I've said in many videos, workers' rights and border security are a bipartisan issue that most people agree on. The only ones who disagree are the foreigners who are benefiting at the expense of Americans, and a handful of mentally insane liberal arts majors who have less economic value than the local waitress. Oh, and politicians who are trying to get votes. The constant suggestion that we need to flood in millions of foreigners to solve our problems, when there are plenty of simple solutions, is ridiculous. And it's crazy how often they use the exact same excuses for open borders in seemingly every country to try to make up for how massively unpopular that these policies are with the general public. In Japan, they say they need open borders because of the birthing crisis. They say that in America too.
The craziest thing is the birthing crisis is totally manufactured by the left too. All right, like they invent the birthing crisis. They teach women to get jobs and work until they're in their 30s, and then maybe consider settling down if you're not a girl boss. All right, don't think about getting married while you're actually fertile and have children. Right? No, of course not. That would be failing and succumbing to the patriarchy, which is bad, by the way. All right, and you know it's preaching this entire lifestyle that honestly destroys civilization. You know, abort your children, castrate your children, transition your gender. You know, be as gay as you possibly can.
All right, hang on. Let me.
The gayer you are, the more benefits.
Get back here, package up. I can't wait to.
And honestly, that's part of the major
get my automatic one.
So bad. And you need a 2-family income. You're not able to survive just on one person actually working for a living because now about everyone works. Equality is so good, right? And this entire ideology exists to rape us. It exists to prevent us from having children. And well, what's the through line? Where does that lead us to? Well, now we need more people. We're not replacing ourselves. Yes, we have to import infinite retards from the third world. And they'll all vote for leftists. The leftists will keep pushing the anti-natalist propaganda to import more retards from the third world.
And look here. Germany, they say that they need more immigrants because of low birth rates. Wow, how did birth rates become so low in the West? It's almost like that's the natural result of decades of stupid activists promoting anti-natalism. With messages like saying that women having children is not valuable, or calling stay-at-home mothers...
Which is insane! It's insane! You know, the most pro-woman thing that you could possibly do is be like, oh my god, you have children, that makes you awesome. It's like the fact that you know, like being a stay-at-home mother and raising your kids or having children is looked down upon by society has got to be one of the biggest ops of all time throughout all of human history. It's like, you're making $200,000 a year? That's respectful. That's really awesome. You have children? Oh, you failed at life. What the fuck is that? Having children is worth way more than making $200,000 a year. And it's like, you're demeaning women by just saying they're baby factories? Just saying that they're creating life and the next generation of our civilization? What?
Oh yeah, she's up late because she's a hooker.
That are teaching them to be miserable and alone.
There's a bunch of dumb losers and saying that a woman is only valuable if she does what men do. If she works in a
See,
chem lab,
she's out on the
she's
waterfront
empowered.
looking
If she
for
provides a great home environment
longshoremen
for her
and
kids instead of throwing
sailors.
them in daycare, well then she's a loser who is being exploited by her husband. These types of feminist messages have destroyed
Crazy.
Western culture.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's made people think it's uncool to have children.
Yep.
Worse yet, they often relate kids to being parasites upon their parents' lives or the planet.
God, there's so many of these too. Want to fight climate change? Have fewer children.
This anti-natalist message is quite possibly one of the most evil propaganda campaigns going on in modern history. How many people have been told that their life is over when they have kids? How many future parents have been told that they are selfish people who are destroying the environment if they want a family? But you know what's really helping reverse that propaganda? Video games. Recently, a game called Pragmata has been trending for its positive framing of parenthood between a male lead and a robot girl who hacks stuff for you.
She is so cute, and I don't even like kids, but I like her.
Thanks for talking to me all the time.
Did she give me a gift?
Is this supposed to be when we first boarded the train?
Uh-huh. I drew it.
Yeah. The woman in her natural state wanting babies. But, well, society told her that she'd be worth more if she's miserable and alone forever, so hey, fantastic alternative options out there. It's so incredible how every single leftist ideology, every single policy on the left is literally the most anti-God policy you could possibly think of. You know, the Bible says be fruitful and multiply, all right? And then the left is like, actually, you shouldn't have children, right? The right says, you know, the Bible says thou shalt not murder, and then you got the left being like, no, actually, 1 million abortions a year. The Bible talks about, you know, all sorts of gay sex and cross-dressing and shit, and that becomes literally on the banners of the Pride, one of the 7 deadly sins, parade. The Bible says thou shalt not steal, you know, because private property exists, and then you got like all the communist shit. No, every government should own literally everything and take money for the people that earn it. Every single policy on the left is literally anti-God. And so when I say that the left is evil, all right, and people like Shuahead call me out on that, and say that, oh, Nux just says leftists are evil. They are evil, bro. Every single one of the policies are satanic, and it is leading to the destruction of our civilization, and they're replacing us. They're replacing us with pagans, bro. It's so obvious. Oh, no, but that's a conspiracy theory that is literally happening right in front of our eyes. I must be alt-right. Well, you know what? I'd rather be alt-right and have children and a family and a next generation that could live in a beautiful country than be a leftist that commits suicide of depression on millions of drugs, castrated and dying, with no loved ones, no family, and no purpose to anything. So I'll pick alt-right over the gender-fluid suicidal soup that you guys are promoting right now. I would say see y'all on the other side, but I don't think I will. Yesterday, on my gigantic deep dive, I talked about how Iran surrendered. They literally were making a deal where they agreed to give up their nuclear enriched uranium and everything.
Oh, my inventory's full.
Trump made the tweet, 3 world-class American destroyers just transited very safely out of the Strait of Hormuz under fire. There was no damage done to the 3
I'm just gonna
destroyers.
put this down for a second.
And, those goat-herding people of individual sexualities that I personally think warrant the death penalty. Those guys over there, they really tried their best to kill us, and they failed, and they're dead. This is a lot of good news, all in one. I'm so sorry. Killing PDF files is actually kind of goated, actually. Everyone's freaking out on the Donald about Epstein. Bros killed more pedophiles than anyone on the freaking planet. There was no damage done to the destroyers, but great damage done to the Iranian attackers. CW, we absolutely love to see it. Leftoids crying that terrorists are dying, but that makes sense because they have a kinship with terrorists. They were completely destroyed along with numerous small boats which are being used to take the place of their fully decapitated navy. These boats went to the bottom of the sea quickly and efficiently. Missiles were shot at our destroyers and were easily knocked down. Likewise, drones came and were incinerated while in the air. God, I love vivid descriptions of this. Oh my God. These like Tolkien wishes. Tolkien wishes he could describe fight scenes like the Donald. They drop ever more beautifully down to the ocean, very much like a butterfly dropping to its grave. He's a poet as he kills pedophile sheep fuckers across the planet. God! Based, actually. A lot of people are mad, but that's because they're retards. That's okay. A lot of people are retards. A normal country would have allowed these destroyers to pass, but Iran is not a normal country. True. They are led by lunatics. True. And they had the chance to use a nuclear weapon, they will do it without question, but they'll never have that opportunity. And just like we knocked them out again today, we'll knock them out a lot harder and a lot more violently in the future if they don't get their deal signed fast. Our 3 destroyers and their wonderful crews will now rejoin the naval blockade, which is truly a wall of steel, President Donald J. Trump. Truly the GOAT. I'm not going to relitigate all my stances on the deal that's being made. Terrorist, pedophile, evil regime of Iran that's been torturing us and their own people for 47 years, and how awesome it is that they're dying. But I actually will, in just a TLDR format, tell you, Trump doesn't fold. This man don't fold. That's right. Now, we win a war by one of 2 ways. Either by them being dead, or by them giving us all the things that we want. Now, a lot of people think that that's immoral. I think that the people that think that that's immoral are gay retards. Yes, actually winning wars is awesome. Stop being so pathetic. All right, so anyway, breaking multiple missiles fired from southern Iran into the strait per local Iranian reports, but the big twist is coming. Iran's official state broadcaster confirms that Iran fired missiles at U.S. naval units in the Strait of Hormuz. This is the Islamic Republic announcing it themselves. Thank God no one was hurt, because we are literally up against 75 IQ inbreds that are basically no military left because we so thoroughly destroyed them. Understand, all the dipshits that have been saying that Trump is losing the war, every single one of those guys gets disproved every single day by public media. Now, this is the craziest twist of the day. The United Arab Emirates launched attacks against Iran amid rapidly escalating tensions across the Middle East. So to be clear, Iran struck the UAE yesterday. Looks like war back on the menu, boys. But this time we have nothing to do with it. That's right. What do you mean? What do you mean? We're just nice, wholesome American people guiding ships through the Strait of Hormuz because we're such good people. We're so kind, actually. Oh, you want to go through the Strait of Hormuz? We will help you. Not if you're Iranian. We are going to blockade you until you strangle on your own blood, or you make a deal. We are such benevolent people. It's so nice to be a world hegemon. No. We shouldn't actually violate the sovereignty of other nations. Why not? Who gonna stop us? That's right. We do what's best for us and for the world because we're your benevolent overlords, because we're the strongest on the planet. You exist autonomously purely due to our benevolence. My stances on things are pretty based, actually. Now, I'm not saying might makes right, but I am saying might make, and we're the mighty. So anyway, just in Iran has launched missiles at U.S. military ships, Strait of Hormuz. That failed, obviously. The Wall Street Journal says Saudi Arabia and Kuwait lifted restrictions on U.S. military's use of their bases and airspace. But all the leftoids said that Trump was ruining our alliances with the Arab countries. Project Freedom said earlier this week. Project Freedom is basically escorting ships through the Iranians' attempts to do terror in the Strait of Hormuz. To understand, while the world is criticizing us,
I wonder where Kyle lives, man. There he is.
bombing civilian ships, much to the silence of the world. U.S. military strikes Iran's coast, not just their ships, which we made. Apparently there was a massive drone attack on Tehran according to the regime. Like, bro, it's pretty insane stuff that you do. Oh, actually, I can't show work with my YouTube guy got really mad at me and got like something in the
Oh, I got enough for the Chinese restaurant now.
Confirmed that Iran did attack the U.S. destroyers. They were all intercepted. Thank God. And bro, you guys suck a lot. They suck butt. They suck butt on like a diet. Can you imagine sucking butt so much? If they're gonna do some sneaky surprise attack while they're surrendering in the negotiating room, all right? They're gonna do some sneaky surprise attack, bomb 3 of our ships. Not only did they fail every single time, but they got completely obliterated. Remember when the libtards were saying that we're losing the war? Bro, remember Myron Gaines made a 2-hour-long video crashing out, chimping out on me, how I was like, oh, we're winning the war, and he's like, no, we're actually losing the war. Yeah, so U.S. strikes pummeling the Iranian regime infrastructure. It's pretty wild. Now, Ursula von der Leyen, this is the president of the EU, all right? Lib cuck extraordinaire. So this comes after, understand, 2 months of bitching, because that's what leftists do. It's their superpower. You see, when men want to handle arguments, it usually involves some sort of physical violence of some sort. When women want to handle arguments, well, they bitch. Welcome to the EU, ladies and gentlemen. Most feminized region on the entire planet. Oh my God. Not trying to be controversial or anything. If you can't defeat them with fists, you must bitch at them until they succumb to your demands. Now, she's been bitching for the last few months, but all of a sudden, everything changed. I just had a very good call with the President of the United States. Oh my God. Trump called yo ass out. We had discussed the situation in the Middle East in our close coordination with regional partners. We are united in that Iran must never possess a nuclear weapon. Recent events have clearly shown the regional stability and global security are too great. We also discussed the EU-US trade deal. We remain fully committed on both sides to its implementation. Good progress being made. On how much reduction by up to July. Understand what people are doing? And it's wild. So after months of condemning us for shit, Donald Trump gets on the phone with her one time. She makes a public tweet basically disavowing her last 2 months of policy. 2 months of bitching, reduced to ashes before the glorious orange schmeat that Donald Trump slapped on the table and humiliated her with. Trump then tweeted this: I had a great call with President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. We discussed many topics, including that we are completely united, that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We agreed a regime that kills its own people cannot control a bomb that can kill millions. That's a pretty hot take. I've been waiting patiently for the EU to fulfill their side of the historic trade deal we agreed in Turnberry, Scotland, the largest trade deal ever. A promise that was made that the EU would deliver their side of the deal and, as per agreement, cut the tariffs to zero. I agreed to give her until our country's 250th birthday, or unfortunately, these tariffs would immediately jump to much higher levels. That's my guy. That's my guy. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Look, I'm not the hugest fan of tariffs economically, but I do very much like the idea of using tariffs to bully retards. Now, some people would say that that's unconstitutional. I would say fuck you. Anyway, just as U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio approved, that's a big-ass freaking number. That's $25 billion, $800 million of weapons sales to Middle Eastern countries. So, again, understand that right now those Middle Eastern countries are doing the war while we're doing the negotiating. Understand this is the most elaborate good cop, bad cop in the history of American politics, where Donald Trump is like, I am the peace guy. Give me a big hug, Iranians. Kiss my ring, please. I would love it if my stop obliterating your asses. It feels like we're ready to strike. United Arab Emirates literally just dropped 10 minutes ago. And he's like, please, it's a deal. We're just sitting there blockading you until the deal is made. Meanwhile, they get obliterated on all sides. This is one of the wildest good cop, bad cops ever. Now, the Trump critics are completely fucking retarded. All right, and it's a really good day on it. Because I love when the Trump critics get humiliated. Because a lot of the Trump critics come from a very bad place. I criticize Trump myself. But I'm not going to go out here and be like, oh, Trump's the anti-Trump. Unfortunately, Trump is a little bit too liberal. Liberal. Man, I wish he was the authoritarian that the left actually is. So you have to listen to Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson, two people that just plunge the dagger straight into Donald Trump's back because they're trying to simp for a Muslim audience. You gotta hear this. This entire 40-second clip might make your skin crawl.
Terrible approval numbers, with the midterms all but lost already. What happens to Trump now?
We're just not good at predicting the future. You know, we imagine like this is going to happen in November in the midterms. Maybe not. Just remember.
Oh, buying 2 this time, huh? Big spender.
I don't wish Trump ill, however.
Cheap bastard.
He'll be gone relatively soon.
You know what? I'm gonna.
What are we doing, man?
And we still have this country. I don't think things are going well. I think they could be a lot worse. I can imagine.
It's so crazy, man, because things are actually pretty good right now. Obviously, it needs to get way better. We need to crack down.
Might as well just hang out here. She should be going. Oh, Kathy should be along any second now.
And I mean objectively.
That her, no.
Good comparing to where we were a couple of years
Come on,
ago.
Kathy, where are you at?
Such a massive Supreme Court win in regards to redistricting.
You're my last customer. I'm hanging out in the rain.
Net negative migration for the first time in my lifetime? Like, objectively, incredible things happen, but these retards just, they have their own game. I think Megyn Kelly's just a drifter. I think Tucker Carlson, son of a CIA agent, by the way, is an actual operative.
And other leaders who are
Where's she at?
What are we even doing, man?
Look malicious and competent. Trump is incompetent.
God damn.
Gavin Newsom is not incompetent.
Taking your fucking time, like I ain't got anything better to do.
Competent leader, by the way, by any metric, to get shit done the way he wants it to happen. Objectively, is an incredibly competent person. He won at least 2 elections. Gavin Newsom is not incompetent? Gavin Newsom, the guy that bankrupted California, spent billions of dollars on a train that doesn't exist? You know, he spent hundreds of millions on homeless issues, and the homeless problems only got worse? What are we talking about?
He's far more malicious than Trump. I think he's far less transparent than Trump. Like, I don't know, we just need to keep our wits about us and not ping-pong from one bad idea to another bad idea.
Like, this is wild. Well, what are we even doing here? Oh, Trump's dating. He's going to be dead soon. Gavin Newsom is very competent, unlike Trump. Wow, dude. Wow. And dude, it's wild, the transformation of this guy. It really is. Like, everything flipped on its head.
Russia is not Iraq. Russia represents an eighth of the world's total landmass. It is a huge country and a highly fractious country with a large and very active Muslim population. So think this through just for 1 second. What are the chances that in the ensuing chaos, which we are forcing on Russia, in that chaos, what are the chances that one of those 6,200 nuclear weapons might wind up in the hands of someone who is truly crazy and dangerous to us and to the world?
There is a kind of stability.
Right, he's terrified of a Muslim in Russia getting a nuclear bomb because Islam is growing massively in Russia.
As bad as nuclear weapons are, when rival nations possess them. India and Pakistan, which are countries with a long, almost 80-year history of hating each other and many wars in the interim, have managed to fight fairly bitter conflicts since 1947 without using nuclear weapons against each other. How is that possible? Well,
it's because unlike the Iranian regime, they're not an actual death cult that wants to die to obliterate their enemy. Unlike Iran, the Islamic Republic that runs Iran is a literal death cult that wants to die in the chasing of a new world where they obliterated the enemies of Allah to bring the end times. All right, like it's so obvious actually.
Oh, the mutual.
In 2022, it would be horrible if a Muslim got a nuclear weapon. 2026, is it really so bad? Is it really so bad if Muslims get nuclear weapons? Like, it's honestly wild watching this guy. It's insane. Now, the update, it's just an insane day altogether. The way they basically tried to make a deal with us, then they immediately backtracked on their own deal, stab us in the back and bomb our kids in order to get obliterated themselves.
Fox News alert, we just bombed Iran. CENTCOM launching airstrikes hitting multiple ports along the Strait of Hormuz. Senior U.S.
Every terrorist killed is another sheep saved.
Officials saying this is not a restart of the war or an end to the ceasefire.
That's right.
It all started.
This is a defensive maneuver, killing terrorists defensively. It has nothing to do with the war. It's just a random thing that we do. It's an excursion.
This afternoon, when Iranian attack boats from the Mosquito Fleet swarmed toward 3 guided missile destroyers in the Gulf. The USS Truxtun, the USS Rafael Peralta, and the USS Mason defended themselves, keeping them at bay with 50 caliber machine guns, small caliber gun teams on deck, and Hellfire missiles fired from Apaches. Iranian forces also launched drones and missiles from the shoreline. This was a pretty intense and sustained barrage, so the United States responded forcefully, launching airstrikes, targeting Iranian missile facilities responsible for the attack.
Let's go. Good.
Missile and drone launch sites.
Yes, killing them is good, actually. Stop being a pussy.
Control locations and intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance.
Why did you kill somebody? That's the point.
Its nose. Central Command said the Iranian attacks were unprovoked, and we responded in self-defense. Adding that not a single American
It's
ship.
self-defense. We are blockading their country and making sure that they gargle in their own blood until they make a deal. And if they try to attack us, we're going to kill them. And it's self-defense. And it's awesome, actually. And we make the rules because we are the strongest country. And we don't want you to have nukes because fuck you. That's actually my stance. Now, a lot of people are really mad about it. Why do you get that out of me? But they don't. I love when libtards try to hit you with moral equivalency. And I'll explain it. It's very simple. It's because, you see, we are we want what's actually best for us. And we don't want necessarily what's best for them. Does that make sense? Like, I love how you need to explain this. Because we're the good guys, and therefore we want the good guys to win. They're the bad guys, and we don't want the bad guys to win. Does that make sense to you? Why is it morally equivalent? Because we're better people, actually.
Was hit. Central Command says we don't seek escalation, but we remain positioned and ready to protect American forces. ABC asked the president if the ceasefire was over, and he said no. Ceasefire's still on. It's just a love tap. The president later writing on
a love tap. We obliterated their missile bases and their little fleet. It's just a love tap. Nothing to see here, folks.
On Truth Social that the Iranian small boats were completely destroyed. Iranian missiles were easily knocked down, and drones were incinerated while in the air, and they dropped ever so beautifully down to the ocean, very much like a butterfly dropping to its grave.
That's our president.
The Iranians claim it was tit for tat. Yesterday, an F-18 Super Hornet lit up an Iranian tanker with machine gun fire when it tried running the blockade and turned it around back to port.
Base.
The president...
It's our blockade. You can't cross it because if you cross it, you'll die. That's how blockades work, actually. And if you think it's immoral that we have a blockade, well, I have a solution, actually. You could surrender completely. Alternatively, you could cry about it. These are your two options. You could pick whichever one you like.
It says the 3 destroyers successfully transited out of the strait and will join the blockade. And the Wall Street Journal's reported...
People just absolutely furious that Donald Trump is trying to win a war. They're like, no, you can't win the war. It'll make them unhappy. Well, that sucks for them, I guess.
That Project Freedom is still
issue. Don't be a terrorist next time. This wouldn't have happened.
In play. It was paused for diplomatic reasons to help with the Iranian negotiations and because of an airspace dispute with the Saudis. But it's all patched up.
Let's go.
And the French and British navies are apparently on their way.
Oh boy, the gay force is arriving.
Escort duty when needed.
The homosexual alliance.
Earlier today, a normal country would let boats sail peacefully through the strait. But Iran's not a normal country.
It's true.
Some of these Persian pirates are still trying to charge tolls. They're screaming into loudspeakers.
See what I mean, bro? Do you see what I mean? Do you want people like this to have a nuclear weapon? They are willing to die, right, at just the possibility of shooting one of our boats. Like, do you understand how retarded this entire fucking regime is? Like, they are on these tiny little fucking boats with little gay-ass pistols trying to take down our, like, gigantic, way more powerful ships. We have destroyers. Technology that these people could not even comprehend with their 78 IQ minds, all right? Rubbing their two brain cells together, they cannot compute. We have these gigantic destroyers, and they're coming at us with these gay-ass rats, with a couple of retards with sharp sticks, all right? That's the equivalent of military difference at this point, and they're still doing it. They know they have no hope, they know they're gonna die trying, but they don't care. You want those fuckers to have a nuke? Like, it's so obvious.
Speakers at tanker traffic, pay up or we'll shoot. The Iranians even clipped a Chinese vessel in the strait this week. With friends like these, I don't know. Some ships are just going dark or flipping their flags and sailing through anyway because it's gotten ridiculous. The administration's going to take the Iranian hostage crisis in the strait to the UN and put the Russians and Chinese on blast.
This should be a simple demand. The removal of mines from an international waterway.
The thing is, the UN is useless. The purpose of this, a lot of people think that, why should Trump even go to the UN here? Like, why is he going to the UN, getting them to try to condemn Iran for doing obvious public acts of terror on, like, civilian ships and shit? It's a humiliation ritual. Like, their condemnations do nothing. They're literally terrorists in Iran. They'll keep doing this shit, all right? This Islamic Republic, all right? So, this isn't actually to solve anything. This is just a humiliation ritual. It's just basically to get the United Nations to be like, yeah, you guys are right. These guys are bad guys. You're totally based and fucking awesome and shit. And it's actually working. A lot of people don't understand. We don't need the UN. I don't even think we should be part of the UN, to be honest. Every time I wake up, I see the UN puts out a new proclamation how we're immoral for killing terrorists or some shit. You know, the last time they were really mad at us was when we bombed Islamists that were massacring Christians in Nigeria. It's like, how dare you violate the sovereignty of... Literally, fuck yourself, people. Like, I do not care about your opinions. I don't care if you get a whole bunch of libtards together to decide to vote on how we're actually bad guys, right? How the United States is immoral to women, while simultaneously you're propping up every Islamic regime that's quite literally genitally mutilating 99% of women in the country. I do not care about your political or moral stances, and the UN doesn't even have the power to back up their political or moral stances. That's why this is such an absolute joke. So, no, we're not actually going to the UN because we want their help. We are doing this to humiliate them, because they are literally coming against us every single time, and by proxy, that means they're supporting the Islamic Republic that we're at war with. And by doing that, by doing this, we're basically making sure that they're aware that, no, we're going to humiliate you because you keep coming to condemn us for literally everything we do. You realize these people are bombing civilian ships and putting mines in like a public waterway? That's pretty fucked up. And they're going to have to admit that now.
You cannot exact illegal tolls. We have to address these violations here in the council. And we have to ask ourselves, if a country chooses to oppose such a simple proposition, do they really want peace?
The president says they're a bunch of lunatics. That's why they can't have a nuclear weapon.
He's right.
And if they don't sign the deal fast, the War Department's going to be a lot more violent.
Oh, shit.
There are two options for the Iranian regime. They can choose the pen or they can choose the sword.
God, this is literally everything I've ever wanted from a president, okay? Everything I've ever wanted from a president. Maybe not to have gone to war originally. There's a whole debate about that specifically, and obviously it depends on how it all ends up. As long as we're not there on like some boots on the ground infinite war, I'm fully supportive of using our tax dollars to obliterate terrorists that are trying to develop nukes to kill us. I think that's awesome, actually. However, important to note, and I think it's very important to note this, actually. I'm so happy we have a president that actually wants to win a war, and he's willing to do it. You know, he's not willing to do this like infinite cuckery where it's like, well, actually, we're not going to kill you, but also we would really like if you made a deal. And they'll be like, no, why would we do that?
One would include them signing a good faith agreement that would lead into more detailed negotiations, and the other would be the Americans resuming their bombing campaign against the Islamic Republic.
That's the options.
Today, the Iranian president, for the first time, met with the gay Ayatollah in his little cave.
Oh, shit.
The meeting lasted over 2.5 hours.
They met the gay Ayatollah?
It's hard to talk without lips. The key sticking point to the deal is that Trump's driving a really hard bargain. The president's demanding that the regime hand over their entire uranium stockpile.
Oh, shit.
Close up all their nuke facilities and don't enrich, not even a little, for decades. Iran, and this is according to the...
I love seeing people crash out about that. Who are we to tell them not to enrich uranium? We're the United States of America, the world superpower, and we do not trust the terrorists that are chanting death to America to have uranium. If you don't like it, well, unfortunately, the solution, once again, you could cry. You could cry about it, actually. I feel like that would be great. Next time, don't be terrorists, and you wouldn't be in this predicament.
The New York Times is countering that they'd like to give the uranium to a third party, potentially Russia, and they want an enrichment freeze for 10 to 15 years.
Yeah, fuck that.
But Iran's on a deadline, and they know it.
It looks like they've likely already cut back their production, maybe by 400,000 barrels a day. They'll likely continue to ramp down their production as their storage fills and their inability to export oil.
If their oil wells pop, the country's ripe for a revolution. The regime's already getting antsy. They've been going on a protester execution spree.
Yeah.
Brent crude dropped below $100 a barrel for the first time in 2 weeks today.
Let's go.
And corporate America...
But I was told this was going to be the next Great Depression.
Just had its best earnings.
Every single one of these experts and libtards and cucks have all been wrong about everything. I just feel like it's important to point out.
Isn't in 20 years. Gas prices are high. No doubt about that. But many people believe it's worth it to get a good deal. A Harvard-Harris poll has 2/3 of voters saying the president shouldn't settle for less at the negotiating table. Over half of Democrats are...
The American people ultimately are based as fuck. All right, I've come to this conclusion. The American people are actually just fucking awesome.
Agree. And the president's hold on the party, still rock solid.
Donald John Trump. He absolutely still has the juice, and when you're a Republican and you go against Trump, you get voted off the island. I always love Survivor, and in this particular case, what we saw in Indiana was you go adios amigos, goodbye, see you later. And to me, that is emblematic of what we see nationwide with Republicans. I think there's this myth that's going on right now that, oh, Trump is really losing support among Republicans. But compared to other midterm cycles, he's just as popular with Republicans as he has ever been.
Literally what I was saying the entire fucking time.
You know who else is getting pretty popular? Marco Rubio. His stock's on the rise.
That's right.
So he's been dispatched to the Vatican to make peace with the Pope.
It has the seal of the State Department, so
Dude, Rubio is gonna be our next president, and it's gonna be a fucking awesome American century. I have never seen the left seethe as much as I am right now. You know, Rubio stocks up, Trump winning a war, these people crying, things are not going as they said it would. It's like, it's just absolute, complete Democrat humiliation, and it's fucking awesome.
7 slopes that Rome is built on, overlooking the Circus Maximus. The fire burned for nearly 6 days before it could be somewhat controlled, only to reignite once again and burn uncontrolled for another 3 days. Over a total of nearly 9 days, 2/3 of Rome had burned to the ground. Just about 70% of the city was completely destroyed. Homes, temples, markets.
As you can see, the Dunnard absolutely has China by the balls. This is him welcoming Xi Jinping into his own country. Truly a beautiful sight to see. And it got even better. So this is an absolute moron economics professor at Harvard University. All right, let's go. A painting of the end of meritocracy. A meeting of the 2 largest economies and not one woman at the table. Bitch, you ever consider that's why it's the 2 largest economies? You get in there and you make it about yourself, woman. But listen, equality is so beautiful, I suggest you start your own trillion-dollar company. Let us know how it's going. People don't like to embrace or accept reality because reality offends them. But this is the end of meritocracy, ladies and gentlemen. Proven with straight-up facts. Acknowledging that there are objective differences between gender is like literally step 0 of you are not a retard. If you have failed that step, then you might be one. All right, all this, men could be women, of course they can. Well, clearly not. Clearly they can. And clearly they can't the other way around either. There's some areas where men will never be as good at women. Like breastfeeding, for example. Men are terrible at that. And there are some areas where women are just not as good at men. That's an objective fact. Biological reality is real, but the left hates that. So this is just absolute cinema. The fact that this is 10 million views of this bitch crying, a painting at the end of meritocracy. This is the end of meritocracy. This is where it leads. This is a summit between 2 global superpowers. This is not a Disney movie, all right? This isn't Marvel, okay? Hello? This isn't Marvel, all right? The chief of staff is not gonna look like this, okay? All right? Well, where are the women at the Trump-Xi summit, says the New York Times. Straight up retard propaganda. All right, where are the women? Right, this is coming. Dude, I'll be real. I thought the New York Times had published its worst article yesterday. They published an article about how Israel is training dogs to rape Palestinians. I thought that might have been one of the worst articles I've ever read in my entire life. Actually, an IQ test if you fall for shit like that. But I feel like they've topped that literally today. Nearly all the business leaders and officials accompanying President Trump in China are men. Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. Trump tried. He hired a lot of women when he started the administration because, well, let's just say, you all think Trump is the fascist? Oh, you are not ready. Bro is way too pro-women, ladies and gentlemen. Way. But anyway, they're all fired by now because most of them are not exactly up to par. Again, objectively, women are awesome. Men are awesome. Both made in the image of God. Fundamental to our existence and irreplaceable by each other. But welcome to the end of meritocracy, ladies and gentlemen. A meeting between the 2 largest economies of the world without a single woman at the table. That's right. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Ever consider why that happened? Now, Rubio has been cooking, all right, because this dude is an enemy of China. You know, he's literally banned from the country. They kind of let him in here. They changed his name to be like, we not letting in Rubio. We changed his name to Liu. We let in Mr. Liu, not Rubio. All right, so that was basically their entire moment. But Rubio came in anyway, and he obliterated every single communist country out there.
There's $100 million. By the way, we've given them humanitarian aid. After the hurricane, we provided them $6 million of humanitarian aid.
6 million? That seems too high.
3 million of which was distributed. 3 million of which is still being held up, but is available for them. Now we're saying here's $100 million of humanitarian aid. So I don't know if they watch your broadcast in Cuba, but if they are, the Cuban people should know there's $100 million of food and medicine available for them right now.
Hassan Piker crying in his little in his handkerchief before he gives it to one of his slaves to wash it.
The only reason it's not reaching the Cuban people is because strings attached. The only string attached is it has to be distributed by I don't want non-governmental organizations. Yeah. This can't be humanitarian aid that the government steals for itself.
That's right. Because, you see, we're actually in the middle of overthrowing the government. I love how he's not saying the quiet part out loud. But that is what's happening. We are currently in the midst of overthrowing the government there through absolute economic devastation. So therefore, sorry, you guys are not going to win. Now, everyone's wondering about this Iran situation. See, as far as I stand, in regards to this Iran thing, it was a 1-month-long war, and this giant ceasefire is just slowly economically obliterating them while we're on hiatus from all that shit. All right? Essentially, it's gone incredibly well, but the question is, how long are we going to keep economically strangling their nation?
Be much more patient. No, I'm not.
They should make a deal. Any sane person would make a deal. But they might be crazy.
True. They might just be crazy, Mace. Now, this is
They get a
crazy
lot
also.
out of their oil, 40% of their oil.
This is why the entire Iran situation was so necessary in order for us to basically establish ourselves as the global hegemon, completely and utterly mogging China.
From that location. So what has happened, and one thing I think that we're going to make a deal on, they've agreed they want to buy oil from the United States. They're going to go to Texas. We're going to
That's
start.
right. They got 40% of their oil from Iran. They can't do that shit anymore. They got 20% of their oil from Venezuela. They can't do that shit anymore. Well, don't worry, Bubble. Come into the arms of old Orange Man. I will give you a big hug, and you will give me all of your money. We will give you oil, China. Not only does this absolutely stifle them if we ever need to, but also it's just pretty good business. We have so much more oil now because we're drilling and because we have all of Venezuela's supply. And in an economy without competition, we dictate the prices. All right, because the competition would be what? Iran, which can't get their oil out because of our blockade. Trump came into China and, President Xi looked at him and was like, I Chinese, I have small cock, you have big cock, big American cock. And then we basically forced them to buy all our shit. It was pretty awesome.
Start sending Chinese ships to Texas and to Louisiana and to Alaska.
That's
and
right, baby.
I think that was another thing that was agreed to. That's a big thing.
That's a big thing.
It's not that much longer.
I have a big thing, the biggest thing. I've seen Chinese things, very little things in China.
Us too?
Yeah, everything. Energy.
Energy.
That's the one thing they really need. Energy. That's the one thing they have, an insatiable appetite for energy.
Yep.
And we have unlimited energy.
Yep.
You know, we've now under me, but we now produce more than if you combine Saudi Arabia and before the war. If you took Saudi Arabia, Russia, put them together, we're doing twice as much oil and gas as they are. Think of that.
That's crazy.
It's amazing. You know what that was?
You know, when I was first born, the doctor said to my mother, are these triplets? Because they confused my giant balls for extra brothers. But the reality was, it was all me. It was all me. I consumed my twin in the womb to become stronger. Anyway, so just a lot of people don't understand what's actually going on. And this was actually just in Congress right now. And I'm really
So
happy
close.
this happened, because unfortunately, so many people don't realize this. I've been saying this forever. I am so happy that we actually have the CENTCOM commander, Admiral Brad Cooper, saying this publicly.
How long have you been familiar with Iran and its leadership and its attacks against the United States?
I've studied it or been a part of it for the better part of 3 decades, particularly acutely in the last 5 years.
And leading up to February 28th, months prior to that, what was jarring to you that you saw different than what had been for those many decades that you've been involved?
I think it's important to note just in the 30 months before Epic Fury commenced, Iran and its proxies had been attacking U.S. service members and diplomats about 350 times.
Can you repeat that?
Holy
every
shit.
third day. Iran and its proxies.
Every third day, we have been attacked by Iran every third day over the last 30 months. 350 times in 30 months, whether it's attacking our bases or our service members or someone. That's insane.
Attacked American service members 350 times in the Middle East.
I don't think that Americans were aware of that in the 30 months.
Yeah, that might be because the entire media is literally operating on behest of a foreign power, trying their absolute best to cuck us. That might be part of it.
They had attacked Americans or their service members.
I've been saying this shit for a long time. I didn't know the exact numbers, but they've been attacking us constantly for the last 47 years. Well, we were at war with these people for 47 years. Trump ended it, all right? A lot of people are crying and bitching and screaming, but my stance is, I'm not going to fire the first bullet, but if I think you're going to kill me, or if you've already been killing me, we are going to obliterate you. And winning wars is awesome, actually. I am so tired of these gigantic, wallowing vaginas sitting there being like, well, actually, it's an illegal war. We're not allowed to attack people that are trying to kill us. Fuck you! We should absolutely be killing the people trying to kill us. It's based and it's moral.
Numbers 350 times. Is that surprising?
And international law is also fake and gay.
Is you that I would say that?
Right? So she's asking, would it surprise you if she said that Americans didn't know we've been attacked 350 times in the last 30 months?
That I don't believe the everyday American going to work knew that?
It's disappointing.
Yeah.
Between the actions of proxies in Iraq and Syria.
That's right, and that includes the Houthis bombing our boats. It includes Hezbollah blowing up our military bases. That includes Hamas constantly fucking with everybody they can. Gigantic rapists, pedophiles. All right, like understand, that's all proxies of Iran attacking us everywhere. Including attacking our allies, like the Houthis attacking Saudi Arabia or Hamas attacking Israel. Like, we're not even getting into that.
The Houthis, that's simply the fact of what happened.
So, according to Admiral Brad Cooper, testifies under oath, objectively, a fact, roughly 350 times we were attacked in the last 30 months, every third day. That's fucking crazy. And if that's not enough of a reason to wipe these fuckers off the map, I don't know. I don't know what is. These people are literally like, well, actually, we're not gonna stop you until you rape us. All right, we're gonna wait for you to rape us, and then we'll get involved. I'm so tired of this bullshit. Meanwhile, this is Shelby Campbell, a Michigan House candidate. Okay, Democrat, of course. And like, again, this is what we're dealing with.
Quit thanking the troops.
Quit thanking the troops.
Start saying, hey government, how about you go fight these wars if you decide men and women who join the military?
That's crazy.
That made her cough.
What are we doing here? These aren't the best of us. Patriots that put their lives on the line to protect our nation and our country. Stop thanking troops that sacrifice their lives.
Like, they didn't want to go to school. They didn't have the resources. They don't have the knowledge.
What are we even talking about? You think every single military guy is just a complete fucking loser that can't get into school? Like, this is insane. This is absolutely insane.
They don't have people to, like, love them, and they go to the military.
Or they're patriots and heroes and are willing to put their life on the line for our country.
Military preys on vulnerable populations.
So then why, under Trump, is the military so much fucking bigger than the military under Biden? Why is now, people are signing up to the military in record numbers right now, but they weren't a couple of years ago? It's because people are patriotic and love our country. And a Democrat cannot even comprehend that people actually can possibly love their country. Because, I mean, to be fair, it makes sense. The Democrats hate our country. They want to replace our people. They want to import infinite retards to rape us and not deport them. They hate our country. They say it themselves. So why should I be surprised when they're saying stop thanking our troops? Why would they even go to the military? Now Hassan Piker's losing it because obviously Trump got an absolute W in China. Democrats, do not try to engage in China hawkery. Wow. In other words, Democrats, we must be incredibly nice to China. We should suck their toesies. Please do not repeat your mistakes. And the best path forward is peaceful coexistence and cooperation. We have to let China do all the things. Ignore the attempts to smuggle in pathogens, industrial espionage, the disregard for intellectual property, the foreign police force presence in the U.S. China is good. Yeah, I know that literally a mayor of Arcadia in California was just arrested for being a Chinese spy, but it's because China loves us so much. Actual traitor. Like a literal traitor. Don't trust China. China is asshole. Translation. Please, 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 just let China invade and annex Taiwan without protest. Exactly. Turo! This is fucking insane. Now, it's been getting wild because Iran is also out of everything. They're literally out of everything. Iran is out of oil. Their oil storage is maxed. They're choking on their oil. Cuba's about to fall. Our CIA director is currently in Cuba, which is crazy.
Fox News alert, we have all China's friends in a headlock. Their favorite gas stations, Iran and Venezuela, are offline. Now Xi's sitting down with Trump.
That sucks.
And he says
for that
to fill up the tank.
China's support of Iran. How big a discussion was that today?
We discussed it.
We talked about it.
Support.
And she said, Trump, don't you asshole, please. That's probably what he said.
They're not fighting a war with us, all right?
And then I said, you're gay and fat. And then he said, emotional damage. I can't believe you would say this.
Okay.
No.
He said he's not going to give military equipment. That's a big statement.
That's massive.
That's a big statement.
Yeah. They literally need us so badly. They're going to backstab all their allies.
Said that strongly. But at the same time, he said, they buy a lot of their oil there, and they'd like to keep doing that. He'd like to see.
And so I said, I have oil.
China wants oil, chips, and lower tariffs. So we have a lot of leverage. And Xi said, well, how can I help?
President Xi would like to see a deal made. He would like to see a deal made. And he did offer. He said, if I can be of any help at all, I would like to be of help. Because
Wow, sounds like a guy who has all the cards, am I right? Leftoids being like, wow, China completely shut down Trump. You really made him look like a fool. Wow. Well, I can't believe that. China has Trump right where they want him while he's literally prostrating himself, asking if he could do literally anything. Donard, would you like me to rig your ball sack?
Say that.
Yeah, he did say that. And look, anybody that buys that much oil has obviously got some kind of a relationship with him. But he said, I would love to be a help if I could be of any help whatsoever.
Donard, would you like to use my concentration camp?
He'd like to see the Hormuz Strait open.
Yeah, no
If I
shit.
could be of any help whatsoever, I would like to help.
We're watching a diplomatic dance. Neither guy.
He didn't ask him for anything. We're not asking for China's help. We don't need their help. Our position is very clear. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Back at home, the media still thinks the gay Ayatollah is winning. The New York Times, Washington Post.
Literally! The same New York Times that's crying, oh, where are the women at the Trump-Xi summit? Oh my fucking God, you people suck. All right, the same New York Times is like, yep, Iran is winning. Bro! This is the opposition, man.
Say Iran still has most of its missiles. Now, these could be deep state leaks, worst case
that
scenario,
sucks.
trying to get Trump back in the war for money and regime change. But our military's top brass said today it's not accurate. We destroyed Iran in record time.
The numbers that I've seen in open source are not accurate. I think what also is not taken into consideration, it's more than just the numbers. It's the command and control that's been shattered. In less than 40 days, CENTCOM forces achieved our military objectives. Most notably, we degraded Iran's ability to project power outside its borders and threaten the region and threaten our interests.
Wow, they have Trump right where they want him.
They mostly have drones left, and we figured out how to shoot them down for cheap.
So those days of using high-value defenses to shoot down cheap targets are behind us. Quite the contrary. What we have been doing lately is
killing terrorists and saving money. Holy shit! Holy shit! My inner Jew is screaming right now.
Using our own low-cost one-way attack drones, attacking Iran, making them use higher and more expensive
Oh my God, I love it. I love it.
Getting desperate. Kuwait says they arrested 4 guard guys who tried to sneak into their country. And they're still causing trouble in the Strait. The Brits said one of their ships was seized. And an Indian vessel carrying goats.
Sorry, I know I shouldn't laugh, but... Oh, Muslim on Muslim violence. You love to see it.
Reportedly sank after getting hit with a drone. But traffic's actually up. Cargo ships are turning off.
But I was told that this was an unbelievable economic disaster for the world.
The radar to sail through dark. At least 18 ships made it out this week. Some from Japan, some from India, and our wall of steel's holding strong. 70 cargo ships were turned around. 90% of Iran's sea mines destroyed. And the mosquitoes, they're getting swatted.
Capability have been significantly degraded. If I just use my own professional experience, in 100 transits through the Strait of Hormuz, you would typically see 20 to 40 fast boats, and lately we've seen 2 or 3.
Oh, that's brutal. They lost 90% of their retards. All right, they're out there on their little fast boats, you know, 1 goat power fast boats, doing their absolute best to survive. It's brutal, just absolutely brutal.
They went from swarming the
Gatling donkeys on the prowl, getting ready to fire with every bit of technology they have.
Strait to hiding in the shadows. Now the Iranians are choking on their own oil.
Karg Island. We've seen that there have been no loadings in the past 3 days. We believe their storage is full. None of the ships are getting out. None are coming in, so they're not able to store oil on the water. So they're going to start shutting down their production. I think that they are on their last legs, and the blockade, President Trump's blockade, has been a resounding success.
Cuba could be
honestly just so humiliating. All these retards saying Iran is winning. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's wild watching this happen. You know, like I feel like the entire
one more minute.
has been completely psyop.
Next, they just said they ran out of oil. The country's experiencing blackouts. And today, our CIA director's in Havana, holding a secret meeting.
Weird, huh?
We told them we're gonna.
What's he doing there?
Be open to working together, but they need to change. If Venezuela can get it together, so can Cuba. Just remember, Havana's just a short flight from Palm Beach.
Yep, bro, it's honestly brutal.
Any of my regulars here tonight?
Entire, like,
Other than a hybrid?
Our adversary makeup on the planet just fall apart like dominoes.
Maybe not. Probably
just
not.
Humiliating defeat after humiliating defeat. Done in just such a fun order. You know, we topple Venezuela, Cuba dies, Iran gets weak. We topple Iran, China gets weak. We make deals with China, we get infinite shit. Cuba falls. Right? China helps us put pressure on Iran to make Iran completely neutralized. It's honestly insane. It's insane watching all these Democrats being like, Trump doesn't have a plan. And watching all these Pakistani bot farms talking about how Iran is actually winning the war. And also, this is the most mask-off moment ever, where we're just seeing constantly every single person just completely crash out. Some people are falling for the retard propaganda, and then you get some people actually rooting for the enemy. It's honestly been incredible, super telling, and this should change your opinion on a lot of people that have public voices and platforms online. Because anyone that fell for this shit is a grifter waiting to pounce. I'm a blue retard on the internet, and I was able to cut through the bullshit. If these professionals couldn't, and they ended up completely eating the Islami mommy propaganda and the copaganda, falling for the AI slopaganda, then they were always the enemy. They just didn't prove it yet.
Alright, so those don't do nothing.
I also think that there's a lot of copium with this game. I do not think that its success is good enough to justify the theoretical amount of money that was spent on it and the other projects that this was meant to make up for.
A lot is going down right now for Ubisoft. I'll start with the obvious thing that you know, that Assassin's Creed Shadows has just had its review embargo lift.
Yep.
But that's not really the main story here, and by the end of this video, we'll even be discussing the very real chance of Ubisoft quite literally splitting. That might sound crazy to you.
I think that they're going to have to do it. I think they're going to have to split the company or do something crazy. Too many L's.
It's actually a well-substantiated thing that we're able to talk about.
Your D&D analogy is perfect.
According to this shareholder letter, Assassin's Creed Shadows should save the company financially. But here's the thing.
See, this is what I was saying. It was like what I said. I'll repeat it. I apologize because like the third day I've used this analogy. So if you've heard it before, I'm sorry. You ever play Dungeons & Dragons and you need to roll a 19 or a 20 in order to just hit a monster? I think that that's what Ubisoft did with Assassin's Creed Shadows. They needed to roll a 19 or a 20, and they rolled an 11 or a 12. Rolling an 11 or 12 is better than average, and, you know, technically you did get lucky, but it wasn't enough.
That is not some boastful letter sent to the shareholders from Ubisoft. Oh no, it is an eviscerating letter sent from shareholders to Ubisoft. And they are not happy. It's alleging secret talks, it announces a protest, it threatens...
Yeah, investors are prepared to sue the company for misleading investors. Holy shit. Jesus.
Lawsuits.
That's bad.
And it all cuts through to a very personal angle.
Yeah.
The CEO and founder, Yves Guillemot, has been found
There's the
in
guy.
takeovers for a lot of his recent career. That's happening to him again, because now he has got shareholders trying to take him out. And that gives anyone who could help him out of his current situation quite a lot of leverage.
I gotta tell you, if you're the CEO and the graph looks like it does, I think you gotta go. I do. Like, I mean, I feel like there has to be accountability for that, right? I mean, you can't lose 80% value of the company and then it's like, oh, well, this is normal.
Huge story to cover today, and the little fun part of it is one of the things that they're trying to weaponize isn't...
And also another issue is that the products simply were not selling well. It's not a matter of like the stock being overvalued or some sort of market manipulation. The fact is that a lot of their recent games haven't been high quality games. I think that's really important to keep in mind.
Act. You and me. Now here's something that's pretty wild. BT were hacked a few months ago, and that meant that user data, which may include my family, was stolen. And that's why I actually use today's sponsor, Incogni, because they are our way to fight back. That's because when data leaks, data brokers then harvest it, and then they just sell it on. You don't really
remember
know.
Back in the 90s and the 2000s where it would have a guy hacking a computer and he'd be wearing a mask while he was doing it?
Who? Get your number and lots of strange things like that. Well, it's
those were the days, right?
Whole terrible system. It sucks.
Yeah.
And Incogni solves the problem by automating the legal work you would otherwise
Wearing a
have to
mask
do
while
to
he's
get your
doing it.
data taken down. And if you join at incogni.com/Bellular News, you'll get 60% off an annual plan.
That's it.
And here's how it works. It's so
You're
easy.
killing me,
You
dude.
enter your information, and that's basically it.
Wow.
Now, the way it actually works is you've got the legal right to have your data taken down, but
Yeah.
doing that takes hours. It's a manual process, and it's not permanent. What Incogni does is it automatically scans all the brokers, it sends takedown requests, and it adds you to suppression lists, so your data's not reharvested.
I don't understand how this even happened, by the way. It's so annoying. Like, this problem should not even exist.
That automatically,
I hate
and then
this.
it constantly rescans so your data is actually kept down. Just take a look at my dashboard for an example. You can see 150 sent requests, 142 completed. I've not touched it since October, but since October, Incogni's removed me from 35 more brokers. That's peace of mind at incogni.com/Bellular News. You get 60% off an annual plan, so get my link and click today. To kick us off, here's the letter. It's from AJ Investments, who bought a minority share in Ubisoft last year. If you know what a activist investor is, well, they're basically one of those. They jump into a company, they try to do some form of skullduggery to yank up the share price, and then they yeet themselves away with a lovely payday. Now, when their letter says that Shadows can save the company financially, it's not wrong. The finances of Ubisoft do need saving, as do the Guillemets, whose position this letter very much seeks to undermine. So let me lay out the stakes for you so you understand the gravity of today's story. Ubisoft's post-pandemic release schedule just, well, fell off a cliff, right?
Every game they've released basically in the last 5 years has been dog shit. Minus, like, maybe 2. That's really bad. That's really bad.
And then when they did ship games, quite often they missed on quality and they undersold. Leakers actually report half a dozen cancelled projects, and to, of course, please the market, Ubisoft launched into all of the fun trends, the NFTs, the AI, all of it. And
Ubisoft recently actually made a new NFT game.
Harassment and abuse.
If you can believe that.
Purge of senior leadership. And then the year 2024 happens. 2024 was, as we all know, pretty much a shit show for the company. The thing that should have really brought in sales, Assassin's Creed Shadows, was obviously delayed. We knew that Shadows needed to be of better quality. It seemed that Avatar Frontiers of Pandora didn't really do that well. And while Prince of Persia lost...
This is fucking stupid. It's a stupid fucking game. Why do you even think it'd make an Avatar game? Like, who the fuck thought this was a good idea? Who wanted to play this? Nobody wanted to play this fucking bullshit. Like, what's this fairy shit? What the fuck are you doing with this fairy-ass bullshit? Like, why? Who asked? Who wanted this? Nobody asked. Nobody wanted this. What are you thinking?
Persia Lost
What are you
Crown is a
thinking?
really good video game. It was just for 2 Nation. It basically did not move
It was
the needle.
overpriced.
While all this is going on, we've got the investors rebelling, demanding the removal of the founding Guillemot family. But of course, unfortunately for those investors, the Guillemots had spent the last decade making their position, their control over the company almost unimpeachable.
That's a
through
lot.
deal with Tencent. And so, Shadows was delayed. And now we're at the time where it is about to come out. And now it basically...
I think this game got delayed like 2 or 3 times, too. It wasn't even just once.
Shadows flops, it's proof that Ubisoft does need to be gutted under that leadership. So the Guillemets really are the problem, at least to the investors. If the game succeeds, in a way it will almost be proof that management should have just made a lot of decisions a lot sooner, and basically for AJ Investments with their letter, no matter what happens with Shadows, they'll get to basically say, yeah, we told you so. Now, don't be confused here.
Okay. This is not a good graph. It's not. This is a bad graph. This is a very, very, very bad graph. Just because you release one game that does well. As I said, you needed to roll a 19, you rolled an 11. Great. Amazing. Awesome. But it doesn't matter because it doesn't counterbalance everything else that was down. Buy the dip? Yeah, I guess so.
AJ Investments are not out to make a better game for you. They are parroting very obvious criticisms of Ubisoft, many of which I'd say we could probably agree with.
Sure.
But, as an example, they're also pissed off over the delay to Shadows. I think we all know that delay is a good thing, and as you'll soon find out in this video, they're trying to rile everybody up to generate headlines to put more pressure on the Guillemets, which will, of course, make their position far stronger.
Professional complainers.
They're trying to do the whole rebelling
Absolutely.
We'll get into that. But for now, let's examine the spiciest claims of their letter. Ubisoft have been secretly meeting Microsoft, Electronic Arts, Tencent, and more. That is the claim that is made by the shareholder letter, and it's far from the only bit of pressure that AJ Investments are seeking to mount up here. They actually plan a protest.
So they're playing Assassin's Creed IRL with the company?
They plan a lawsuit against Ubisoft management as well.
That's a lot.
Have wrongfully withheld information and hurt shareholders. Now, sparking this was the Assassin's Creed Shadow fuel delay and then the financial forecast changes that were caused by that. Suffice to say, yeah, revenue projections went down.
Massively.
Then it gets a bit juicy because they say that this depressed stock price would allow the big players to buy up Ubisoft on the cheap. Now, of course, if those were big players who
That's true. But, like, that's what happens whenever the game does badly. I mean, I think that's normal. They were doing research? Yeah, that's totally normal.
Anything with Ubisoft management, that would be great. It would be fulfilling management's personal goals at the expense of the portfolios of smaller shareholders.
Yeah, sure.
Perhaps shareholders like AJ Investments. It's quite spicy. And per the letter, Ubisoft often hid things from their
Why are
investors.
people happy about this? I think that people are happy about this is because they view Ubisoft as a representative of everything that's wrong with video games nowadays. Slop, open world, checklist design, daily quests in a single-player game, pay to win in a single-player game, and it's also like you have to deluxe editions that are over $100. Like Ubisoft is definitely like, if you can think of the Exodia, right, of bad video game companies, you have the head, sexual harassment, the arm, the right arm, you have microtransactions. The left arm, you have woke video game design. The left leg, you have, let's see, open world time wasting mechanisms. And the right leg, you've got fucking, I don't know, did I say microtransactions? I could think of 5 other ones too, but, you know, 1 million NFTs, shitty combat, shops. Yes, by our powers combined, Captain Planet, exactly, yes. So why people don't like this game, I think it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, why they don't like the company, it makes a lot of sense. And it's also, yeah, you have your own shitty launcher. So people will celebrate the failures of something that represents what they think is bad. That's it. That's the main reason why they're happy. Is it something that they don't like taking an L? That's understandable.
Allegedly, Ubisoft hit a deal with Savvy Games. Savvy Games, if you're not aware, are Saudi Arabia's state-funded gaming company. They make a lot of investments.
Here's what I think. I think that they're going to these investors because they're fucking desperate. I think they know they're cooked. And so, yes, you're going to Saudi Arabia, you're going to China, Tencent, because you need somebody to bail you out because you know that you're fucked. That's the real reason.
So there's a deal with them to make DLC for Assassin's Creed Mirage, but I think a lot more relevant to today, quote, discussions between
Cordoran has a friend that's been sweeping for him named Chrissy. She's a fraud. Nasty as heck, says that she's
I used to listen to Quartering like years ago.
Not. I've even had a run-in with her. But before we get into that, let's check out this conversation that she had with Brittany.
But he has become kind of a joke, probably in the last at least 5 years, probably longer.
Well, hey guys. How was everybody's weekend? Okay. Hi. This is a different Simcast than usual. I'm just gonna start. It's just gonna be me, because I feel like I need to explain some things. I need to talk about everything that's been going on this week since I had Melanie Mack on my channel. I never wanted to talk about the Quartering drama. I just, but I've been sort of bullied into it here, and so I'm going to talk about it, and I'm going to do my best to address everything. And when all those chats and angry messages came in, I just figured, well, I guess she talked about it as much as she wanted to talk about, and I don't want her to get her upset by seeing all this. Like, was she expecting all this? And again, I was trying to keep my stream to like an hour and a half like I normally do. and the stream ended up going 2 hours and 15 minutes because of all of the super chats. And at the end, I was trying to like move it along, and I wanted to read everybody's super chats because I know that people get upset when you don't do that. But I also felt like, oh God, these super chats are upsetting her, and I feel like it seems like she's talked about it as much as she wants to talk about it. So I don't have time to do the research that I used to do or should do. I do a lot of I've done more, now I do like gaming streams, I do reactions to body cam footage, I do content that like doesn't require a whole ton of prep work because I know I don't have the time to do like the research and stuff. That's what's happening. Like I'm so fully dedicated to this this 2-year-old that yes, that's why I dropped the ball and didn't research this drama as much as I probably should have over the last few months. I also need to let you guys know that major things have been going on with me the last few months. For those of you who have followed me and know that my dad was murdered like almost 3 years ago, some of it is pertaining to that, and I'm not gonna go into like great detail of that.
What? What did that have to do with? If she just started naming anything. Like, imagine I come on here. Also, guys, I'm black. I have a relative that passed away like 5 years ago. Yep, I'm also a grown ass man, but I still want you to treat it as if I'm a child. And I lost this relative like yesterday, so I can't fend for myself. I'm a baby. Don't judge me. What? Hold me to standards? Nah, I'm a baby. My name's Chrissy, and I'm a loser. Yo, I don't rock with her at all. And to be honest, I haven't told you guys why I don't rock with her at all. I talked to this person before. This Chrissy chick begged me to come onto a live stream, right? I go onto the live stream, we do the video content, it is what it is, I move on, right? The next day, she decides to just coincidentally, this is happening back to back. Every time I've ever done an interview, they have someone who people would consider as an op, someone who doesn't like me, comes onto the stream the next day and starts bashing me, lying on my name, saying a bunch of made up stuff. This happens so often, and it's nasty because people know that we don't like each other or whatever, or that they just have a strong obsession with me. So in order to get views, people do this weird back-to-back interview thing, and it's so odd. So she did that. She interviews this person, has them lying on me, just making up stuff through their teeth, lying like they breathe. People were running to me, yo, you gotta come and check this out. Remember that girl that was being all friendly with you yesterday and saying how thankful she was to talk to you? Look at the nasty stuff that she got going on over here. So I'm like, let me on, panel. Let me on. You got time? What's up? If you're gonna bring my name up, then allow me to come and defend myself. She acts like she doesn't see me in a live chat. I sent her a message. Red. She sees my message and ignores it. Ignores it. Starts mentioning me again throughout the stream. I'm like, oh, this is a nasty bitch. I definitely can't rock with her. This is foul. And then after, she plays innocent. What? Oh my gosh, I had no idea that y'all didn't like each other. I didn't know nothing. I didn't see your message. I'm like, but it was red. You did see the message. So notice, that's something that this Chrissy chick does. That's like her MO, what she's known for.
Hi, I have to, so really quick, it wasn't a privacy complaint. It was that Jeremy had threatened to get his non-Indian YouTuber representative, to strike the Kino Casino. He said he would take everything, and then he was publicly endorsing it. And so it wasn't a privacy complaint.
Okay.
That's true. And then also, it's not about like guilt by association. It's that Melanie was defending Jeremy's actions, not really addressing them, and then reframing it as, well, it's just because the hater trolls, SJWs, whatever, and people who had legitimate criticism, rightfully so, of him trying to deplatform people that you're co-hosted with on FNT, him coming for me and everybody else, that's wrong, and Melanie is essentially co-signing it and not really addressing it on stream and reframing it like it's just trolls. And I don't think it's fair to say that it's just guilt by association.
I have spent so much time these last few days literally ignoring my toddler to the point where he's in tears and making a fit. But mommy's got to get up in the ordering drama, so tough watch Sesame Street, and that's what we had to do these last few days. So,
but when you're saying stuff like that, it makes it sound like, well, dang, I have to like take accountability here. And then there comes the thing about me joining to give some pushback. Chrissy was open to it, seemingly. And then she said, well, hey, like, Brittany sent me a reply too late, but I don't, and she said in the intro here too, that by that time, you know, she wants to wrap it up. But I think 40 minutes is more than enough time for if she wanted to have me on.
You're looking at that as a Monday morning quarterback. You can now look at the end of the stream and go, wow, I messaged her, and then the show went on for 40 minutes. But I didn't know how long the show was going to go on for. I was trying to wrap it up, and then I was like, holy crap.
Well, you're the host.
And then it took that much longer to finish.
You're the host, though.
Of course. I'm just trying to explain to you, like, in your mind, you thought there was enough time to come on. In my mind, it was late. I was trying to wrap it up. I was not trying to ambush. I was not trying to gotcha. And hold on, let me not ignore the chat, because I did that last time. Kentucky Tim, thank you for the super chat. Brittany needs to mind her own business. Mel Biz is her own. Chrissy's is her own troublemaking middle schooler mentality by both Kim and Britt. Friends stand behind each other without pulling knives. Shame on both of you. Thank you, Tim. First time super chatting anyone, let alone anyone on FNT. Out of all the gay drama on FNT, this is by far the gayest. Chrissy didn't do anything wrong. It's not your responsibility to keep up with everyone's brain dead drama. This isn't a cult. First of all, yes, it is my responsibility to keep up with everyone's brain dead drama. Thank you, though. Sato.
Well, this isn't brain dead drama. This is about platform. I don't like that dismissal. This is about deplatforming. Like, this isn't just brain dead drama. Of course, I know the court ring's brain dead, but
yeah, say you're literally, because it wasn't even just that they got flagged. It was his entire thing about, like, I'm gonna take everything that you have. Like, excuse me, who the f you?
That is horrible. You're correct. Zato.
So, is this brain dead drama?
Andy Worsley and his father retard on people. That's the hill. Brittany. Thank you, Zato. And again, I'm not gonna lie.
Quite the super chats choose 3.
Yeah, that's nasty work for sure, bro. She's disregarding everything that Brittany is saying. She's not taking any accountability for her actions. It's just, oh, I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm just little old me. Little old me. I'm just sitting here and putting this bull crap out. Yeah, no one's falling for it. At least no one's smart. This sweeping that you're doing for the quarter, and it is nasty as hell. And people can tell what it is. They see all the nastiness that you're doing. In fact, let me play the nasty song. Stop playing with this Chrissy chick.
Yeah. You nasty fam, you nasty. You nasty fam, you nasty. You nasty fam, you nasty. You nasty fam, yeah. You know your name.
Still not used to the timing of that. My bad.
I'm sorry if you feel like my the way I'm sorry if my stream is making you look bad. Again, like if it's the whole point of even tonight's stream is for me to explain what was going on with me and how I dropped the ball, and I don't think it is, you know, I'm sorry you were hurt by it. And so I don't know how many times I have to apologize for you feeling, you know, for you being
well,
hurt
you
by it.
lied, so there's that. So how can I, like, how can we proceed when I'm telling you that you saw it and I saw you saw it, and then you claim you didn't see me asking for the link?
Brittany, I was looking for you to respond for a while, and then I stopped looking because I was like, I should really focus on my guest. Tragically sane, these trolls are insufferable. This obsession these people have with some petty drama between two people is legitimately
Deplatforming
you're showing how.
Yeah, deplatforming is not petty drama, and people in the chat who are saying this to you are not hurting you right now. They're hurting you.
This is a free speech platform, apparently, so it shouldn't be petty.
Chuck Finley, I'm not a fan of Chrissy or Jeremy. Like she's a streamer, graphic streamer. She's trying to get the Kino fans. Her channel is only relevant when there is drama.
I'm not gonna sit here and be told I wasn't called crazy earlier. You literally said when I called you out for lying, you said, oh well, you seem like you can't get over this and then move on. It's like, yeah, of course, read super chats later. I mean, though they should be going charity in my opinion, but that's your choice. But like now I feel like you're just gaslighting me.
What?
Like every time I'm saying, hey, this happened, it's like every time I'm saying, hey, this happened, it's like met with like a non-answer.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry you feel hurt. I just gotta get through some of these. Jake, Lesba.
See, there it is. I feel hurt. It's never about what you do.
I'm sorry you are hurt.
You don't know how to apologize.
I'm sorry, Brittany.
I'm sorry for lying about you. I'm sorry for hurting you and lying about it to everyone. And even when you're pressed on it, you continue to. That would be a real apology, to acknowledge it and apologize for what you did. Not, I feel like you're sad and I'm sorry you're sad. That's not a real apology. And that's the problem here. And this is why the stream is not going to go over well.
You're interrupting me. I feel like I was hearing more about how you look. And
there we go again.
Coming off. I'm just saying how I feel in this moment. I just feel like your tone and the way you're talking to me, it doesn't seem friendly. It doesn't seem like you're trying to understand and give me grace and
I gave you plenty of grace, Chrissy, especially when I saw that you lied about me.
It just it seems like you're fixated on me apologizing to you in a very specific way. Jake's Les, I'm glad I turned into the Super Simcast just so we can deal with Brittany Vendy's entitlement and disrespect towards the host. The lack of self-awareness is astounding. Chrissy, you don't have to deal with this tantrum. Cut her some slack, Britt.
I've cut plenty of slack this entire time. I was lied to and lied on.
Goaltender, Brittany, there are effective ways to persuade people. You aren't using them.
Yeah, she's fake as hell. Whenever someone apologizes by saying, I'm sorry that you feel, I'm sorry that you're feeling this way, they're a piece of crap. Don't listen to nothing that they have to say. Distance them. In fact, get as far away from them as possible if you can. With real talk. Because that's not someone you need in your life. They're not conducive for your well-being. Also, even more important, they don't care. They want you to sit there looking crazy and confused so they could just keep on manipulating you, keep on using their puppet strings, so they can do whatever they really want and only focus on themselves. When you call them out, what, huh? Sorry you feel that way. Yeah, there is gaslighting because you're making them seem like they're crazy. Brittany was done wrong. You're supposed to be her friend, and you're sitting there not acknowledging it at all. You got another person on panel letting you know, oh yeah, you was dead wrong. And you still arguing? Oh yeah, you're insane. If you're gonna stand on it, stand on it. Don't be fake or passive aggressive.
Yeah, it was a real show of an interview. I was not prepared for the reaction that I got. I was not prepared to press her on the quartering cups because I didn't think that she had to speak on that and that she was like Jeremy's representative in a sense.
Well, she gets paid to co-host with him, and she also doesn't bother acknowledging the deplatforming and defends it, essentially.
Yeah.
So it is on her. It's not just Jeremy, it's also on her. And I know you're saying, well, I wasn't informed. I understand that you're saying that, but it's the facts are showing that that's not true. You were informed, you just were irresponsible with it as a host.
Okay. Yeah, I had a lot going on. I still have a lot going on. I admit that I dropped the ball and I could have done a better job. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a whole nother. This is I'm gonna have to do a whole nother stream. Big wig. Bendy, the two things are not mutually exclusive. It is really blowing your mind that someone could look at a DM from you and be like, I don't have time for this from Bendy right now. Come on. All right, let me read some different.
She said she didn't see it.
I don't want to like. Let's not pile on Benty. That's not fair. I'm not gonna read any more negative Benty chats. Ashley, thank you for the super chat. Congratulations on your conversion. I've just started OCIA. Oh, yay! You're an inspiration and your priorities are in the right place. God and family first. I just wanted to let you know you're doing the right thing by God, and that's all that matters. I hope you find peace in that. Oh, very cool. Yeah. Just answer the chats. Anti-cancel culture. Brittany, Wendy, and King of Casino need to understand this is not their channel. It's not Chrissy's job to defend them. It's not her job to do the homework you want her to do. It's not her job to gear to your chat invading her. Thank you, culture.
Well, it's her job to uphold free speech, and that's why we're having this conversation.
And so I'm gonna probably just end it here. I feel like I, said everything I want to say.
Yeah, she's a piece of crap. She's a straight piece of crap, bro. Nasty work for sure. I wouldn't trust her with nothing. I'm glad that she got exposed. Yeah, I'm biased, but I'm also being honest. This is what she's done. She has a history of doing this. This is forever ago when I'm talking about. This happened years ago, probably. I can't remember. I'm high. But still, yeah, nothing's changed. And I'm glad people are able to see it. And you're sweeping for the quarter and protecting him like he's in the right. And pretending that you don't know anything. It's pretty nasty. Tell me what you guys think down in the comment section. Hit the hype button. Watch more videos.
I just want to say, Councilwoman Robin acts like she doesn't have any authority with this homelessness. She was the third most powerful person in city council. She runs the homeless housing thing. She acts like this is just Mayor Bass. First off, inside safe, I like to say inside safe makes all of us outside unsafe. The reality is no matter how many beds you give these people, they are on super meth. They are on fentanyl. The DEA statistic says 93% of this is a drug addiction problem. Nithya, Councilwoman Robin's plan for treatment first, I will go below the Harbor Freeway tomorrow with her, and we can find some of these people she's going to offer treatment for. She's going to get stabbed in the neck. These people do not want a bed. They want fentanyl or super meth.
So there were a lot of interesting moments in last night's mayoral debate between Karen Bass, Spencer Pratt, and of course Councilwoman Rahman. And one of the most entertaining clips is the one that I opened this video with, which is Spencer Pratt taking Rahman to task.
No, you know what? I can
bleeding heart policies of
head downtown, talk to them people, and go to the other gas station and pick up supplies. I think I could buy batteries now.
She's offering voluntary rehab, and they would commit violence against her. And of course, Spencer
I wish I
Pratt,
could snip
very
people with my
descriptive in his rhetoric, saying that she would be stabbed in the neck. And yeah, it
my
is
grabbers.
hilarious, it is entertaining, but I am left with the realization while watching this entire debate that very likely the biggest winner of said debate, even though Spencer Pratt definitely had a lot of moments, even though I would vote for Spencer Pratt among these three candidates, was in fact Karen Bass. And Karen Bass should count her blessings
Hey, how you doing?
each and every day that Rick Russo decided that he
how much is the laundromat? $4,000, huh? That's
a mayoral race. It's Karen Bass, and
a lot of money.
I'll
have it. I'll be back in a minute.
Both before
well, maybe not a minute, but
the fact, because
a little while. As soon as I get $4,000.
And in fact, one of the reasons why Spencer Pratt is on that debate stage is because he
Hi, how you doing?
He lost his mother's home, and they have not been able to rebuild their properties due to the fact that
I think I've
Karen
used
Bass
mouthwash much yet.
Spoken an enormous amount of promises to the
Oh,
victims
I don't want 80 of those.
fires, not to mention the fact that her mismanagement led to
Oop,
those
I
fires
just
being
took a
worse than they needed to be,
screenshot on
damaging
accident.
more properties. And by the way, Councilwoman
Now I forgot what I was
Rahman
doing.
is 100% culpable
20.
in every regard, as she backs the
Of
same
those,
left-wing environmentalist policies
do
that
20
left
of
so
these.
much fuel to be burned up that ultimately ended up
And
leading
20
to that
bananas.
disaster, which, by the way, again, is the largest
We'll
fire
see what that
disaster
gives
in the
us.
history of the country. And as we discussed in a previous
History.
video, it was just revealed
Icy
that the
fresh
California government
mouthwash.
was hiding the fact that this was also the largest in
Alright,
terms of
if that's
financial
what you
damage left-wing terrorist attack in the history
think
of the
that.
country. So we're going to break
You're
down
pretty
this
high,
debate.
dude.
We're going to talk about it. We're going to discuss it. But before
Alright,
we do,
well,
I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via
I'm just gonna
actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
I'm gonna snip your garbage there, guy. Anything else in here for you?
Okay.
All right. See you later.
This set of fires, we sent out an email. We made sure that we were connecting.
But is that enough to sending an email, especially for your district, the Hollywood Hills, Encino? That's a very big fire-prone area.
So look, it feels like there's a lot riding on this particular debate. There's the possibility that Los Angeles will go the way of Seattle, will go the way of New York City, where they'll elect a socialist DSA candidate, a champagne socialist, by the way, because she's a multimillionaire, to further wreck and destroy the city. And she was obviously under the gun throughout the course of this debate, because there's a lot of fear that she will ultimately end up winning if she gets through
Really?
the jungle
Just throwing cigarette butt floor on the
one-on-one round.
cigarette
But
butts
of
in the
course,
floor of
there's
the
also
showroom.
stuff that has happened in the lead up to this debate that has really
Earned
shown
10 grand,
who
huh?
these people are. And a perfect example of this
All right.
is
Well,
the
you know
fact
what,
that
dude?
Rahman is
Whatever.
not even in favor of an ordinance that keeps homeless people from the front door of your particular school in the city of Los Angeles.
I mean, it's like, I don't think a kid's going to be safer because a tent is 500 feet away from a school. You know,
Now that, of course, is Rahman being booed at a town hall for taking that position, but rather than actually revise her position, she ended up saying on the debate stage that she still agrees with it.
Next question. Do you support the ordinance that restricts encampments in front of schools or daycare centers? Mayor Bass, I'm going to start with you. Yes, or no? Ms. Rahman, yes or no?
I support keeping our streets safe. I did vote against the structure of this particular ordinance. And it is because, at its best,
It's a yes or no.
it does not, the way this ordinance was structured,
It's
it
no.
does
Yes or no?
not
Yes or
keep,
no?
it
We'll
does
take
not
that
keep
as a
our
no.
children safe.
Okay.
It does
Mr.
not keep our
Pratt.
children safe. No,
Mr.
it
Pratt.
doesn't keep our children safe enough.
It's a simple yes or no question, Mr. Pratt.
What I was saying is she's fighting because she doesn't think there's a difference between 1 foot or 500 feet for kids' safety with drug addicts with machetes in front of schools.
Although she tried to basically make the argument that it was actually the specifics of the ordinance that she was voting against, and not necessarily the idea that she's in favor of homeless encampments right on your kid's school campus. But the thing is, she absolutely is. 100%. Make no mistake about it, this is somebody who has profited off of the homeless NGO system to the tune of millions of dollars. This is somebody who, again, lives completely separate from the problems that everyday Angelinos face in a $3 million mansion. And of course, this is somebody who has a lot of luxury beliefs about how you view the homeless in this abstract way, rather than, actually engaging with the problem. So her statements on that debate stage and how she tried to mitigate them are definitely not reflective of reality. This woman would 100% make homelessness worse. She would feed more money into the nonprofits, but in addition to that, she's also a defund the police type, so that leads to all sorts of other problems. And by the way, it also led into a hilarious moment where Spencer Pratt made fun of her for making the case that we can't fund the police, we can't give them a good contract because the street lights aren't working. By the way, a lot of times they're not working due to over-regulation actually making it too expensive to fix them. Also copper wire theft, which Rahman is not interested in actually prosecuting. But Spencer Pratt actually made a great case or a great one-liner related to this. I'll play it right here.
I've supported multiple budgets, thoughtful budgets that maintained and sometimes even increased the size of the police force. I did vote against a big contract, a contract that gave the police union more money than the city had. A contract and its knock-on effects, which ultimately led to the city having a $1 billion budget deficit last year. that led to us having to cut essential services across the entire city. If you're wondering why your street lights are out on your block and the Bureau of Street Lighting is telling you that it's taking a year to fix a street light, that's why.
And with Councilwoman Rahman, people are more concerned about getting stabbed in the street than the lights being out. So I think Mayor Bass funding the police was important, actually.
And yeah, if you did have to choose between a street light and not being stabbed by a homeless person, that would likely be the choice that you made.
You're going to watch today as Mayor Bass and Spencer Pratt attack me because they want to run against each other in the general election. Each of them thinks that running against each other is what's going to help them win. And they don't want to run against me because my ideas, which are based on real results in my district, which are based on real data, a real analysis of the system, and a focus on accountability and using
What
every
results?
dollar
Show us
as
the results.
effectively as
I haven't
possible,
seen any
which
results.
we have done in my district. I want to take this city wide.
Have you seen any results, buddy?
Why this is happening today.
First off, Mayor Bass and I are definitely not working together. I blame this person for burning my house and my parents' house and my town and all my neighbors down. I am not working with Mayor Bass. Second off, if I wanted to run against anybody, it would be the council member who is terrible. Mayor Bass has at least been a mayor for almost 4 years and has, as she talked about earlier, the unions, all the unions endorse Mayor Bass. You think it's easier to run against the incumbent mayor with all the unions or a random city council member who's been a failure for 6 years? I would much rather run against Councilwoman Rahman. Thank you very much, Mr. Pat.
Now, one of the interesting dynamics in this particular debate is that Spencer Pratt seemed to get his footing as the debate went on. He performed better than a lot of people's expectations, and Rahman ended up crashing and burning on the debate stage, becoming ever more embarrassing. And a perfect example of that is when she ran out of things to say, so she just ended up saying that Spencer Pratt was a MAGA Republican, to which the person operating the camera switched over for his reaction, and he made this hilarious and goofy face.
Great. I mean, I don't, I'm not sure how to respond to that vision of Los Angeles. This is a MAGA Republican's idea of what Los Angeles looks like. This is really not.
But like I said in the open of this video, I think the biggest beneficiary of this particular debate was actually Karen Bass, and part of the reason why it was due to Spencer Pratt's performance, because while it got better later on, the fact is the opening question, the opening salvo for this particular debate was related to the Palisades fire, which is the thing that impacts Spencer Pratt the most personally, as he lost his home and he's been unable to rebuild. But since he didn't really have his footing, he didn't really have his set line of attack, Karen Bass was able to duck responsibility and then shift that responsibility to the fire chief that she ultimately ended up firing, even though, again, this is somebody who went off to Uganda on a vacation. She ended up making a phone call when she got the fire warnings to somebody that was recorded and has been put out in the press. And in that phone call, she was like, oh, well, I'm just gonna say if there's a fire that Joe Biden asked me to go, and you know, when the president calls upon you, you just gotta do that. Again, laughing it off, but also kind of being intimidating towards the person that she was on the phone with. Let me play that clip for you right here.
I want to make sure that you are safe, and hopefully you can read in between the lines. If President Biden extends me an invitation, I took it.
It's the president.
This is not yes, in terms of my trip, just so you know, I'm missing 2 work days.
3 days before the Palisades fire.
When I am able to talk, I will be happy to go into great detail.
And Pratt didn't bring this up. Another thing that Spencer Pratt did not bring up was the fact that Rick Caruso, the guy who ran against Karen Bass in the last go-around, and by the way, very narrowly lost, and unfortunately is not running again because he would likely win and be a fantastic mayor, as a private citizen, actually looked at the same information, and in fact, worse information, only information that was available publicly, and he decided to pre-position his firefighters around his properties in the Palisades. And while everything burned in the Palisades, guess what? His his properties ended up being safe. They ended up being secure, and you compare and contrast that to Karen Bass, who's the mayor, who's in charge of what is going on, and she's making the case that, oh, the fire chief didn't pre-position the firefighters, as if she had nothing to do with it. Again, Karen Bass was able to escape a lot of scrutiny on this. She was also able to escape a very hard hit that you could have laid on her about the San Ynez Reservoir, which, by the way, Spencer Pratt ended up bringing up. But if you guys don't recall, if you don't remember, this was a 117 million gallon reservoir that was out of commission. And the reason it was out of commission was due to the fact that a cover of the reservoir had a tear in it, and it should have taken a week to repair. However, like everything in California that is completely mismanaged, that repair was also mismanaged, so that 1 week repair in the cover was actually still not done 11 months later. And this is why the main water tank that was actually meant to be used in order to fight fires like this, and not to mention to supply water to the residents of the Palisades, was decommissioned. And by the way, you ended up having only 3 1 million gallon backup tanks, and this is why the fire hydrants ended up running dry. Now, of course, a lot of people will make the case that even with that tank, they wouldn't have been able to stop the Palisades fire. And while that may be true, the fact is you would rather have 120 million gallons of water versus the 3 million gallons of water that were available at the time. And by the way, Karen Bass ends up deflecting to the idea that they had other water sources in order to fight the fires. But the fact is, people had reported that the pumping mechanism to get it up to the Palisades was not adequate, and that ultimately ended up leading to low pressure, water not getting there, and of course, fire hydrants running dry. This would not have happened if the reservoir that was actually there, that could have actually been utilized for this, was actually functioning. And of course, Spencer Pratt should have brought all of this up. However, instead, he ended up getting into an argument about the wind speeds during the fire for the first 6 hours, which again is very niche and doesn't necessarily appeal to the broad public.
Yes, thank you for the question. To the Mayor Karen Bass's, the 1,000 firefighters that were available, but there was no engines for them because of the $17 million that Chief Crowley had asked the mayor for 9 weeks before, and Mayor Karen Bass denied it. So they may have been available, but they didn't have the equipment they needed. Not to mention Janice Quinones, who Mayor Karen Bass put into a position of power at the LADWP. She drained both of these reservoirs that these firefighters needed to put out these fires. A lot of people will talk about climate change and hurricane force winds. The winds in the Pacific Palisades never reached higher than 40 miles per hour. For those first 6 hours, they didn't go above 27 miles per hour. So without those two reservoirs filled with 117 million gallons and 5 million gallons, these firefighters had to fly all the way to Malibu and Encino to get water. So that, to me, is the most dangerous thing that the mayor put us up against.
Now look, a lot of you might be thinking that I'm being harsh on Spencer Pratt, but in reality, I would want him to win. I don't want Rahman to be the mayor of Los Angeles. I definitely want Karen Bass punished for her piss-poor fire response and the cover-up after the fact. And of course, her not actually speeding up the permits like she promised President Trump and everybody in the Palisades so people can rebuild. But the fact is, you need a better candidate in order to take her down. And while Spencer Pratt really burst onto the scene with this wonderful political ad.
This is where Mayor Bass lives. You notice something? Or here, where Nithya Raman's $3 million mansion sits. They don't have to live in the mess they've created where you live. This is where I live. They let my home burn down. I know what the consequences
Yeah,
of failed leadership
already
are.
mixing
I'm running for mayor. For my son,
I don't have a lot of ingredients to choose from, so I'm trying different combinations. I'm going to do that until I run out, and then I'm going to try a different strain.
Was not really on display on the debate stage.
I'm trying to think of how I want to set up my operation.
He seemed like he was not in 100% focus, and while Karen Bass was
I almost kind of feel like
brought up a bunch of stupid ass programs, like
I should use my sweatshop just for mixing.
Remove something like 10% of the homeless population from the streets, which, by the way,
I don't know. I'm gonna try to get a delivery to the.
already
I want to
back on
see
the
where
streets,
the
and this program has
delivery
been
truck
utilized
parks.
for like 2 years in Los Angeles. And by the way, this is not surprising.
You know
because
what?
A lot of
I'm
these
gonna
style
do that right
programs
now.
end up completely failing by the time that you get to year 5. So the fact that they're already losing 40% of the people that they're bringing in really goes to indicate that this program is being run especially bad. But since it doesn't appear a lot of people understand how these policies function, where they're implemented in other
Right
parts
now,
of the
that
country,
doesn't do anything. I
Bass
might
was
as well get
essentially
20
able to
baggies
skate
still.
by pretty much unscathed related to this, because again, Spencer Pratt was not really focused on it, and of course, Ramen is never going to talk about wasting
I
money
don't have
on
enough money to place
homelessness,
that,
because
so
that's her entire life's goal in live stream, and she has benefited immensely financially from doing so. But the thing that really put me off of this whole debate is when they got into the issue of housing.
To be clear, I just said I'm gonna have 40 blocks when I get rid of all the drug addicts that are sleeping on the sides of all these empty buildings. So we will have so much high density. I'll have so many bike lanes for mayor, or excuse me, Councilwoman Rahman to have all her bike lanes. We're gonna have all that. We have plenty of places to build.
Now look, I've talked about the issue of housing a lot on this channel, so much so that I'm surprised that you guys out there in the audience aren't bored of hearing me talk about it at this point in time. But the fact is, the issues with housing in these major left-wing areas all boil down to supply issues. You need to build more housing, and the fact is, many of these places, these left-wing areas, have a bunch of restrictions, whether they be zoning, environmental, landmark restrictions, land use restrictions in general, that prevent the building of housing. Not to mention taxes, fees, permit charges, environmental reviews from the city council, and all sorts of other things that again delay people's ability to build, and of course raise the cost of building, which of course incentivizes charging higher prices if you actually make it through the process. And unfortunately, on this particular issue, we had 3 really bad housing proposals. And again, while I like Spencer Pratt and I like the idea of getting the homeless drug addicts off the street, which he really hammered that issue home, and in a good way, and I do think it's good policy, the fact is, it's not good housing policy. That's not going to produce the results that you need in the city of Los Angeles, which, as we talked about time and time again, has built 2/3 of their apartments pre-1974, which is a period of time where Los Angeles' population was significantly lower. So you're not going to fix the housing crisis by not building more housing, and while it is good policy separately in terms of quality of life, in terms of actually improving the economy, because it draws more people into these areas that are currently occupied by the homeless, it's not a good housing policy. And then Karen Bass comes out of nowhere with another stupid ass policy that, by the way, is the same policy that Curtis Sliwa brought up in New York, which is the idea of these office conversions.
That's why I did the adaptive reuse ordinance, which allows for the office buildings that are vacant to be converted into housing, and those conversions are taking place right now. That is why we have to deal with the street homelessness that is there. There needs to be massive intervention there.
Now look, I know a lot of people think office conversions to apartments sounds absolutely great because you have unused office space and you're repurposing it, and it should be much easier than building new housing. But the reality on the ground, the reality of the way that these buildings are laid out, shows us that it can actually be more expensive to do so. So what Karen Bass is proposing right here is another government boondoggle, and you just have to look at the difference between an office building and between an apartment, and you should figure out why. Apartments tend to have significantly more windows because you have natural light requirements, and of course they have more areas that require plumbing, like your kitchen sink, your bathroom, and all sorts of other areas where again you would have to completely retrofit in an extreme way an office building and then divide up the units in order to do so. And because of this, all of these conversion projects have absolutely failed because again, apartments are not the same, even though the buildings from the outside look the same, as office space. So yeah, this is a non-starter in terms of policy. And of course, the communist, Rahman, has nothing else better to offer. This is somebody who's for rent control, rent stabilization, and all these other things that drive down supply. So each and every one of these individuals individuals, doesn't have a great housing policy. At least Spencer Pratt's non-housing policy that he's selling as a housing policy has good things about it, in that you're clearing up the drug addicts and clearing up the homeless encampments. But the fact is, it's just not a good
Yeah,
look,
if a
and
Republican
it's not
wins
something that's going to
mayor
improve the
of
city of
Los Angeles,
and again, with members
dude,
of the
that
city
would be the
council like
craziest
Roman
thing I've
there,
ever seen
the
in my
likelihood
lifetime.
of you being able to pass this stuff anyway, again, it's just not that likely.
Each of you. Right now, getting off the street is voluntary. Should that change if a bed or a shelter is available? Mr. Pratt, we're going to start with you. Yes or no?
It's illegal to live on the street. So, yes, everyone needs to go inside.
Okay, Mayor Bass.
Everybody needs to go inside. Making it illegal and arresting people is not the way to solve this problem.
Ms. Rahman.
Yes, people need to go inside. When they're offered shelter, they go inside.
You don't get an opportunity
It is
to say
illegal.
no. So it's unanimous here.
Now, I also want to point out that the media was covering for Rahman in a lot of regards, and a perfect example is that this particular question right here, which is that should it be voluntary to remain off the streets? To which Spencer Pratt said, no, absolutely not. It's illegal to leave on the streets, and you should arrest these people, especially if you have beds available in shelters. Then you had Karen Bass give a wishy-washy answer where she said it shouldn't be voluntary for you to be on the street, but then made the case that you shouldn't have any criminal penalty. And then Nikki Rahman started talking about how, you know, she's not in favor of criminalizing this and it should be voluntary. But since she said yes, but, and then explained why her answer is a no.
Ms. Rahman.
Yes, people need to go inside. When they're offered shelter, they go inside.
You don't get an opportunity
It is
to say
illegal.
no. So it's unanimous here.
You had the debate panelists pretend like they were all in agreement when in reality you had three different positions being expressed on the stage. The more extreme left one by Councilwoman Rahman, which is just let the homeless do whatever they want. They have God-tier rights. Karen Bass with the half measure, and Spencer Pratt with the actual answer to the question, a yes in the affirmative. But yeah, this is really how this debate went, and I think it's genuinely a disservice to try to flatten all these out into unity
Yo, what's up, Bug?
in terms of agreement, when in reality we see anything but agreement. And by the way, Karen Bass is the mayor right now. It's not the policy now that you don't have a choice, and Rahman is a city councilor right now. She's been one for 5 years, and she consistently votes against removing encampments and policies that would actually enforce against the homeless. So yeah, the media right here, absolutely terrible job, but this is really where I'm gonna leave it. And again, while you might have the good one-liners here and there, while we do have an interesting video of Spencer Pratt, who loves hummingbirds apparently, feeding the hummingbirds while holding his kid, which, by the way, it looked like it was CG to me. I've never seen a hummingbird up close that much on video, so that's kind of cool. The fact is, I do think ultimately Karen Bass will come out the victor of this, and that's really unfortunate. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social medias, support me via support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about the Los Angeles mayoral debate. Till next time.
A CIA agent and make an arrest if that agent violated federal law. So, what do you have to do to get on one of these teams? To join the FBI, you must be between the age of 23 and 37. You need a 4-year degree, 3 years work experience, and have a driver's license. You might also have a qualification in one of the following categories: language, law, accounting, computer science / information technology, or it just says diversified. Your skills will then be prioritized, and this could come under lots of things from accounting to law enforcement to military expertise to finance. Few applicants are actually selected, and even after all that, you will have to pass a series of difficult tests. You'll have to be fairly fit and be able to sprint 300 meters, do a load of push-ups, and run for 1.5 miles. After that, you've got medical checks, background checks, and polygraphs to pass. Get through that, and you can become anything from a regular FBI officer to a sniper or a behavioral analyst. You will also need to spend 20 weeks training at
Find
the
my
FBI
baseball
Academy in
bat.
Quantico, Virginia, in interviews,
So
former
I can-
agents have said getting into the FBI is a long and arduous process. Not surprisingly, the CIA is pretty
Get a
strict
jump
too
in
on
money.
who it accepts, and to reiterate, not all workers are covert spies. You could be doing anything from specializing in math or economics. Most of its clandestine service employees are
There
aged
it
between
is.
26 and 35. Like the FBI, background and medical checks and polygraphs will be part of the interview process. Again, you'll need a university degree, know your international affairs, and if you have traveled the world and know a few languages, the CIA states that that is a bonus. The CIA says on its website that some of the skills needed are to be able to analyze data, have strong negotiation skills, discretion, diplomacy, have criminal investigative experience, and if your degree is in criminology, homeland security, or emergency management, that helps too. You'll have to undertake a
Yeah, look
56-day
around for a
criminal
cop that's by
investigation training
himself.
program and train for a further 18 months at its headquarters. If you want to get a taste of what it's like working at the CIA, you can work as an intern at any time of the year. This, no doubt, should
Well, let me go
prove
talk-
yourself
take care of
useful,
Benji
will get
right
your
quick.
proverbial foot in the door. It generally lasts
He's
90
probably got
days,
some
and
dough.
you won't need to take the polygraph. Which would be the best place to work? That depends on a lot of things. One important matter when working for the CIA is secrecy if you are an agent. As its website points out in bold as important, friends, family, individuals, or organizations may be interested to learn that you are an applicant for or an employee of the CIA.
All
It
right,
goes
$4
on to
grand.
say that it is in your best interests not to tell anyone. It's very probable this was in bold because it alludes to what kind of life you are getting into. On the upside, for some people, the life of a covert
Alright.
operator might be very exciting. You may know things that go against your conscience, you may see things that you never wanted to see, it just depends how deep you go. In one interview, a former CIA agent responded when asked if all the stress was worth it. I ask myself the same question every goddamn day. Was any of it worth it? The FBI won't involve the stress of remaining a kind of mystery to one's own friends and loved ones. You'll probably have much more chance of being killed on the job, as the FBI's Hall of Honor can show you. You are dealing with criminals, and that means sometimes seeing the aftermath of their destruction. In one interview, a former agent
I
said
wanna-
that was not the worst part, but the fact that you could spend much of your life away from your family. You can at least tell them about what you do, though. The former agent told Business Insider, "There's only a very small amount of information that an FBI agent would not be able to share with someone. We can usually talk about what we are working on or have worked on in the past. As for wages, there are many scales when working for the FBI. A new agent, according to one salary website, receives about $47,000, but a senior agent might earn more than $130,000 a year. A CIA website puts wages for special investigators anywhere from
That's
$74,000
fucking
to
bogus. I can't get
$137,000.
shit delivered
Again,
there,
it really
so.
depends on what capacity you work for these agencies.
December 20th, 1968,
Oh,
two high
me.
school students named Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday are making out in
20
a car
days.
on a dark road nicknamed
20
Lovers
days.
Lane. Suddenly, a man appears out of
20
nowhere and
days.
orders the love-struck teens to get out of the vehicle. Faraday gets
Might as
out
well get
first,
20
at which point
days,
he's
too.
shot and killed. Jensen makes a run for it and is shot 5 times in the back. This was the work of the Zodiac, perhaps America's most mysterious killer. A maniac still in the crosshairs of law enforcement today, and a
Something
man
else
that
to
just
listen to.
spoke again after half a decade of silence. Around 6 months.
4 minutes ago.
McDonald's keeps cooking, proving everyone wrong every single time. So this is a post from the White House account. This was after the United States absolutely humiliated the United Nations. So the UN wanted a review of the Global Compact on Migration. The US objected to this because they are against replacement migration. Not only that, but they are specifically stating that the UN made efforts to facilitate replacement migration. Now, this was a conspiracy theory for like the last 10 years. That wasn't allowed to be said or you'd get banned. This was a conspiracy theory that people have been talking about for like 30, 40 years. It got bigger over the last 10 years. The government shut it down. They called you a white supremacist if you even mentioned this, and now it's a fact. Just bringing this into the cultural zeitgeist is massive. Now, a lot of people are saying, well, these are just words. Things aren't happening. That's not true. It, again, popularizes the term. It radicalizes the people. It shifts the Overton window. It shows the direction of policy of the future of the
I
right
need
wing.
to take out at least, I'm gonna say 2 grand.
And also, it gives a middle
I didn't even
to the
think
UN,
I
which
gotta
also
still
fuck
go to
UN. I
the
hate the UN.
warehouse.
They suck. They eat babies in the UN, probably. Anyway,
Withdrawal.
so then Donald Trump tweets remigration, crossing off replacement migration. Again, terminology the likes of which we have never seen. This is acknowledging that there is some sort of objective fact that people are flooding our countries with infinite brown to replace us, quite literally. I don't see any replacement migration going on in the Congo, all right, or in Nigeria. Ain't no one sending diversity over there. We ain't shipping British people to fucking Nicaragua, okay? Let's be real. All right, it's not happening. All right, but it is objectively true that we are importing third worlders and retards and dipshits into our countries, and it's only made everything worse. Objectively, they pay less taxes. Objectively, they make less money. Objectively, they're on welfare. Objectively, the rape rates are higher in these communities because they come from fucking third world Islamic shitholes. Why? It doesn't benefit us. The only goal of it, obviously, is the replacement. Let's be honest. Though, now, or cheap labor, I guess, if you're a complete and utter sociopath that hates your own country. So this is massive. The messaging is huge because it shows the direction we're going. So anyway, of course, the leftoid's losing it. All right, this is awesome. Remigration is a far-right ethno-nationalist concept that advocates for the mass state-orchestrated deportation of non-white immigrants, refugees, and sometimes their naturalized native-born children to the countries of ancestry. Let's be clear what this means. The White House is declaring war on any American who isn't white. It's not about legal status. It's about ethnicity. If you're non-white and still backing the GOP, you need to understand exactly what your party is playing for your life. Right, so these guys are crying, they're yelling, they're screaming. It's a conspiracy theory. It's white supremacy. It's ethno-nationalism, etc., yada yada. Now, when a leftist says this to me, I always say, and under your leftoid subjective moral compass, where everything is moral if you decide that it's good, and it's not moral if you decide that it's bad, and your morality is not based on anything, why should people who want this not vote for it? That's what I say to leftists. I don't even like try to argue the points with these people because they don't live in reality. When a right-wing person talks to me about it, I obviously point out that this is obvious bullshit. There is an objective replacement, all right? No one's saying that we need to deport every black person that came here as a slave to Africa. We are, however, saying that we're not trying to import a complete fucking underclass of society to just basically come to our countries, change the actual ethnic and cultural makeup of the country, and rape us to death. I feel like we need to be a little honest about this. So Stephen Crowder actually popped up, and he's been pretty base lately.
Let me address one thing here. Systematically replaced by immigrants. I don't care about the intent. Now, I do believe that there is intent. Why? Because they've said it. Not all, though. Many leftist leaders have said, yeah, you need to change these demographics. For example, you saw that ad in Germany where they were having a threesome with an African, I believe, migrant from Middle Eastern. You saw those ads from Denmark where they said you actually shouldn't marry or procreate with people of your own race if that's racist, if you're white.
Only if you're white.
Yes. So there are plenty of people who have said you need to change the racial demographics because these nations are too white.
True. This is objectively true, by the way, and I feel like a lot of people like dancing around it. This is done maliciously, obviously. That's why Hollywood pushes it. That's why everyone's trying to normalize this shit. The idea that all cultures and all people are completely equal and compatible in every feasible way, and that culture doesn't change or deteriorate if you bring people from fucking third world shitholes into your country.
But I do get the...
They are trying to psyop you, and it's been working.
That's some of them. You can't prove that there's a cabal, and
so
they all
it was a little worth it.
Are pushing this proactively. I don't care. Intent doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It is happening. That's a statistical reality. So let's get off the, you're saying replacement theory, which is a white supremacy. You know what? No, I'm just saying that numbers are shifting and white people are being replaced. White percentage, white Christian percentage going down.
Yep.
Islamic migrant, African migrants, non-white Anglo-Saxon migrants going up. In some countries...
This is objectively true. All right, just to understand what's going on here, we're not even talking about intent, we're not talking about morality, we're talking about facts. The fact is, there is a replacement. Objectively.
We're staying up late mixing.
A tipping point. That is a statistical reality, just like you don't need to make the rate.
Crime stats. They do the same thing also. It's like, you're not allowed to say that statistically black people are more violent than white people. Actually, it's true. Like, I'm sorry if it offends you, but it's true. I'm sorry. I don't actually give a fuck about your tears.
Racial argument primarily, or the intent of crime, just point to crime statistics.
There it is.
These are what they are. Do not blame me.
Right, so objectively, first we have to acknowledge that it happens. And it's objectively true that it happens. You're not allowed to talk about that it happens. You're considered white, far-right conspiracy theories if you mention that it happens. All right, but just understand, so now that we can acknowledge that it happened, thank God for President Trump. All right, instead of President Kamala Harris. God bless that we dodged that bullet. Trump dodged the bullet, and so did the country, for real, for real. All right, so this happened objectively. We're discussing it openly, objectively. We're shitting on the UN for this, objectively, openly. All right, the left is losing their mind, calling it a conspiracy theory. We're proving it with numbers that it's an objective fact. You can't argue with this. And here's the best part. Project Liberal Tools. I'm pro-immigration, but they're trying to replace me. I already said I was pro-immigration. You don't have to convince me. So, understand where we are right now. We went from it's not happening to yeah, it is happening, but it's actually a good thing. This is the life cycle of every right-wing conspiracy. It's not happening, it's a right-wing conspiracy theory. It might be happening, it's happening, and it's a good thing that it's happening. All right, this life cycle has been proven correct every single time. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine is using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm gonna play games as a time sponge, I might as well make some money out of it. Free cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by doing simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games, complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom break into an investment. I've been enjoying playing Call to Dragons on free cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over $250 million paid out to over 60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now back to the chaos. Every individual sign up literally supports the channel, so if you can click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated. Just to understand what I mean. Breaking. Jose Celebos Armendariz. Sounds like a straight white Christian male to me. Mexican national, former Kansas mayor. Convicted of illegally voting in multiple U.S. elections, has been detained by ICE. So this is an illegal alien that's been A, voting, B, in the country illegally, C, a mayor of a major city. That's not a citizen. But they're not just replacing, they're replacing a demographic, which is true. But what the fuck is this? Now, just to show you what our cousins are going through over there in England, all right? So this is a story that just happened yesterday. And by the way, this happens daily in England, every day, multiple times. An 18-year-old Southampton University student, Henry, has died after being repeatedly stabbed by 23-year-old Vikram Digwa. All right, now you're like, oh, well, duh, it's England. Muslims stab white people and Jews there literally every day. What's the news? Get ready. After being stabbed, police arrested Henry, the guy that was stabbed. As Digwa claimed, he had been racially abused. Henry then passed out and died in the street. Understand exactly where the fuck we are, man. Migrant stabs a white guy. The police show up. The migrant says Islamophobia. The police arrest the white guy and he dies in the street from his wounds. You literally do not hate these people enough, man. So I just wanted to show you some statistics that would radicalize the shit out of you. So asylum seekers, in other words Muslim migrants, make up 0.08% of Dorset's population, all right? 0.08, that's pretty small. That's less than 0.1%. All right, let's go. They're 44% of the alleged sex offenses. Okay, all right. So no one understands per capita, all right? No, we can't address per capita. Obviously, per capita is not a real thing we can talk about. White people rate too, says Pierce Morgan. 0.08% of the population, 44% of the alleged sex offenses. All right, look at how insane this is. If someone called it a rape jihad, how would that term be inaccurate? It wouldn't be. So, breaking, UK Muslim imam responsible for spreading the lie about Israeli rape dogs has been busted raping little British girls. So weird. I can't believe this is happening every single day. We get another one of these stories. So Keir Starmer obviously has a lot to say because there is a massive right-wing shift in England where people are trying their absolute best to talk about this obvious issue. You know, that they're importing rapist barbarian orcs into the Shire. All right, so they're setting up a rally under Tommy Robinson to talk about this, and Keir Starmer, who always had open border policies and let in infinite illegal aliens, is closing the border to right-wing speakers at this event.
Tomorrow's march in London is a reminder of what we're up against in the battle of our values.
What?
The organisers, including convicted thugs and racists, are peddling hatred and division. Plain and simple.
Remember, this is the guy covering up, you know, Islamic rape gangs, talking about how the enemy of the country is talking at a rally about the Islamic rape gangs.
All is to convince people that Britain's problems are caused by those living alongside them. But that is not the Britain that I know. This is a country built on decency, fairness and respect.
Fairness and respect means do not rape my child, please.
People from different backgrounds come together in common purpose. This is our country, with a majority who share those values A majority who may not always be as loud.
Bro, you just lost your election.
And who we are. So, my government will not stand in the way of peaceful protest, but we will act decisively against hatred. We will use the full force of the law when that hatred manifests as violence. And we will ban those coming into the UK who seek to stir it up, as we have done already.
Wow.
Because this country belongs to all of us. And I will not tolerate anyone who seeks to stand in the way of that.
This country belongs to all of us, even the people that are still in Pakistan that didn't make their way over yet. Bro, these guys are killing him in the comments. This is truly insane. Bro, 4,000 likes, 8,000 replies. Like, bro, it's getting obliterated out down there. Right, so understand what this guy is saying. I am leaving the border open to barbarians from the third world. I am closing the border to very professional speakers at a conference that I don't like. Because they're saying things that, well, I don't like what they're saying. The rape of a generation, that's cool by me. But words that demonize rapists, pedophiles, that's too much. All right, so Zoran Mamdani does the same shtick over here in America. Just understand this is the Islamization that's happening everywhere, as long as people are going to turn a blind eye to it. I am outraged that a swastika flag was raised overlooking Washington Square Park, hateful anti-Semitic act meant to spread fear among and intimidate the Jewish New Yorkers. There's no place in our city. Right? He'll say nothing about the Palestinian pogroms, all right? Literally, no one's talking about this, all right? We'll never see him talking about this. They're beating up cops. They're throwing bricks into the windows of Jewish homes. They're lighting synagogues on fire. This is a daily occurrence in New York right now. They just have to live with this, with global jihad. All right, horrible news for Zoran Mamdani. The ICC, International Criminal Court prosecutor, admits that he did not find any evidence of a genocide in Gaza. Truly the worst day ever if you're a retard. Anyway, so this guy screaming about a swastika flag because he could blame the far right for it, even though it was almost definitely a Palestinian protester and an Islamist, because they've been caught with tons of Nazi flags and Nazi books, and you know they do the Hail Hitler symbol while they're protesting against the Jews. Like, it's just absolutely wild. You know, notice how easy it is for politicians can condemn a Nazi flag hanging at NYU, yet how hard it is for them to condemn a mass mob of terrorist supporters gathered on the streets of Brooklyn to harass Jews. Bro, this is a guy literally holding a Hezbollah terrorist flag. This is a terrorist organization designated by the United States of America. All right? Like, so it is wild watching this happen. I guess we have to live like this. Now, there was one of the craziest depositions I've ever seen in my life. So this is the Democrat Fairfax prosecutor who is currently getting grilled in Congress in possibly the greatest way I've ever seen. I'm so happy this is public.
They could not sentence this person to any term over 2 years. Is that not correct?
Sir, I'm so glad you brought this case up.
Is that not...
Right, so get ready for the actual story here. All right, this is the prosecutor who released a child sexual predator, literally let a pedophile out of jail because the pedophile was a migrant.
Term over 2 years. Is that not correct?
Sir, I'm so glad you brought this case up.
Is that not correct?
Well, because I would like to explain, sir.
It is correct, and the court rejected it.
Sir, I know this was a
judge that was appointed by Senator Warner. This is not a right-wing judge. This is a liberal judge. And you know why he rejected it?
Sir,
he saw what you should have seen. He cited overwhelming evidence.
So can we talk about the evidence,
This person was a threat.
I know it and you don't.
Quit talking.
And I would love to tell you about it.
This person was a threat. He yanked a 4-year-old girl out of her bed with the intent to harm her, and you wanted to give her a cap of 2 years.
Sir, this is a great example.
And then when the plea agreement was rejected, what did you do?
This is brutal.
Sir, this is a
what
great example.
What did you do?
This is a great example of a case.
You know, I prosecuted
and then
cases.
You understand
and when you're evading like that, you know what that's a sign of? Guilt. What did you do?
Sir,
you dismissed the case.
What the
fuck?
Mr.
Talk to you
Miyares,
about this case
when you
if you want to
dismiss,
know about it so
be
much.
quiet. When you dismiss a case, what happens to that defendant?
He walks free.
Walks free. A disgusting, perverted individual preying on children that you dismissed the case. As the father of 2 young girls, one of them
This is like bone chilling.
That is
I have
as
a daughter too,
shameful
sir.
as anything I have
Don't
seen.
talk to me
Quit
that
defending
I don't
the
care about
indefensible.
people in my
You clearly
community.
don't.
Absolutely
You dismiss
not.
the case, and it's shameful.
True.
Sir,
You're a coward. You are a
That's
coward.
right.
You
Shred
wanted to
that
let me
bastard.
talk to you about
Shred that bald bitch.
It's indefensible, sir. I yield back.
I'm literally sweating. I'm literally sweating from that. You felt the rage, and it was completely
Sorry.
and utterly justified.
Sorry.
The left doesn't believe in law and order whatsoever. They just believe in their infinite agenda, and this is what they do. And the results are obvious. All right, so Brandon Gill then also unleashed fury on this Democrat Fairfax, Virginia prosecutor that protected an illegal alien child rapist. Right, bro kills him in the Congress too. It's crazy.
I want to better understand how you weigh an illegal alien's immigration status whenever you're making charging decisions. Do you know who Ander Jose Cortez Mendez is? Are you familiar with that case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is a Guatemalan illegal alien who was arrested in March of 2024. He was initially charged with, quote, carnal knowledge of a 13 to 14-year-old. Just for those of us who aren't lawyers, can you describe just very briefly what does carnal knowledge of a 13 to 14-year-old mean in this context?
Well, sir, generally a charge like that would typically refer to underage sex.
Okay, so he raped an underage person, an illegal alien who raped an underage American. Your office reduced those charges to a misdemeanor charge of consensual sex with a child, 15 years and older. You offered him a 90-day suspended jail sentence. Is that correct?
Oh.
Sir,
By the way, just understand what we're dealing with here.
based on the evidence that we had in the case,
So it is correct.
Yeah, obviously it is correct. Duh. Otherwise he'd be denying it, which he isn't. And this is how they operate. Oh, well, the defendant is an illegal alien from Nicaragua or whatever the fuck. So, I mean, he didn't know that raping children is wrong. Could we really put him in jail for raping some kids, bro, when he didn't even know was a problem? Really? They love raping kids in Nicaragua. They don't even see it as an issue. Sir, you've proven my point. We need to deport them all. Thank you. I rest my case. Get them all out of here. I don't care. Oh, but not so you're gonna separate families? Nope, we're gonna deport the whole family. Get them all out. Sorry. Oh, but not so you're gonna do concentration camps. Whatever it takes. Don't care. Get them out. They gotta go. Sorry, bro. If you have some sort of defense in court to be like, well, raping children is okay in their culture, so therefore we're gonna diminish the sentence, he didn't know that culture is not assimilatable whatsoever. It's not compatible. Get them the fuck out. There is no reasonable, logical argument to be made. So understand, when we're talking about this, when we're talking about remigration, all right, what's the white supremacist ideology of not wanting infinite barbarians raping our children? True. I don't care what you call it. I don't give a shit what your titles are. I don't care if you call me a white supremacist, Nazi, pedophile. That doesn't matter. None of it matters. You can say whatever the fuck you want. Your booze mean nothing. I see what makes you cheer. Oh, you're a pedophile defender because you vote to support Donald Trump, who was mentioned in the Epstein files. So why do you care if we import infinite rapists into our country? Now, A, there is zero evidence of wrongdoing of Donald Trump in the Epstein files. In fact, he was the guy who turned him over to the FBI and got him arrested and actually released the files under his term. But also, and I'm going to say this because this gets a guttural reaction out of every leftoid I mention this to. Everyone crashing out about the Epstein files. Biden's open border was 10,000 times worse for children than Jeffrey Epstein's entire pedophile network, and it's not even close. And unlike Jeffrey Epstein, who's dead, and Ghislaine Maxwell, his accomplice, who's in prison, no one was punished for that absolute atrocity on mankind that we had to just sit there and watch happen while they banned us from social media platforms for even talking about it. You can suck your own fuck. Playtime's over. Remigration is happening.
head situation got even worse. I have no idea how this is now day 4 of Hassan crashing out over a 3-minute segment and a 30-minute video about him, where all Shoe on Head did was just tell the truth about him. But we're now in, what is this, phase 4? Let's talk about it.
This is exactly what it's like with my haters.
Here we go. Haters, aka the people who tell the truth about you.
In the very unbelievably rare occasion, come up to me IRL. Okay?
I would like to say I have never had a hater interaction face to face in my entire life. I have had nothing but good interactions, so. Oh, that's not true. I had one guy who came up to me really angry about my Genshin Impact takes in like TwitchCon 2024, 2023. And then at the end of the conversation, he was like, oh, wait, no, that makes sense. Okay, I didn't realize that. And then we were good. But I've never had a bad interaction with fans ever.
Behind closed doors, they're like, oh, I got him. One of them came up to me at the web summit. He's like, I'm an Asmongold fan.
Okay.
I'm gonna troll you in real life. And I was like, okay, do you want a photo?
Just tickles my little balls. Also, that scenario did not happen. Hey, Hassan, I'm an Asmongold viewer. Now I'm going to troll you. That just didn't happen. You can't even make the situation even remotely believable. This guy is completely full of shit. Let's keep going here.
Yeah, yesterday. What's your beef with Shoe on It? I was like, I don't have any. This is one-sided, you know?
One-sided? Hassan, this is now day 4 of you freaking the f out on the Shoe on Head video. I would like to remind you that 2 days ago you said, no, 3 days ago, you said that you would violently kill yourself if anybody else talked about the beef because you got obliterated that hard by one woman merely telling the truth. And your clapback was, yeah, well, I jerked off to your feet and your emo. Okay? But first, a word from today's sponsor. Recently, a jury ordered Meta and YouTube to pay millions for their role in designing and promoting addictive platforms. They knew their apps could contribute to anxiety, depression, and body image issues, but did not share those risks while prioritizing profits. The recent historic verdict underscores the consequences of those decisions. If you or your child spent years growing up on social media and experienced serious mental health struggles, you should hear this. Morgan & Morgan is stepping up to hold these platforms accountable for the harm they caused. You can use the link in my description or scan the QR code to take a short quiz to see if you qualify for a case. You may be entitled to a potential recovery of over $1,000. All right, dude, just stop being so jealous that you got footmogged by Shoe, bro. It's embarrassing.
As I've said over and over again, in the real world, where we can be in each other's physical spaces, the situation doesn't unfold in the way that you envisioned it, right? On the internet, you can be like, I have portrayed myself as cool, calm, and collected, and my interlocutor is angry, emotional, and therefore losing the argument. But in the real world, it's very different.
So, do you mean that thing that you do every single stream where you do your fake laugh? Like, how are we calling this a one-sided beef when I'd like to remind you, you are now on a 4-day crash out because you got footmogged by an emo girl.
I noticed your 20-second mentions of some YouTubers turn into 1-hour videos responding to your crash outs. Yeah, they always do that.
Yeah. 20-second videos. Brother, this is 6 minutes and 10 seconds. I don't know what you want me to say. I would love for you to find me a YouTuber that has ever turned a 20-second clip of you onto a 1-hour video responding. But this scenario has never happened. Ever. Now, there might be a compilation of clips that people will respond to. However, there is no world where a 20-second clip got responded to for an hour. Now, Hassan, you got my shoe. She finished in you, and she's finished on you. Title of the past 2 videos. This, I don't even know what to call it. Man, what is this? Shoe on head finished all over you at this point? Where are we at in this series?
Yeah. Different accent in person. I'm like the biggest Asman fan. I'm here to retweet you. Nice to meet you, man. Nice to meet you. Want to take a photo? I'll take a photo. Okay. What's with the beef with Shoe on Head? I don't know. Is there a beef with Shoe on Head? I can't. I'm not very familiar with the word. Hey, nice to meet you, man. Nice to meet you. Have a good one. Thank you so much.
So, he was joking? The guy was very clearly autistic and very clearly joking. Are we going to use this to just like, you see that? This guy said something weird and he said, hello, Asmongold viewer here. I'm now going to troll you. What's with your beef on Shoe on Head? Nice to meet you. What did you want this guy to do? Obviously he was joking. You look, hey, yeah, this guy proved my point because he didn't come up to me and stab me. Yeah, nobody stands on business here. Like, what did you want him to do? And obviously, he was clearly a fan of you. Nobody goes up to another guy and says, Asmongold fan, time to troll. Good Lord, bro.
Sorry, guys. Yes.
This is so embarrassing. This is so embarrassing.
It just doesn't ever work that way. You know what I mean? Like you think you're gonna look smooth with it, right? Like you're.
Here's the other problem, man. I can never tell you what it's like to interact with a Hassan viewer. That's the issue, because I've never gone to the robot factory, and I can't go meet the 12,000 bots that you have in your channel every single day. I just never traveled there to meet him. Maybe Elon could take me there.
You're gonna be. You have this idea in your head that like you're gonna look awesome. I'm here, but then you come across like you're an internet troll. You know, I'm here to rage bait. She's been posting about you, and these losers make that your problem. Yeah, that's one of the funnier aspects of this kind of stuff is that this beef is almost always one-sided, and like there will be like.
Hassan, it can't be one-sided. It can't be a one-sided beef if it originated from your statement and then you responded to that statement. First of all, she was critiquing your take, which is completely fine, right? Critiquing someone's take and explaining why it's wrong does not mean it's a beef whatsoever. But then you took it a step further and you said, yeah, well, no one should listen to your opinion because you're emo and I jerk off to your feet. It's like, all right. The only person who made it weird was you. And then Shuan had responded by just laughing at how much of a dumbass you were. And then you said she crashed out. All she did was laugh at how dumb you were for 30 minutes.
Maybe a 20-second mention on my half where I'm like, dude, really, you're gonna bring up Shuan Head? What a ridiculous thing to do. We're doing political commentary here. Who gives a And now that I've said that, she'll do like an hour-long video on it being like, he was so owned. He was so unbelievably owned.
He's so mad. He's so mad, and he's trying so hard to act like he did not get obliterated. I actually am curious, what does Hasanabi upload on his YouTube? Did he ever upload a response to that? Let's see. Man, 10,000 views in 3 hours. That's a little bit rough for a guy with 2 million subscribers. He's one of the largest political commentators on Twitch. Man, this guy's viewership is dog for his size. How many views does he get? Bro, me and Hassan nearly get the same amount of views on YouTube. What the? How is that even possible? How is that possible that me and Hassan nearly get identical views? There's no way. Because Asmongold gets 6 times the views that I do. That makes sense. How does Hassan? Nah, there's no way, bro. That's something about that don't add up. You view bog him overall pound for pound? That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, how in the do I get near identical views to Hassan? Check Hassan and check Nuxanor? How do I get 8 times the viewers of Nuxanor? What? His videos bang. How am I getting 8 times the views? Am I bigger than I think? I mean, I guess he has 2 separate channels. I guess if you add them together, then it's like kind of like he's like kind of there. Interesting. Huh. You post so much? Yeah, maybe it's just because I post so much. Oh, well, hey, man. Somehow I'm getting 23 million views this month. I'll take it. I love that. You upload 5 videos? Yeah, this sure. But, well, it's mainly like, it's more like 3 to 4 every day. 5 is a little bit too much. But, yeah. Hey, I ain't gonna complain. You know what it probably is? It's probably my shorts. My shorts, for some reason, just do numbers, bro. Like, look at this. My shorts are ridiculous. 69K, 240K, 250K, 578,000, 400,000, 200,000, 150, 230, 176, 240, 68, 433. Like, bro, look at this. 17 million views, 10 million, 5 million, 4 million. Dude, even me and Sophia clip, almost nearly 1 million. That's crazy, bro. Dude, the other me and Sophia clip, 2.2 million. Ridiculous, man. God, I love my wife, soon-to-be wife. Let's keep going here.
And then all of these people.
I just need more to come to Rumble. Hey, if you're watching this, can you quit being and just come to Rumble and chill with me here in the mornings? I stream before Asmon, so I know none of y'all are watching anything else. Quit being and just come over to rumble.com/Tector. Let's talk about it.
People are like, yes, you're destroying him, my queen. And it's so funny because it's like, okay, yeah, I've been thoroughly dismantled, my worldview destroyed. You've done it. It's such a funny, easy way to algo farm, and people still fall for it. Like, who's the one crashing out? The person who did a 20-second mention or the person who did an hour-long video off of that 20-second mention? This is a one-sided beef.
I'd like to remind you now that Hassan has now been talking about this for 4 to 5 days. This alone, talking about this, is 6 minutes. Shoeonhead made a 3-minute segment on him. And then she reacted to all of the clips of Hassan losing his mind, where she just got her best friend and just laughed at you for 30 minutes and dismantled the arguments you threw at her, like her opinion's invalid because you jerked off to her feet and she's emo. Also, god damn, your head looks small today.
Yeah, I'm crashing out right now. Hassan is crashing out right now. You reacting to this is enough for them to...
I'm sorry, bro. He tries so hard to have a sexy voice by moaning after all of his words. It's so weird. And I would like to remind you, take away those glasses and he looks retarded. Let's all just acknowledge.
Call it a crash out? I know. They have used and abused the term crash out. I literally thought you were...
I would agree. Crash out, that term is null and void.
Items has finally responded to H3 and H3's claims. Now, if you guys haven't seen from the last video, top right hand corner, H3 basically talking about how he's thinking about possibly, just maybe, suing Idubbbz, all right, over his slanderous claims. So now we have Idubbbz out here. I guess he's done apologizing. He's gonna retract the apology. He's gonna walk back the walk back. Bro out here moonwalking with the goddamn retractions. God damn. Because, well, boys, today is tomorrow, and Idubbbz is in the bowl. Now, Idubbbz is responding to H3's claims of, I'm gonna sue you and I'm gonna take everything you own, your whole house, your family. You know what? That thing that you keep that slithers around, I'm gonna keep it in front of you. That's what he's gonna do. All right. So this man has to retract his apology. All right, he has. There's no way you can allow a man to threaten you with a lawsuit that could crumble your empire. Whatever empire he has left. Because we have Idubbbz response to H3. Part 1 out of 2. There's 2 parts.
Okay. So here's the deal, guys.
All right,
we
what's
got
the
a cease and desist. And obviously that, you know, I was being genuine in my apology because I was reflecting.
Man, we started off with a bold-faced lie, chat. Go ahead, get this man the fuck out of here. Bro really said he was genuine with his apology. Why did it take you getting a cease and desist to genuinely apologize? Why couldn't you apologize right after you said it? You're like, you know what? I did some reflecting a week later. I didn't mean it. 2 weeks later, I didn't mean it. Bro waited a whole month and a half and a cease and desist to apologize. Sincerely, by the way. Sincerely. He sincerely apologized. Get the fuck. Now, by the way, I've seen some people talking about why didn't H3 go after Destiny. I think people are having the cognitive dissonance again of trying to just, not even listen to Ethan. Ethan already said why he didn't go after Destiny. He didn't go after Destiny because it's extremely hard to prove defamation in America because you do have the freedom of speech. So basically, all Destiny had to say was, I was being facetious. I didn't actually mean it, right? In the court would be like, can you prove Idubbbz? Can you prove, Ethan, that Destiny had a negative impact on your career? And Ethan's gonna be like, nah, I can't really prove that he had a negative impact on my career, right? That's why H3 said he didn't go after Destiny. Believe it or not, yes. Ethan doesn't just go after everything. I know, it's weird. But if he has a case, he will go after him, so watch out. But the reason why he went after Idubbbz is because in Canada, it's easier to prove defamation, right? In Canada, where Idubbbz live, it's easy to prove defamation. That's what Ethan said, and the reason why he's going after Idubbbz is just because in America, he couldn't go after him. In Canada, though, it's a whole different story. There's different rules there. There's different rules.
And I think it was out of lying from my own personal.
Yeah, America, Canada, libel laws are different.
And I think ultimately, even after my apology, he still doesn't seem to think that it's, real or genuine. So he was, I don't watch the podcast. In fact, it gives me an aneurysm and it distresses me greatly to watch it. So I only hear it through the grapevine.
Stressed out watching.
To use a little bit of a therapy term, I have to protect my peace. So I don't know what any of the details are, but I think in summary, it looks like he's interested, Ethan, in pursuing a lawsuit here in Canada. I ultimately am just not interested in playing that game. Not because I can't afford it.
Oh, you guys hear that? We have big bucks out here. Big bucks, dookie dubs. Hey, hold on, wait a minute. Bro said I can afford to go toe to toe with this boy. No GoFundMe needed, by the way. I better not hear a GoFundMe utter from his mouth. Bro said I can afford Lawsy now. Lawsy ain't worth a damn. I see Idubbbz. Hey, Idubbbz got some money. He about to get one of those brand new APs. The swatches, the goddamn ones that are $400. Bro really said, because I can't afford it. I got money in my pocket now. So, all right, so you shouldn't be worried about a lawsuit. Because obviously, if this man, Ethan, is interested in suing you, there's nothing you can really do to stop it. So why are you telling your chat that you don't need financial support? Because that's what he's saying. He is saying he does not need financial support for the lawsuit. I do not want to see a GoFundMe coming from this man if H3 sues him. He's absolutely shit. No, he is 100% confident. All right, he has the confidence of a lion preying on a small bunny. He doesn't even have to defend himself because he is 100% within the rights of the law. All right.
I just think it's a waste of time for me. It's a waste of time. I don't want to know a lawyer from this. I don't want to have weekly or monthly conversations with a lawyer. It's just not. I think a lot.
They're lovely people.
can relate to that. But I am a creative person. So I do want to propose
Hell no. Don't even say that.
Potentially amiable, is that the right word? Whatever it means, the word that means to please others. An amiable solution. Potential amicable. No, it wasn't amicable. That's not.
It is amicable.
You guys are gaslighting me. One second. Define amiable. Yes, having or displaying a friendly or pleasant manner. I wasn't completely wrong, but I know what you guys. I know you're trying to help me. Malleable. I'm trying to come up with a malleable solution. Basically, I know that there is. I'll just come right on and say it. Okay. A couple of suggestions that the non-creative thinkers in the world might have not considered. Okay. Trial by combat. Now, hear me out. Well, number one, I'm being deathly serious when I say that.
So, is the CTE kicking in, or is he actually this dumb? He's actually trying to say him and Ethan should physically fight to, I guess, come to a, resolution in this defamation case. But I thought you had the money and the legal rights. Like, you shouldn't have to, resort to physical violence. I'm going, it's just a lawsuit, my guy. It's just a lawsuit that you are 100% going to win. I believe in you, baby boy. All right? I think you're going to win. I 100% believe in you. All right? You got this. And you got the money. Remember, he has the money. There is no reason for him to want to resort to violence for this. Come on.
Deathly serious. I understand that with money comes power in this world that we live in, okay? With money comes power. I would not think to take the position away from someone who, accumulated a colossal amount of wealth, okay? If they want, for instance, if Ethan wants to find a party that will fight in his stead, Steve? Sorry, I'm trying to use words. I didn't run through a script or anything. If he has someone who's gonna fight in his stead, that's fine. He can nominate a champion, okay? I am about 8
He needs to do something that he could profit from.
Okay? So it could literally be anyone.
He won't debate him, but he'll do a fight, because then we could sell tickets.
It could be him.
And it doesn't matter if he wins the fight or not, because he already made money off the tickets.
It could be a lot.
So basically what I'm hearing here is he wants to get on Aiden Ross's brand risk. That's what I'm hearing here. He wants to get on brand risk and fight someone of H3's choosing. So what I'm hearing here is instead of him going to trial and winning because he's 100% in the right, he did not defame H3 at all. He'd rather get his ass beat. Chat, are we being dead ass here? This man is legit saying, I'd rather get my ass beat than pay up. Is he really saying fight me? He is really saying fight me. He really is saying instead of going to court, we should fight about this. In the streets, bare knuckle boxing.
And I will also say, like, if the option's there, I can lose 50 pounds in 3 months. It's possible, okay? I can lose 60 or 70 pounds in 3 months. So whoever
he's cooking, easy.
Money pops, right? I'm sure he can get a boxing or an MMA expert to fight in his stead. So that's option one. That is option one. And I must say though, I'm a real poor guy. I don't have very much money. So he has to fund the operation, It could just be in a backyard or whatever. It doesn't need to be like, big arena or anything like that. So you have to fund that. It could be a cool party. There's a lot of options. Anyway, talk amongst yourselves what you think is the best option. Additionally, there is another option, which is trial by wits. Trial by wits. So, no, we're not doing advanced battle. That's cringe. I don't think. Also, that is just an immediate victory on my behalf. Okay.
Oh, on his behalf. I see.
Basically, listen, I know over at the H3 podcast, there is I don't know, the main guy fancies himself a debate lord or something, or he thinks that he could sway public perception by going on Piers Morgan. I'm gonna really show people that I got what it takes in a battle of the wits. Hey, I will participate in whatever. We can debate any topic, whatever it is. I'll pick the losing side as well. I'll pick the deplorable losing side. Or, better yet, since a lot of people have heat for my lovely and talented wife, Anissa.
We get her to fight. We can
debate something. I'll just sit in the chair in the corner, okay? We can set the whole thing up while there's like an intellectual battle. It's whatever. Not trial by Beyblade. We're not doing that. I think intellectual battle and combat battle. Large Crunchman says probably used to that, right, bro? Whoa, dude. It's not as if I didn't lay that one out. Why not an honesty battle? Dude, we can't do an honesty battle. What else? So yeah, I mean, I think those are options that would satisfy some amount of, attention. Trial by therapy? Well, if the most growth possibilities are an interesting one. That might actually be a battle I would lose. In the short period of time. I'm not talking about the growth I've had over the past 10 years, because that is colossal. Leak the Mole? Fisherman fan? Okay, people saying Leak the Mole or something about AV tapes, you guys aren't going to have any sort of effect on me, all right?
This man is sweating. Chat, he's like, okay, so maybe we could do a trial by combat. If that's not it, you want to debate? You want to get into a debate? He's like, yeah, let's debate at the courthouse. No, not that kind of debate. How about you debate my wife? Excuse me? Yeah, I'll sit in the corner while you quote unquote debate my wife. I'll give you an hour to do whatever you want, debate wise, or anything else. H3, come on. I saw you take a screenshot of my wife. This man said, debate my wife, and I'll sit in the corner, quote unquote, debate his wife. Bro was literally saying, hey, H3. I saw you, took that screenshot. Just saying, H3. You can be in a room alone with her, no cameras, nothing. Get it out. Whatever you want. Debate her all you would like. Bro is really offering up his wife to not get sued. Bro, I've never seen something so fiendish in my life. Bro is offering up his wife to not get sued. Master debater, I still struggle to understand you ended up like this. What the fuck happened? I don't know. I truly don't know. I don't know. I'm assuming Creator Clash happened, but we don't even know about that. We all have theorized the brain got rattled a little too hard by Dr. Mike in Creator Clash. And so now he has a whole different personality. A battle of wits. Would Ethan be an unarmed man? Possible. Go.
No effect.
No effect.
I'm strong in my convictions. Extremely strong.
We see?
So, I mean,
God damn it.
Everyone who's here for the drama, you basically just got all of it. I'm being extremely serious when I say those things. It's not, because I do realize a lot of this is, unfortunately, I don't think it should be content. I don't think these things should be broadcasted on the internet, especially if you're serious about it.
Why not?
Extremely silly. So I would be fine with it not, with just what do you call that? What do they call it? I don't think there's an official name for it. Financial torture. I think it's an attempt of doing a financial torture, in my opinion.
This man actually gave up his own wife. He's willing to give up his own wife, his own dignity. He is willing to continue the cupped allegations just to not get sued, by the way. Now, obviously, there's a part 2 to this, all right? He's not done, all right? I gotta get into some way. No, H3, please, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. H3, I need these dollars. I mean, I ain't rich, H3, but I'd rather not be sued. But I am wealthy. Quite wealthy. Handsomely wealthy. I don't want to embarrass you in the court of law with my wealth. All right, they call me Moneybags, Mr. Moneybags, where I'm in Edmonton. So, all right, Mr. Moneybags. Oh, what if Ian has to debate with Ethan and Ian with an actual judge as the moderator, and Ian has to argue he did not commit. I'm like, yes, he did not commit defamation at all. 100%, he did not. By false accusation or what, he already getting sued? I'm like, from what you said, that is a great debate of wits, by the way. That is a great debate of wits. He should 100% have a judge mediator that can punish him if he's wrong on anything. And they should debate in a court of law. I think they should do that. A court of witty law, actually. It's almost like there's a whole profession of people that get paid to do that. He doesn't know how court works? No, he 100% does. Look at this man. 100%.
I'm okay with the outcome that views go bye-bye when you aren't, when you aren't involved in that shit. And I'm okay with that reality. It's, it would be nice to have lots of viewers, but in that way, I'm not interested in it. So, that being said, it is a little bit of a battle. It has been a battle for my brain to be like, okay, like, how much do I want to, like, respond to this? Because it's, obviously it's constant. And I'm like, okay, like, this is, like, the main podcast that isn't really, like, stopping. So I gotta figure out how to live with it. And one of the ways that was making it a little bit more palatable to me is, bringing out the Scorched Lagoon. For those of you unaware, the Scorched Lagoon is a British dragon that I'm good friends with. He's a VTuber. And the Scorched Lagoon would come on here, for instance, me, and he would just touch and bring up the hypocrisy of the H3 podcast and mock them for...
Is this man really trying to do the whole third person? It wasn't me, it was my alter ego? I am not liable for anything my alter ego says. It was the Scorched Lagoon. Go after him. The Scorched Lagoon has so much money, Ethan. He has literal tons of gold he sleeps upon. Don't go after me. It's Scorched Lagoon that said these things. Brother is really trying to plan out his whole entire defense here. You know what? At first I was like, H3 shouldn't sue this man. I feel like it's just a losing battle at that point. You're really not going to get much out. I want to see what his defense is now. Like, this man has already entertained me so much with his hypothetical defense. I'm just like, I want to see this play out in the court of law. I want to see the judge's reaction to this. I actually want to see the judge's reaction to him saying, actually, Judge, I didn't say anything. A random guy called the Scorched Lagoon, a YouTuber, said this out. And he streamed on your channel. Yep. All right, Ethan. Okay, cool. I actually want to see this now. I actually want to see it now. It's not me. It's my evil twin. Exactly. It's not me. My evil doppelganger twin that doesn't have a birth certificate.
You know, a couple hours at a time. And I don't know the exact timeline, but sometime around February, when I was doing my Scorched Lagoon routine, I brought up the Destiny accusation of Ethan to the stream chat. And that's not something that I ever like agreed with or endorsed or anything like that. It was for a larger message of sort of pointing out the hypocrisy. And but I showed it and I felt bad about it. So I made an apology. But a couple months after that, a couple months after that, or a month and a half after that, something like that, we got a cease and desist. Basically, you know, saying, you know, don't put that shit out there. And you know, there's loads of stuff, but I'm not gonna get into all of the details. But that seems to be the most like relevant thing in my mind.
Stop putting his head into food and drinks. That's what Anissa's doing.
Now it's progressing. So apologies don't work unless he writes for you. Yeah, I mean, it was genuine. It's just like it's
was it though?
On the matter like super complicated and nuanced, right? Like, you know, I'm able to acknowledge that like this is a person, you know, that is trying to do a lot of harm to others, including myself, and I have been the topic of conversation on this podcast for the past year.
He's trying to make it seem like he wasn't a part of why he was being talked about. This man has literally said things and slandered H3 for the past year. Made 2 videos that got over, I think, combined 12 million views, slandering and talking shit about H3. And for some reason, H3's not allowed to respond to him making 2 videos that made over 12 million views on him. Ethan's not allowed to respond to that at all. For some reason, he's the victim now. He's the victim after he made 2 videos that slandered H3. Okay. All right, no. 100%, this is H3's fault. If only H3 did not react to your 2 hours worth of you slandering him that you shared to 13 million people, you 100% would be in a completely different position. Even though, I'll be honest, if H3 never even said anything, I feel like Idos was still in the same position of streaming to no one. Like he already was going downhill. If H3 said nothing, like nothing would have changed. The timeline was set. Like, brother, even if you killed the butterfly, right, the butterfly effect, nothing would have changed in your life. Like, truly.
And not saying I didn't have an effect with the content comp, but it's important to also realize where is your line as a person, you know, and my line, you know, wasn't there.
By the way, before the content cop, Ethan stopped talking about him. Ethan didn't say anything. Ethan was just like, I'm disappointed that he didn't defend me as a friend, but that's whatever. Ethan didn't go hard on him until after the content cop, by the way. This man started the argument and then is mad whenever he's not winning it.
Yeah, you're basically hearing that right. Larry isn't funny. You know,
criticize his career.
But you know, I want to. I just don't want to, you know, mess anything up. So I'm just going to, you know, see where it goes. I am creative, and I'd like to think the person with the lawsuit threat is also, or has the potential to go along with creative ideas. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Creative ideas bankrupting iDubbbz.
Big shit that has come out of it. Do you regret the CC? I don't, because for me that was the right thing to do. I still believe it was the right thing to do. The Canadian courts don't make shows out of the shit. It's very different from the U.S. Yeah, that's another part of it. There's less like bravado in Canadian courts. So, I mean, my hope is that it's no nonsense, and it's like if you're serious about it, be serious about it. If not, like, get the fuck out.
Oh, you got to put on the copyrighted music now. I see.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably talk about it more in the future if it is if there is, I don't know, some confusion or I don't know if you just need to clarify things or whatever. But like, my boyfriend is a lawyer. I can't wait to annoy him with his info. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't like thinking of it as content, right? I don't like the idea of it at all. It's super silly. But
silly.
If someone else is using your content, and so they're, you know, financially annoying you, taking up your time, and all this shit, and you got like that was just like a distraction to your life. You should go to anything lotteries. I'm always interested in this case on things like this. Yeah. And I think it is relevant for the people who are, you know, who do think it's like maybe essentially like a bad president or something like that. Like I do.
A bad president. You say a guy touches his inappropriately, and him suing you for defamation is a bad president. So if H3 said iDubbbz is a mass graper and has paid off many of women that he has raped. Is that just, funny banter, right? Saying that he has evidence that he refuses to come out with of iDubbbz being a mass raper? Is that just funny banter? Is him saying that actually iDubbbz beat up girls in his past, right? He's beat up women in his past. Is that also funny banter? Or are we being defaming? Are you trying to hurt people and their careers with your words? All right? And so I don't understand his logic, though. Chat, this is bigger. He said something that he didn't even believe in, which is H3 touched, his offspring inappropriately. And he knows it's a lie, right? And then he backtracks it, giving him evidence of knowing it's a lie. Because, chat, again, the reason why H3 isn't going after Destiny is because in America, H3 had to prove that Destiny 100% knew it was a lie. How is Destiny supposed to know it's a lie? It could be a rumor, right? Destiny could say, oh, that's a rumor that I've heard that he did this, right? Which is I don't know, be honest with you, actual defense against defamation. Like, oh, I heard this rumor. Well, who's told you the rumor? You see, I forgot who told me the rumor. See, that's an actual defense against defamation. But this man, iDubbbz, is now retracting his statement saying, all right, yeah, that was a lie. And also, Destiny isn't a reliable source of information. Which means, even if this man, iDubbbz, moves back to America, H3 now has evidence of iDubbbz explicitly saying it was bad of him to put out what he thought, not what he thought, what he now knows are false rumors, right? Defending it. I'm just like, bro, I don't understand. Why do people try to fight laws on the internet? It's like we have a whole system to fight laws. It's called the court. You going onto the internet and stitching on yourself doesn't help you, right? It just doesn't help you. You're not getting anywhere with that. Nice. Jesus. But yes, boys, that is the iDubbbz situation. Truly a weird thing to see. This man just freaking running around. Don't know what to do. Please, H3, don't sue me. I need my little dollary dues. Yep, boys, that is the iDubbbz situation. This man is out here about to be up them courts singing like, low tier God. Yo, this man up in there trying his best, throwing out every little Hail Mary. Go ahead and click this video right here to find out what the hell's going on with low tier God. But other than that, don't forget, like, subscribe, comment, and see you all tomorrow.
First black female sheriff indicted on 30? Oh my God.
Susan Hudson is not only the first female sheriff of Orleans Parish, she's also the state's first black woman to occupy the sheriff's office in the state, period.
We're going to talk about history. When you do break a glass ceiling, you got to celebrate it.
A new sheriff in town, Susan Hudson, breaking barriers indeed, as the first African-American female sheriff in the state's history.
A few...
Oh, no. Oh, boy, here we go.
Moments later.
Breaking news. Orleans Sheriff Susan Hudson is indicted on 30 felony counts.
So, 30 felonies. Holy shit.
The first black female sheriff in the state of Louisiana has been indicted on 30 felony counts.
Jesus.
You can't make this stuff up.
That's wild. What the fuck? That's crazy, yes.
Here's a quick message from our sponsor, Rumble Wallet. You already know why people are moving to crypto, because here's the problem. Most wallets still plug into the same system we're trying to escape in the first place. That's why Rumble built Rumble Wallet. It's a self-custodial wallet that lives inside an ecosystem that actually defends free speech and financial freedom. No banks holding your balance, not even Rumble can touch your funds. This is your money on your keys on your terms. If you're already using Bitcoin or stable coins, Rumble Wallet gives you some more power. Direct, fast tipping, and support for creators on Rumble without waiting weeks for payouts or dealing with random account holds. On-chain payments and assets like Bitcoin, Tether Gold, or USAT, so you can move value globally without asking anyone for permission. Most wallets stop at storage. Rumble Wallet connects your money to a marketplace of ideas that refuses to cave to censorship. So if you're serious about sovereignty, financial, and digital, this is where you level up. Go to wallet.rumble.com or search Rumble Wallet in the App Store. Rumble Wallet is a non-custodial wallet. You are solely responsible for your
I have this shit too, actually.
funds and recovery phase. Cryptocurrency values can fluctuate and may result in loss. This is not financial advice. Review all terms at wallet.rumble.com before you. This is Susan Hudson, and she's about to make history being the first black female sheriff in Louisiana's history.
The first black female sheriff in the entire history of Louisiana just happened in 2022. And then she went and got arrested on 30 felonies. Wow. Wow.
We're going to talk about history. When you do break a glass ceiling, you got to celebrate it.
A new sheriff in town, Susan Hudson, breaking barriers indeed, as the first African-American female sheriff in the state's history.
I was looking at how long Louisiana's been a state, right? 200 plus years, and all that time, not one African-American woman has been able to get to this position. 2022, right? And so you're like, it's time for all those barriers to be broken down.
First
yeah, well, apparently not.
Parade, then the inauguration ceremony.
Now, Susan Hudson is a political activist. She's extremely progressive and left-wing. And before becoming sheriff, she actually served as the independent police monitor for New Orleans.
Let me give you a little bit of a background of Susan Hudson. She's running on a progressive platform, and she scored a major endorsement from Orleans Parish District Attorney Jason Williams, who also ran on that similar progressive platform during his race last year. Now, Hudson has no political experience, but says it's time for a change, and she's focusing on what...
So she has no political experience, but she's a black woman, so vote for her anyway? Okay, right. It's time for a change. Great.
She calls the 3C ideology: care, custody, and control.
Oh, I thought it was crime, crime, and crime, but I guess you're missing 27 C's.
Before voters named her sheriff, she spent 11 years as New Orleans independent police monitor.
So you have this extremely progressive sheriff whose plan essentially is, we don't really want to punish people. We don't want to put people in jail for their crimes.
What?
We want to pretend like crime doesn't exist.
By the way, this is the reason and the way that a lot of these people create the perception that crime goes down when they run cities. It's because they just... No, well, if we don't write the crime down, then it doesn't get recorded. And if it doesn't get recorded, then the crime goes down. That's exactly what they do.
This is horrible for the people of New Orleans, because New Orleans has a huge crime problem. Remember when the district attorney of New Orleans was actually carjacked with his mom?
Wait, the district attorney got carjacked?
My mother's really shook up. She keeps reliving it. But we're just thankful that we're alive. Nobody's hurt.
This is surveillance video from moments after the teens allegedly stole Williams' car. Amaja Curtis, Dejon Curtis, Santan Gilmore, and Ahmad Seals have all been charged as adults in this case.
So the people of New Orleans said, hey, let's hire the most progressive, anti-police person we could as sheriff, and that's what they did. So what do you think happened? Well, obviously things went off the rails immediately. See, since she is sheriff, she handles the jails. And immediately, inmates went crazy and conditions at the jail worsened under her tenure.
Yeah, but weeks into Hudson's tenure, inmates in a high-security pod at the Orleans Justice Center barricaded themselves in that pod, blocking out staff.
What are you doing, man? Jesus, bro, you're sagging in prison? I feel like, honestly, isn't that leaving yourself open? I don't know if that's a good idea.
That standoff lasted 3 days, with inmates demanding better conditions. A report by federal jail claimed that conditions in the jail had worsened in some cases under Hudson's oversight.
So under the progressive sheriff, things actually got worse for the inmates, not better. And then the controversies just started racking up. For instance, her incompetence caused a court to hold her in contempt because she wasn't securing transportation from inmates from the jail to the court.
In New Orleans.
So this bitch just big. So she's big retarded. Because at the beginning I didn't really know. I mean, this looks like a situation of big retarded.
Orleans judge is accusing the sheriff of contempt of court, and she's now being ordered to appear before that judge tomorrow afternoon. Criminal District Chief Judge Tracy Flemings Davalier says that Sheriff Susan Hudson is ignoring a court order to transport recent arrestees from jail to magistrate court on weekends and holidays.
Why?
Now, during the pandemic, that process was paused, going to Zoom and then doing transports during the week. However, on June 18th, the judge issued an order for Hudson to resume those weekend and holiday transports beginning this past Saturday.
Now, this became so bad, they were going to sentence her to like 6 months in prison with a $500 fine.
All right, I gotta run.
You're gonna put the sheriff in prison?
I gotta run to the bathroom right quick. I'll be right
this
back.
Wasn't enough?
The appeals court last second stepped in and said, let's slow it down because she is the sheriff.
Last Friday,
big mistake.
The Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals temporarily suspended Sheriff Susan.
I bet it's just a bunch of hags making decisions like that too. Garen fucking you know that.
Hudson's contempt of
100%.
court ruling at the last minute, and WWL exclusively received the documents supporting that stay by the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. Sheriff Susan Hudson was set to face up to 6 months imprisonment or a fine of up to $500. That's because the Chief Judge of Orleans Parish Criminal Court.
How's that, dude? That's not even like. What do you mean, bro? Like 6 months in prison or $500? Like I feel like that's not fair. Like because the 500 is too easy. Like 500, it's nothing.
Held the sheriff contempt of court for failing to provide a staff of deputies for magistrate court for weekend sessions.
Now, if being found in contempt of court is not enough, the money started becoming a little funny. Now, context is key. During Mardi Gras, the city is packed. Local law enforcement needs backup. The sheriff backfills her staff by bringing in officers from other parishes. Since these officers are coming from out of town, the protocol is to reserve hotel rooms for them so they can have a place to stay while they work those grueling shifts. Now, as per protocol, the sheriff reserved a total of 90 rooms across multiple hotels. And obviously, these rooms couldn't be used by the sheriff's own staff because they lived in the city and they could just go home. So why would the sheriff's department need to pay for hotel rooms for the local staff? They live.
Are you telling me that she's sending everybody up on a vacation?
There.
Information from the New Orleans Office of Inspector General about Sheriff Hudson's hotel reservations during Mardi Gras. The rooms were supposed to be used by law enforcement who had to drive into town to help the NOPD during parades. But in a new report, the Inspector General finds that the sheriff reserved 13 rooms at the Omni Royal Orleans for her command staff, not for any out-of-towners. Her
just fucking piss away your money. She don't. So the jails are fucked up. Nobody's getting taken to court, and she pissed away your money, buying fucking hotels for her friends.
Staff members stayed there for a total of 37 nights, but the sheriff had reserved and paid for 90 nights. The total cost.
And the thing is that, like, if it was a good sheriff and things were going fine, everybody would be like, all right. But like, whenever you have all the other cards, you're already on 2 strikes. They've already had to deal with enough of your shit. And now you want to go and do this? Oh, okay, that's too much.
$18,000, and according to the OIG, most of that came from the 53 nights when the rooms remained empty.
So the sheriff had a lot to answer for.
She spent all the money and didn't even use it?
Why is your staff staying in high-end hotels when they live in the same city? Here's what the sheriff had to say.
I don't see a controversy here, no. I see this as being money
Don't tell me his racism.
well spent to make sure that $1 million was also well spent.
That was Orleans Parish Sheriff Susan Hudson defending her decision to house 13 top deputies at local hotels.
Doesn't even make sense.
some for 11 days and nights while they helped with Carnival Parade security. But within hours of that interview, here was Hudson again.
An honorary deputy of the New Orleans Fair Sheriff's Office.
Love my sheriff.
That was Hudson thanking the owners of LA Canine, a police dog training company in Vermilion Parish. The company agreed to donate more than $19,000 to pay for those hotel rooms at the Omni Royal Orleans, Sheraton, and Marriott. However, in this Facebook post by one of the owners, Lance Broussard, he characterized the donation as helping the sheriff with, quote, a little problem.
So crisis averted. The city got all its money back, and the sheriff was off the hook. Now, we got a problem. We got this woman who's been elected sheriff. She's supposed to be in charge of running a jail, but has no experience.
That's a total shithole. But why? But really, does it have to be like that?
Experience running jail. So things kind of got out of control.
Legislative audit just released today scrutinized 3 years of operations at the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Department. It found over 1,000 instances of potential payroll fraud, leading to chronic staff shortages and missing cell block security patrols.
Oh, so basically she did everything wrong. Oh my God.
Auditor found deputies performed less than 30% of required sale checks, and some cell blocks just performing 4% of those timed security patrols. Staffing is a source of the problem, according to the report, with some deputies allowed to double book shifts, staffing off-duty details at the same time they're scheduled to secure the jail. The auditor counting over 1,300 instances of what the report describes as this potential payroll fraud, involving 179 deputies over 3 years.
So,
holy shit.
Holy shit is right.
You see, the sheriff wasn't really doing a great job. And then you had the fact that there was a massive jailbreak?
Massive manhunt after a stunning jailbreak in New Orleans.
Is this the shit that I watched? Wait a minute, is this the thing that I watched? Whenever they said, like, you know, they broke out and they said easy as shit or something like that?
10 inmates escaping, some charged with murder, all considered armed and dangerous, and authorities tonight investigating whether this was an inside job. Here's ABC's Maria Villarreal.
Tonight, these stunning images from inside a New Orleans jail cell where 10 inmates, some charged.
Yes, we watched this entire thing. And the thing
Hey,
is,
what's up?
I think they caught all of them. They did.
Charged with murder, escaped, sparking an urgent citywide manhunt.
Yep.
The toilet dislodged from a cell wall, exposing an opening. Scrawled on the wall.
Dude, I'm crossed out. It says we innocent.
Oh yeah, he is.
Man. We innocent.
All above, we innocent and too easy.
Yes. Too easy. Oh my God. This is amazing. I remember watching this. It was so good.
With an arrow toward the hole where they escaped, out of view of the officer on duty.
Yeah, the inmate was right. This was too easy. So here's what authorities said happened.
Authorities say it happened just after midnight when the inmates broke a lock on a cell door.
They were still able to exit the jail about 1:01 a.m. After breaching a wall behind a toilet in the jail.
If he curled up in a ball, he'd fit in
They
there.
were seen exiting a door on the docks.
But he does like laying there with his head sticking out.
Go, boys! Go! We're free now! Roach out! Quick!
Scaling a wall and running across the interstate.
Officials believe the escapees had help.
These detainees received assistance in their escape from individuals inside of our department.
They say the toilet could not be removed with bare hands, suggesting someone inside the jail system may have helped the inmates unscrew it with a power tool.
And yes, there was an inside man. Police arrested him.
The hunt continues for the inmates still at large after breaking out of the local jail in New Orleans. But cops say they've found the inside man they believe helped them.
You can't hear her? She's meowing her ass off.
Accused of cutting off the water.
The jail worker has been identified as 33-year-old
I don't know what her problem is.
Sterling Williams.
No way, he's 33. Damn. Damn, bro, like, whoa.
He reportedly claims he was coerced into turning off the water by an inmate who threatened to shank him if he didn't play ball.
Now, just to put everyone's mind at ease, all 10 of those convicts were returned back to prison.
I'm gonna be honest, like, y'all stupid and you get caught again. Like, how'd you get caught again? Like, I mean, I feel like if I got out, I probably would be able to escape. I would, like, every single one.
I have no idea. She's got food, she's got water. There's nothing wrong with the litter box.
We'll go to Darnell's house.
She's just bitching.
We got him. Where was he? He was at his house. Well, come on. Come on back. We're not done with you yet.
Another development months in the making. The last of 10 inmates who escaped from a Louisiana jail in May was captured today in Atlanta.
Officials say a Crime Stoppers tip this summer led them there, and they found the fugitive hiding in a crawl space.
10 men who escaped from a Louisiana jail in May by crawling through a hole cut in the wall behind a toilet. Above the hole, someone had written messages to the jailers, including this misspelled one, "Too easy, LOL." Groves was the last of the 10 escapees to be found and also the most violent. He was convicted of murdering 2 men on Mardi Gras in 2018. The New Orleans prosecutor says he is facing multiple life sentences.
So obviously it seems like we had a bigger problem at play here. So state investigators looked at the whole department to see how things were being run. And after the investigation, they decided it was time to indict the sheriff.
We start with some major breaking news. Orleans Parish Sheriff Susan Hudson indicted in connection with an investigation into last year's jailbreak in New Orleans.
So this indictment comes in connection with a state investigation by Attorney General Liz Murrell's office into last year's mass escape by 10 inmates. The bombshell news came down within just the last hour.
Arrest warrants released Thursday outline some of the state's evidence, alleging Hudson ignored years of federal monitors' repeated warnings that, quote, enabled 10 dangerous inmates to escape and remain undetected for hours.
Well, no, they were running wild for days, if not weeks.
The warrant describes the jail as understaffed and inmates unsupervised, often relying on one
you know what? I believe that.
Staff member to monitor multiple pods from a control room, then inside the pod. The warrant also alleges security logs were falsified, and the prison's high security unit dissolved. During hours of unsupervised time, a federal monitor found inmates were, quote, assaulting other inmates, assaulting staff, destroying property, starting fires, smoking, possessing dangerous contraband, and/or threatening self-harm.
So they hitting each other, they killing themselves, they smoking weed, they shitting stuff. It's a party, yeah. Wow.
In addition to 14 malfeasance charges and 3 charges of filing or maintaining false public records, Hudson is also accused of obstructing justice and conspiring with CFO Bianca Brown to defy a court order. Brown was indicted on 20 similar counts. The arrest warrants are just a peek at the evidence to come.
So now the sheriff's been arrested, got bond, and made a statement saying, hey, this is not what it seems.
Susan Hudson says she expects complete vindication as she faces 30 felony counts.
In a statement released late Thursday, Sheriff Susan Hudson said she will, quote, aggressively fight to clear my name. And she is, quote, confident the facts will vindicate both me personally and the work I have done. Fox 8 legal analyst Joe Responti expects unsurprising strategies from defense attorneys and state prosecutors.
The defense is going to say that, hey, we tried as hard as we could, we just weren't good enough, and you can't convict somebody for being not good at what their job is.
Yeah, you can. It's called malpractice. Yeah, I mean, if you fuck up big time, you absolutely. I think we should do that. I think if you fuck up big time, something got to happen.
Now this left me to thinking, who the hell is running the city of New Orleans? The mayor's indicted.
It has been a historic day in New Orleans.
What? Wait a minute.
Oh my God.
For the first time, a sitting mayor of New Orleans is facing federal charges. Today, a federal grand jury handed up an indictment against Mayor LaToya Cantrell and her former bodyguard, Jeffrey Vappy. She faces 11 counts, including wire fraud, obstruction, and lying to a grand jury. This all centers around their alleged romantic relationship and how much...
Why, bro? Why? I mean, come on, you can do better than that, man.
It cost the city of New Orleans.
Okay, so it seems like the sheriff.
Oh, you had to work today?
Hey, just
you work on
because I'm bad at my
Saturdays?
job doesn't mean it's criminal. Yes, I had no experience ever in law enforcement, and I got the top law enforcement job because I am extremely progressive. That doesn't mean this is criminal. I'm just bad at being a sheriff. And it's going to be the prosecutors that are going to have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it was more than that. That she falsified documents, as you heard. That she intentionally let the jail deteriorate to a point where these things can happen.
Okay.
And then on top of that, lied about it. So, who do you think has the better case, the prosecution or the defense? Do you think the sheriff is going to
Come
jail?
on.
I hate this shit whenever people think that, like, oh, it's like claiming insanity. It's like, bro, you insane? Okay, all right, well, we got to put you in, we got to lock you up big time then. Like, really? Like, what is this? Like, people forget back in the old days, commanders and generals were routinely executed for not doing their jobs. Yeah. Like, why we put up with this shit? It's crazy, man. Oh my gosh, she's cooked? I hope so. I really do. I hope so. Like, god damn, that'd be amazing.
Video, don't forget, like, subscribe to like our YouTube stuff. My name is Nate the Lawyer. I'm out. Peace.
There it is. Like, I've watched a few of other of Nate's videos. He's really good. I like him a lot. I'm going to link you guys the video. Make sure to give it a like and a sub, man. And she's cooked. Ain't no way. 30 counts, bro. Imagine fighting off 30 fucking felonies, man. And also, like, there's another component to this where it's like, it just makes you look so bad. Whenever it's like you run on all of these like DEI qualifications and then you shit the bed so bad that your legal defense has to be that you're retarded. Like, I mean, think about how bad that is. Like, that's crazy. How do you do that to yourself? Merit anybody? Nah, bro, we passed that. We're past that entirely. I'll link y'all the video again. Yeah, Nate's good. Yeah, do yourself. It's embarrassing. We already knew that? Yeah, it's just so sad. The real reason why young men are cooked. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, probably.
I feel very sorry.
So this guy made a hate post about me on Twitter, and he had a lot of replies that were calling him stupid. So it made him so angry that he's now made a YouTube video and also uploaded it onto Twitter.
Young men in the world.
He starts with, is he Canadian? It's just really sad, isn't it? I mean, like, of course.
Because I feel like they are genuinely being indoctrinated by some of the worst people possible.
The worst people.
Misogynistic, genuinely stupid people. Because they're successful, because they are popular, because they've got money, and unfortunately, if you speak up about this stuff, you are woke. You are a cuck. You are a loser. You are jealous. And even earlier today, I dunked on Asmongold for his post. There was a post he said, too many fake jobs were invented to create artificial parity between men and women in the workforce. So he's automatically arguing men and women are not equal. We essentially just made up jobs so that the women can play along and feel better.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That is exactly what I'm saying. I appreciate his honesty. Exactly.
And then says AI fixes this problem because it disproportionately is affecting women-led jobs and industry type things, saying that women are replaceable. And then he says, hopefully,
people are replaceable.
After all this is over, women can go back to what they do best, being a mother or being a prostitute, insinuating that that is all women are good for, being...
No, they're good for a lot of other things. Just being the best at something doesn't mean you're good at everything, and that you're not good at other things too. Why do you think OnlyFans is full of women? Why do you think all the strip clubs are full of women? Duh. Like, I mean, it's just true. And of course women are the best mothers because only women can be mothers. Obviously. Like, yeah, there's a massive discrepancy. Like, this is just the way it is. I wonder what it must be like to be one of these people that's constantly at war with reality. Can you imagine that?
A mother or a prostitute? Now, my wife is an incredible mother. She is...
So I'm right. Okay, great. That's amazing. All right.
Amazing with my children, and I'm so blessed that she is the mother of my children. But she's
so
also
happy.
insanely smart, works in a pharmacy, and has so many talents that to call her just a mother is a joke. And
I didn't say she's just when did I say just a mother? I didn't even say this. Nobody's saying that's bad. Nobody thinks that. Oh my God.
To get this type of comment from Asmongold is embarrassing, and to accept that as the truth is embarrassing. And not enough
is embarrassing. So this is another appeal to consensus. This is I care. I do not derive my reality from my own evaluation. I derive my reality from other people's reaction. Unfortunate. Do you think it's a deliberate misunderstanding? I think he unironically got triggered and he wants to defend his wife. He thinks that I said his wife is only good for being a mother. I didn't say that. That's literally what I said. Being best at is a qualifying term. That means that it's not an all-encompassing word. That's why I used that term. Now, if you understood English, you would know that. But unfortunately, you got triggered, and so you had to make a video like this instead. Bro got Will Smith? Maybe.
people will talk about this. But I talked about this. I dunked on him a little bit. I said,
You're actually, dude, are you really going to crash? Let me move it up. You're really going to get upset. It's crazy how much reach this...
It's crazy how much reach this mentally ill gamer has.
Why am I mentally ill? What makes me mentally ill? Because I think everybody else is mentally ill. See, I think I'm the only person that's not mentally ill.
I said that it is crazy because if you point out how much of a loser this guy is, you are called jealous. I am called jealous. People are dunking.
I didn't even it's got even nothing to do with this. Like, I'm not even mad. Like, I just said something. Like, it's true that, like, there's a lot of chicks that, like, they have these bullshit jobs. They do. They have bullshit PR, HR jobs, and they're worthless. And they're going to get fucking replaced by AI. It's just a fact. It's the same as you had a bunch of fucking 60 and 70 IQ guys that the best that they could do was turn a bolt on an assembly line. And the moment they had a robot do that, these guys didn't go to another job. They didn't get retrained to run a fucking, a space station. They just went on the street because they're morons. Like, I mean, this is the reality of life. And I understand, I can't imagine what it would be like to be a person like this that is constantly at war with reality. It must be so unpleasant and so upsetting. So upsetting, in fact, that you make a YouTube video because you get ratioed in a tweet. That's pretty bad.
On me because I roasted this guy.
You roasted
the guy lives alone in
roasted.
filth,
yes,
with rotting teeth, cockroaches, and despite being this
And despite all of that, I still have a better grasp on reality than you do. So what does that say about you? I don't see how this is a good argument at all. It's just not.
Generational wealth millionaire. This guy's probably worth 50 mil. I don't even know how much he's worth.
Wow.
It may be even 100 mil.
Wow.
He lives in such a disgusting hoarder-like...
I live in the same working class home that I've grown up in. I love this home. One day I might move. If I ever get a girlfriend and start a family, I'd buy a nice big house because I'd want my family to live in a nice house. This house is my life, but I'm not going to put my life on anybody else. I don't feel the need to express myself with lots of money. I know that I'm successful. I'm tremendously successful. I've been tremendously successful for over 10 years now, really. Yeah, I have a lot of money, but who cares? Really, who cares?
Environment, or has for so long that it's hard not to question his sanity.
It's hard not to question. So then this is the implication of me being mentally ill. Right.
And when you bring this up, it's like, well, you wish you had millions of dollars. Brothers, I wish that he didn't let the teeth rot from his mouth.
I don't. My teeth rotting out of my mouth was the impulse that I had for streaming. So, whenever I was like 26, maybe 25, something like that, I went to the dentist and they told me that I had to, it was like in order to get everything fixed, it was $50,000. I looked at how much money I was making on YouTube back then. I looked at how much money this would be, and I realized that I needed to make more money and I needed to dial things up. And a couple months later, I started streaming. And because of that, I built myself into where I was today. Now, if that never happened to me, maybe I would have been more comfortable doing something that was more low-key. But in order for it's a fantasy that a lot of people have, that they can edit out all of the negatives in their lives and then the positives remain the same. I think that oftentimes the same fire that melts butter can also forge steel. And in negative experiences that people have, oftentimes those negative experiences help make them into a stronger person better than positive experiences. So that's the reason why I talked about it the way that I did, and I'm so open about it. It's because I want to normalize being able to discuss these kinds of things and being honest and direct about who you are, where you came from, and not living based off of a perception of other people. Not basing your self-worth around the way that you look, not basing your self-worth around the way that people approve of you or anything else. I think that there are a lot of people that have made huge mistakes in their life, and those mistakes were the impetus for them to improve their life. And there were other people who made huge mistakes and then they just died or their life got worse. And ultimately, to a certain extent, I think that's natural selection. And I think that it's important to acknowledge that and to highlight and elevate people who avoided being selected. And
this was in a Walgreens in New York. All the lighter shade foundations are left open, but all the darker shades are locked. It's
the tone of voice makes me think she thought she could. Oh my God, isn't that crazy? Only the dark shades are locked up.
Pretty self-explanatory. Granted, that's literally how it feels like to be a black woman in the beauty space.
Oh my,
sorry.
Okay.
You're not sorry. And there just comes a time where you gotta stop just overlooking things and you actually gotta speak up about something. There is so many other ways.
I'm speaking up about something I know nothing about. I'm on the outside looking in. I don't understand what it is to run a store, but let me tell you how to be a better business, because you are apparently doing something wrong. Walgreens is only in like every single state, right?
Is to solve the problem that they're insinuating. It's hard enough finding your shade, let alone it being locked up in a box. This was in a Walgreens.
Yeah. So here's the thing: is as someone that's worked in like not this setting, but like setting like this, is what you gotta understand is companies don't want to lock their shit up. It costs money. These devices right here are like surprisingly can be like $5,000 to $10,000. Installing them is difficult. Ordering them is difficult. employing a human being that has to physically, whenever you want to see something, walk over there and unlock it, show it to you. Sometimes they gotta walk into the register. It costs money, like labor, when normally they could just leave it out and someone can just shop or whatever. And also you lose out on the opportunity shop. How many times have you gone somewhere, I'm like, you know what, I can't find a thing, I don't want to talk to somebody, I'm gonna leave, even though it's probably on a shelf somewhere. But how many times have you I've gone to a Target and seen something I want, I push the button, I've waited, I push the button again, I've waited, I'm like, F it, I'm just gonna buy it off Amazon. Like I don't have enough time to sit here and wait. This loses value of all your products over time, and it makes it more expensive to sell this product. And the thing is, though, is corporate doesn't make these decisions. The guy stocking the shelf doesn't make this decision. An accountant looks at something called shrinkage of how much stuff you've lost due to theft, and they decide, okay, lock up these products because we know statistically, it's math. All these companies are like super DEI and trying to be about equality. They never willingly put themselves in this compromising situation that an idiot's gonna complain about on their social media. They just have to do it to remain profitable. And I always hate the idea that all these people say, it's just makeup, or it's just a t-shirt, you just let the homeless person have it, it's just a shampoo, it's just a laundry detergent. Like, why are you trying to do this? Like, you guys are $1 billion company. It's like, none of these people know what the profit margin is of a place like Walgreens. Do they know how much they pay their employees? How much a lease on a building is? Like, in a building in LA can be like $1 million in a month. The profit margins for the markup to be like 60 to 50%, paying for all the employees out there in the front line, the lease on the building, electricity, insurance, HR departments, healthcare, all these things they provide to pay living wages. Do they know that increasing something like shrinkage by like 1% can make the building unprofitable? And it's like, oh, I don't like the way I feel about something being locked up. It makes me feel like this is racially driven. So I'm perfectly fine with putting all 100 people that work at that Walgreens out of a job. I'm perfectly fine everybody losing their job there. I'm perfectly fine of this community becoming a food desert or like a cosmetics desert, or Walgreens has like, I think they have pharmacies too. I'm perfectly fine harming my community if I can feel better about how I'm perceived racially or whatever. But again, she doesn't understand that. It's people from the outside looking in. I don't understand how you do this. I'm sure I don't understand how to contour or whatever. But if I would say, you know what? Because Asians, we don't have like bridges of our noses. Like sunglasses don't fit me well. I see you're contouring your nose. Do you know what it makes me feel like when you contour your nose? So live your life and your expertise, because you're very good at doing makeup. Do everything you're doing based on my fragile emotions, or else you're the bad person. And as ridiculous as that sounds, that's exactly what's happening right now, because it's not only this where it's like they don't want to lock this stuff up. It's expensive, you gotta staff it, those devices are expensive, and believe it or not, junkies break into them anyway, so they're very, very expensive to replace. All of this harms the company. And now you've even seen this over here in Chicago, Indianapolis, at a Kroger store.
A goddamn shame. Y'all done stole so much that Kroger done built a store inside of a store.
You can't walk in there. That's the store. She's in where you can walk up to.
Like, this is crazy. I ain't never seen nothing like this ever in my life, in all my years. I ain't never seen nothing like it.
And again, the company doesn't want to do this. They're making everybody an Amazon fulfillment hub, because that's why Amazon can beat you in prices. One, they don't gotta ship to all these different communities. They don't gotta pay for all these employees at customer service relating. They don't gotta have like a housekeeping mopping the floors when someone loses something. And most importantly, they don't gotta pay for the shrinkage, idiot stealing stuff. Amazon wins because it's a central hub, and also it's non-customer service facing. Everything you do, like you argue something on Amazon, like it said it shipped something to me. I didn't get it. I don't talk to a person in person like I would at a Vons. I talk to their AI, and their AI realizes, oh yeah, it didn't get shipped. Here's your refund. You're turning everything into this, so there's no alternative. It's just give Bezos billions or give Bezos Bezos Junior billions, because all these other companies are gonna be like that.
So you can't even get in over here. You gotta go around that way to get into the store inside the store.
And it's sad because it's like if you don't lock up criminals, you gotta lock up society. And that's what it is. You don't lock up the person stealing the toothpaste, you gotta lock up the toothpaste now. We don't have to live like this, guys. We really don't, because it's sad. This is just the meme over and over. They say this CVS locked up everything in the aisles except sunscreen. It's not because CVS wants to be blasted for being racist. CVS does it because they cannot maintain profitability. They're trying to save jobs. They're trying to keep their whole system running. They're trying to appease the shareholders, because if they close a lot of stores during the theft, it's going to make them withdraw their money, impact their stock prices, and dumbly most employees in corporate, they invest heavily in their company's stock. If they go out, so does their retirement. If they go under, so does their retirement. So it's never because they hate you, they want to be racist, they want to be evil, they want to hurt your feelings. It's just a numbers game, and don't blame the corporation, blame the system that refuses to protect society. Sad to say, if you don't want your shelves to look like this, and you don't want to have to shop at a store, inside of a store, and you don't want to have to go here and see, hey, all this stuff is locked up, you're going to have to stomach the fact that you're going to see shoplifters getting arrested. You're going to see shoplifters getting arrested heavy-handedly, meaning when you go to a store and you'll see their security, you'll see the cop or whatever it is, handcuffing a crying, screaming person saying, oh, I didn't mean to steal, I'm just trying to feed my baby or whatever. No. You're going to see the law being enforced. It's gonna look ugly, and they're gonna get these absurdly long sentences because they just can't manage to stop stealing. I'm talking about people that shoplift every day of their life, and they just keep on getting arrested and keep on getting cut loose. You're not gonna fix that. What fixes that is hard labor in a prison. I don't want that to be the case. That's why you give everybody a chance to not steal. But if their free will drives them to putting our society in this scenario right here, we can't live like this. We gotta finally just put our foot down and say, you know what? It's not gonna look fun. It's not gonna look nice, but we have to put people in prison forever. Arrest all shoplifters. And it's sad because there's other places in the world where you don't have that. Like, what was it? People were flabbergasted at the idea. They go to the Apple store in Japan and I don't have my iPhone. I have this stuffed animal. But it's like, when you go to the Apple store in America, everything is locked up to this thing and you can't pull it off the thing or else an alarm goes off. In Japan, all the devices are sitting there in the open. Not because Japan said, you know what, or Apple said, you know what, we're going to be racist towards America. They said, why are we going to spend all this money on these expensive devices that we have to maintain? And at the end of every night, we have to take all the devices and lock them up in a safe at night, which costs more man hours. Let's spend more money for no damn reason. No, there's a number in corporate offices. Their accountant looked at it and said, hey, it's going to be more expensive for us to replace stolen goods than it is to maintain security on things and have the loss of opportunity shoppers.
Alright, so we have to address this. Apparently, someone, big fan of Hassan Piker, made a 2-hour-long hit-piece documentary on me and a couple friends of mine talking about how content like mine is causing school shootings. That is right, and I am directly responsible for all of that. Not the guy that supports Islamic terror organizations. No, not that guy. That guy's awesome, actually. But this guy that's incredibly anti-vigilante violence, this is the guy causing it. All right, so WestJet addressed it and covered the situation, and he was also part of this apparently school shooter pipeline, just like me. So, all right, we're gonna have to address what's going on here.
Devastating day for the unemployed. I just got exposed.
Oh,
the
me too.
Slop to school.
No, who's that guy? Who's that handsome blue Jew over there?
Shooter pipeline, and your boy is featured.
You got me.
Basically, there was a school shooter who mentioned some people in his manifesto, including
Not me.
Tom,
Not me, by the way.
Dub's Destiny, Hassan Parker.
Bro literally has Hassan in a manifesto for a school shooting, and this Hassan fan is gonna make believe it's my fault? Like, are we being serious?
Mr. Beast. Meet our protagonist, Crime's New Roman. I mean, it's hard not to talk about this elephant in the room, but I think he's doing this show on purpose. He's a bit eccentric, and I think he wants people to point this out, but why?
But why? Why would you do that?
That's a great question.
All right, guys, gals, and non-binary pals.
Better.
Listen, I didn't used to support school shooting. That was a joke. That was a joke.
My God, damn. So this video's over 2 hours long.
And yeah, that's why I didn't watch it. I just saw that he had me in it, said that I'm part of some sort of school shooter pipeline, and I was like, yep, no.
And majority of its focus is on Turkey Tom. I'm a bit of a side character. I fell off.
Now, I know what some of you are thinking. These are just dumb guys
thinking that you have a pedophile flag in the background.
Making dumb videos about more dumb guys and dumb internet drama. They are not worth taking seriously, let alone making a video
2 hours, 16 minutes, 36 seconds
long talking about them. And to that I say, you're right.
Hey, video over.
There it is.
Being dumb. However, you're wrong about it being not important.
That's right. I am a very important figure, according to leftoid man bun Hassan fan over here.
Ooh, get this guy off the stage. All right, enough beating around the bush. Let's hear this dude out. What did he even say?
Commentary creator WestJet, who appears to have transitioned from making Valorant skin videos to Drama farming is a rather interesting career move.
I'm progressive. I transitioned my
There it is. There it
I
is.
think a really good example of how the genre provided coverage of a civil court protective order against creator/sexual assaulter Tectone.
This guy's just a serial slanderer, just like his Hassan daddy.
Tread carefully. You're literally in what looks like Tectone's basement right now.
A judge reviewed and issued a 10-year protective order based on finding of sexual assault and stalking
Based on civil potential sexual assault with zero evidence. Yes, I read the transcripts. It's like a lot of bullshit.
requiring him to surrender firearms and maintain distance from the accuser.
Yeah.
This is a serious judicial outcome.
Not really. It's really not. So why isn't he in jail? Right? If he's a rapist, why isn't he in jail? Look, man, and when that happens, it'll be crazy. But it's probably not going to happen because there's no evidence he's a rapist. Again, I read through the entire court case, through all the evidence. There was no evidence. A woke judge decided that, yup, a girl accused him, and now we're going to believe her, and we're going to ruin his life if we can. And that's it. He was found liable in civil court. What are we even talking about?
But WestJet treats it as an open question and content to be picked through for entertainment.
That's literally what you're doing now.
Yeah, he wired me $30,000. Of course I'm gonna cover for him. You guys just attacking me because I'm black. I literally didn't do nothing.
The video is functionally structured around a framework of legal objectivity. Civil versus criminal burden of proof.
Yeah, there's a difference there, actually.
I'm not a lawyer, but, and repeated emphasis that this was not a criminal conviction.
True.
I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you guys and conceal my bias. I want Tectone to be innocent. I like the guy. I don't want him to be a but at the same time, I'm not gonna sit here and carry water for Tectone and a girl with information I don't have, calling her a liar and stuff like that.
By naming his bias.
I'm not calling her a liar either. There's just no evidence. And I'm not gonna ruin someone's life because there's zero evidence against him and some woke judge decided that based on zero evidence, again, the court transcripts are all public. There was no evidence, aside from her saying, I retroactively revoked consent. I consented while we were in a relationship, and then after the relationship, I don't consent anymore. And oh, that's rape. But you know, and I'm not playing that game.
And claiming his intentions to be honest, he immunizes himself against the accusation of bias to his pea-brained little audience.
More like peanut-brained. We're actually big fans of the burnt peanut here.
Oh.
He has help with this, however, by exercising clips without challenge from a guy called Legal Mindset.
Yeah, how dare he show a lawyer's opinion on the legal case?
I've said it before and I'll say it again. This guy wears a suit to work, so I trust everything he's ever said.
His content is
look at what this guy's wearing!
explained as authoritative legal analysis.
Again, my brother, this guy got a suit on and you got your crusties out. I'm listening to him 10 out of 10 more times.
Bro, you literally have, like...
This guy got a suit on and you got your...
a tattoo of gerrymandered Michigan on your foot. All right, no one's playing this game.
Crusties out. I'm listening to him 10 out of 10 more times.
Andrew Esquire, who is provably not a lawyer.
He literally is a lawyer.
He literally is a lawyer. Now, speaking of a lawyer...
Like, it's crazy that this is, like, part of the thing. It's like, oh, yeah, watching your videos makes people start shooting schools because you're covering content about how a guy was called a rapist by the entire internet because a girl said an accusation about it, which might be true, but there's no evidence for it. I'm not going to sit here and make believe I give a shit about what your libtard opinions are here.
But it appears that WestJet doesn't know this.
I mean, he's literally a lawyer.
He's literally a lawyer.
Because
he is a licensed lawyer. What are we talking about?
Surprise, surprise, he's also a weird alt-right loser.
Oh, the alt-right loser that says things like George Floyd died of a fent overdose, which is objectively true. It's, you know, if you want to actually read the autopsy? Oh, but it was a fake doctor that did the autopsy. Actually, so the reality is, you know, I keep watching people talking about how all the Trump assassinations were staged, and I've come to the conclusion that actually George Floyd's death was also staged. Now, you might not like this, but I think it's true. I have no evidence, but I think it's true, that Derek Chauvin was paid off by leftists to kill George Floyd so that George Floyd could die a martyr so they could burn down the country and win elections. That's my theory. I think it's very true, actually. And if you think that it's unlikely that Derek Chauvin would do that because that means he'd spend the rest of his life in jail, I would like to turn your attention to the leftists that keep trying to kill Trump, that are going to be spending the rest of their lives dead or in jail.
Sage Floyd debunked, bro. You can't even make this up.
The GOAT?
I'm logging out for the evening. I will see you guys possibly tomorrow.
Fair enough. Good play.
WestJet offers
Let me go save, make sure.
on consent. Better be safe than sorry and ask every time. Framing it as like a fucking etiquette tip.
Actually, I think that if you are in a relationship with your girlfriend, they can't actually decide retroactively 2 years later to say that you raped them.
Alright, I will see you guys tomorrow.
This is an incredibly hot take, and leftists that
Have
will
a good
never have
evening.
sex, actually like pushing this ideology, but you're retarded.
Rather than addressing